And welcome in, everybody, to podcast number 42.
42!
We're going to be catching up with recent film and TV shows we've watched before going over the latest film news. And in the second part, we're going to be discussing our picks for the best of 2021 in film, TV, and all media entertainment, and whatever is on Ian's list.
Yeah, whatever I've thrown together, yeah.
And finally, as always, in the third part of the podcast, we will be answering your questions. Now, it's only been a month since the last podcast, but there has been a lot of things that have come out in that space of time. But before we get into that, there is one thing that I've been meaning to bring up and share with everybody on the podcast, and that was something kind of incredible that happened to Ian and myself last night.
Yeah.
Ian, would you like to tell the story?
You knock yourself
which
out.
Which one of you is pregnant?
We got an invitation from Troma Entertainment to give a review for their film, which will be releasing at the end of March. And on top of that, they also asked us if we would like to have an interview with Lloyd Kaufman, which we did last night, about 8 p.m. last night. We almost had an hour with Mr. Kaufman chatting about Tromaville, his latest movie, which is called Shakespeare's Shitstorm. And if you're a fan of Troma, this film hits literally everything that you would expect from that industry, from that studio. So the plan is, obviously, the review of that film will be going up on the day of the film's release, and the interview segment with Lloyd Kaufman, once I've edited it down, will probably be the main feature. The second part of next month's podcast will be the recording of that interview. And that was just an incredible sit down with Mr. Lloyd. I mean, he was a little bit distracted, but
man, it was fucking magical just to be in that position. The fact, like, Gary messages me one night. I'm sat at home and he's just like, "Dude, I've just got this message from Troma Entertainment. They've asked us if we'll review their newest film." I'm like, "You're fucking pulling my leg." And he's like, no, seriously, I've emailed it, I've looked into it, this guy is real, here's the link, they want us to do the review by this date as well, they've said that we can have time to obviously talk to Lloyd Kaufman. I'm like, this, for some people I've said the name Lloyd Kaufman and they're like, "Oh, who's that? I don't know it." Yeah, okay, he's not as well known as people like Sam Raimi and Steven Spielberg and shit like that, but like from the 80s, if you've watched any movie around the 1980s, it probably had Troma stamped on it, and he was the guy behind the camera doing it. And so when we were sat there talking to him last night, man, spoilers. I'm just gonna give one spoiler because it was so fucking good talking to him. We're like, I said to Gary, like, if we can keep him talking for like 10 fucking minutes, that's a good interview. We kept him going for 40, and I said to him at one point, I was just like, "Lloyd, tomorrow, if tomorrow you didn't have to do anything and you were just going to be sat around, what film would you put on?" And we've been talking to him for a bit, and he was saying about all these newest films that he's seen. So he's seen like Cyrano with Peter Dinklage and the Bergerac movie, and he's seen like James Gunn's new movies, and there's some older movies that he'd watched. But he's like, "Oh, it's a really tough one. Like, if I didn't have anything to do tomorrow, what would I watch? Porn."
But he also said with whiskey and weed.
It's amazing.
Man's a legend. So look forward to that one in the next podcast next month.
Yes.
Well, one of the hottest new shows to come out since the last podcast is Pam and Tommy. Now, almost anyone who was around at the dawn of the internet age will probably remember the height of the celebrity status that Pamela Anderson achieved.
Yeah.
And it was also, Baywatch, of course, and Barbed Wire, but it was at that point in time in her life when probably the most famous sex tape celebrity scandal of all time occurred. And have you ever wanted to know what the true story was behind it?
Yeah. No, not really.
Well, if you even had the slightest inclination, the story itself is completely unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I will say, as the series has gone on, you really do feel quite sorry for Pamela Anderson. And I have to say, the actress playing her is doing, well, I don't know how well Pamela Anderson was in real life, but she is playing the part really, really well. And of course, Seth Rogen, I'm kind of a big fan of his. Like, I almost enjoy every film that he's in or been a part of, in front or behind the camera. And it's been really, really compelling viewing.
His partner in it as well, whose name I can never remember, the guy was it Ron Swanson or whatever? Parks and Rec, thank you, yeah. He's fantastic in it as the sort of like shady porn dealer that helps him kind of like get the movie out there and stuff as well. Oh, it's so good. Sebastian Stan is fantastic.
Yes.
See, it's
as
weird
Tommy
that
Lee
you say,
as well, man.
It's weird that you say that obviously you feel sorry for Pam Anderson. I suppose that's why I've not been so intrigued to watch it, because like living through that time, like we said, like the sex tape hits, Pamela Anderson's this big blonde bombshell goddess back in the day, and all of a sudden now you can just watch her have sex. Like, I'm older now, and don't get me wrong, I still like Pamela Anderson, but I remember when we got hold of like a copy of that tape, it was like watching your parents have sex. It was such. It was like this shitty little camcorder. You're seeing fucking Motley Crue's tattooed dick out in the air, and Pamela Anderson's like, and it's like a real eye opener as a youngster to go, wow, this is what sex is like. Wow, this is really fucking shit. And Paris Hilton does like sex tapes, and other people like Kim Kardashian does sex tapes, and then Disney goes, hey, we're releasing this TV show about Pam and Tommy. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I'm pretty sure Pamela Anderson like suffered enough with barbed wire that she doesn't need me to watch her personal life explode again.
It's funny because they reference it in the show as well.
Barbed wire.
Barbed wire, yeah. Well,
yeah.
Well, I mean, because it's telling the story of her moving from, Baywatch star, and this is, you gotta remember, it's interesting because it's a different time where. It's not where like there was a divide between TV star and movie star.
Absolutely, the line is so blurred
she's
now.
so
she was the new Marilyn Monroe.
No, but that's what I mean.
This could have gone really badly
it's,
for her with this tape being
It
released.
did. Spoilers.
It did, but not to the point like as badly as it did for Monroe. To the point that Pamela Anderson actually made the money back. She's managed to get herself back into a reputable position. I mean, fucking even Tommy Lee, for as bad as his life was over this, has actually got himself. Wow.
Dude, Tommy Lee didn't really suffer on this one. He was a made. He was like a made man anyway, and I mean, she even does reference spoilers, I guess if you've not seen it, but there is like that clear reference where she's like, "This is harder for me than for you.
Yeah,
you're just gonna have like shoulder surgery from all the high fives you've got to give everyone. Like, yeah. But the performances are amazing. I know it's not being made with any involvement from them either. They very much disowned it and gone, we're not, and not even in a shitty way from what I've seen. They're just kind of like, we're not interested.
Yeah.
Like, we lived it. We don't care. Whatever.
We don't need to do
But the performances are amazing. There's some surreal shit in that show.
It's just fascinating to actually listen to the conversation of the people that it's happened to, because it's such a weird thing to have happen. It doesn't happen to normal people, or if it does, people have uploaded it themselves. It's
normally a revenge thing now.
Exactly right. So
and it is the start of a sort of era of like seeing how they actually get it distributed is really interesting.
Exactly. The dawn of the internet.
And it's so funny now. I mean, for us, it's probably a little bit different, but I think certain people, like if you were under like say 30, if you're like mid-20s, hearing people say things like, have you heard about the World Wide Web? And like some people are even like, what the fuck
do you have
a
computer?
Yeah,
we have to go to the library.
Yeah, what is the World Wide Web? What the fuck? That's what we called the internet first, kids. It's a great show though. It's really good.
Other shows that have been making the news and with kind of split fan, feedback. But I think Star Wars does this regardless. Star Trek does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
The Book of Boba Fett. Now, I've spoken to some hardcore Star Wars nerds, and they are not happy with Boba Fett.
When are they ever
never
fucking
happy.
A casual fan of Star Wars that consumes almost everything really enjoyed it. So now I enjoyed the fact that we got to spend time with Boba, and then the fact that the show turned into The Mandalorian within Boba Fett's show. I was like, excellent! I really
loved it.
Mandalorian stuff.
Fucking great. I was like, I can't wait for all the people that go like, I'm not fucking watching Boba Fett. I only like Mandalorian to come to Mandalorian season 3 and be like, wait, what? Like, why is he back with? And who is? Why? Yeah. So I gotta admit, like, yeah, the real hardcore Star Wars fans, I'm sorry, they may be the most toxic fandom
who are
on
these
the
hardcore
internet.
Star Wars
It's up
fans?
there.
Man,
No, but dude, like I said,
I'm
they're
a
not happy
hardcore
with
Star
anything.
Wars fan and a hard.
No, I don't think you are, because you enjoy things.
No. See now, that's not a hardcore Star Wars fan. That's just a fan who's looking for something to pick on because their other show has failed. As a hardcore Star Wars fan, I got ready to sit down and watch the Book of Boba Fett after Mandalorian, knowing full well that I was just going to be sold plastic toys and fucking cuddly fucking toys. You know, this was going to be merch, massive Book of Boba Fett. And I've already lived through the special edition fucking war that we had where people didn't like the fact that George Lucas was changing things in his movie. I already sat through the midichlorians and the rise of Jar Jar Binks and how everybody fucking hated that too. I sat through the fucking re-release of the fucking special edition and how they changed everything back and didn't like it and wanted to change back to the original stuff. And then the 3 last movies, which, you know, we're not going to go into now. Mandalorian was so good, but Mandalorian could not survive on its own. Mandalorian needed something else to bring itself into the universe. So bringing in Boba Fett was a really good idea because Mandalorian armor kind of pulls the two things together, right? When they dropped the Book of Boba Fett, I looked at the guy who's playing Boba Fett and I'm like, he can't move. Like there was 2 or 3 episodes where people were like, he walked through the desert and he gained like 40 pounds. I'm like, yeah, because they weren't fucking filming. He wasn't going to lose weight for this. Oh, but look, he looks fat walking through a desert. Shut the fuck up. He's walking through a desert.
You know, I really, my favourite sort of complaint thing that came up recently was the Brooklyn Dynamic robots that they used. You know, the little walking robots?
Right, yeah.
So those are real robots.
Okay,
yeah.
awesome.
Now, there was an issue with some of the CGI, right? We all said that.
It wasn't so much the CGI. For me, it was the awful composition of the green screen stuff put into the CGI world.
So here's the
thing.
The
lighting was horrendous.
So the really funny thing about it is, like, people were kicking off massively about these robots, and they're like, "What the fuck? Those are real robots. Like, you're taking me out of the fantasy." I'm like, "You weren't happy with CGI. They put real fucking robots in the thing. You're still not happy."
Exactly. That's my point.
What the fuck?
My only other criticism is the fact that I got the shock of my life when I watched an episode that had, in my opinion, some terrible shot composition, some terrible integration of what was going on, where it just felt like I could see all the individual layers of dirt, light, characters, speeders, and I was like, and when it popped up that it had been directed by Robert Rodriguez, my jaw hit the ground because I was like, man, you used to be awesome. And I'm sorry, his action scenes that he's directed in Boba Fett are not of the standard that I would expect from him. What I'm enjoying of the show is the characters and the environments, though, and the general world building that it's doing. It really feels like all we've seen so far is just building up.
And that's what I think is the problem with hardcore Star Wars fans. And I said this to a hardcore Star Wars fan that I have, you know, in a box at home that I let out every now and again. Is
the gimp sleeping?
If you're going to go into well, if you're going to go into anything, but I'll use Boba Fett as the main example. If you're going to go into Boba Fett with the idea that you're sitting down to watch this as a 40-year-old man, with all of your experiences underneath your belt, that everything that you have seen, you are going to judgmental the shit out of that. And it's not really your fault. It's just an automatic process that humans seem to go through. I've noticed it with a lot of TV shows now. If you sit down and watch it as if you are watching it new through the eyes of... And you as a child, when you first got into this stuff, you'll ignore all that. So, like what you were just saying about, when you mingle the practical effects with the green screen and the CGI together, if you're looking really carefully, you can see the uncanny valley, can't you? The part where you say, "Oh, that doesn't look real."
It's the fact that it's something that we used to call, like, back in the 90s, early 2000s, like, made for TV. And that's the kind of look some of it has.
But that's the thing. I liked that because that was the Star Wars I grew up with. Good old Doctor Who, that was fucking egg cartons and milk bottle tops. So you just...
I don't mind
the Red
that
Dwarf effect.
Yes, the Red Dwarf effect.
I just think that I guess I'm still... we all are, I suppose, but I think there's a certain group of us that are still at the age where we're kind of just still grateful we get Star Wars. Because it went away for so long that it's still kind of unbelievable to me that they keep churning this shit out.
The last episode,
just like, really? We doing another one?
Like,
yeah, I'll have it.
I don't know if we can spoil the last episode of Boba Fett. I mean, I don't know if people have watched it or are getting around to watch it, but that last episode of Boba Fett, like, Uncanny Valley, fucking bad special effects, bad script. I don't give a fuck. I spaffed for an hour and I felt like I could sleep for a week after that episode.
Grogu's gonna fight Rat.
Oh god. Like, there were some bits in the story that I've said to people like that was absolutely stupid. But as I said, if I was watching as a 12-year-old, would not give a shit.
I think
would not give a fuck.
I think it's got for all the arguments as well that we talk about, like the nostalgia effect that they rely on so heavily, especially in Star Wars. I think this was one of the sort of like better examples because of they kind of went.
Yes.
Like, the whole thing is obviously a nostalgia trip because it's Boba Fett. He's one of the most iconic characters. But then they go ahead and pull in all these Clone War characters and like I mean you got Luke actually looking great.
Yes,
he looks amazing.
Luke looks better than he did in New Hope.
He did, yeah, you're right. Mate, that bit where he's got Grogu and he's talking to him and he's walking him by like force pushing him along.
Yes, those little hops.
I loved that moment.
That was
great. But
the
bringing it, is it Cad Bane from?
Yes,
Cad
Bane was amazing.
Clone Wars, was it Clone Wars? I didn't watch a whole lot of it. But, so I'm like, that's great fan service because that's like going like you a little bit of nostalgia, but also like pulling it in from other sort of places.
This is the weird thing because I started to work out the timeline. So this is only like what 6 months after Jabba the Hutt died. So this is they are messing with a whole load of shit before they can get to fucking Rise of Skywalker or whatever the fucking.
I don't think we're going to get to Rise of Skywalker in the series.
No. But they could do so much now that
although I'd watch
if they build up a big enough universe, they go, hey, those 3 Star Wars movies that we made? Yeah, they never happened.
Well, there's been rumblings and rumours of the retconning that'll happen and occur, just not immediately.
I mean. We've said it before. I think like those last 3 movies felt like 3 movies rather than a trilogy.
Yes, yeah.
I wouldn't mind as well. I was thinking this when I was watching the last episode of Boba Fett and trying to work out the timeline with Luke and all that kind of stuff. I actually wouldn't mind them recasting Han Solo and Leia.
As in what from?
As in,
I think if you see him, they de-age him. Bring him back in the same way they have with Luke.
Right, but Luke you can have on set. You can't really have Princess Leia on set anymore, can you? And de-aging her would be difficult. You'd have to have an actress in her place playing that role. Mm-hmm. If I actually think, like Han Solo, don't get me wrong, I like Harrison Ford, but recasting them I think would give the new generation of Star Wars a bit more playing field to play with. The fact you don't have to rely on the older actors all the time.
I just wouldn't bring him into it personally. But.
Same, yeah. The damage has been done to him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, let's move on to another show that has been doing very well in America because it's not actually available over here in the UK yet.
Yeah.
Peacemaker, which I believe the first season has finished in the States. So
it's so good.
It is really, really, really good. And now I am incredibly biased. Everybody knows I'm a huge fan of James Gunn and love everything he does without fail. But Peacemaker, I think, honestly deserves everyone's attention when it becomes available on whatever streaming platform or however you're going to be able to view it. It's absolutely fantastic.
That fucking intro.
Exactly. Now, we had this conversation earlier where how many TV shows do you watch these days where you skip the intro? Almost all of them. And with Peacemaker, the intro in of itself is so good that you don't want to skip it. That's how much the show means.
Yeah. John Cena's performance is like... I mean, I enjoyed him in Suicide Squad. I thought Suicide Squad, the reboot, whatever the fuck it was a good movie.
The requel.
The requel. Good one, yeah.
Thanks, Scream 5.
I think that was a good movie, and I thought he was really good in it. But obviously... there was a lot. You got him, Idris Elba. You got her.
But it was a completely
different
screen time first movie.
Whereas, well, it's just but I just mean that sort of like there was a lot of fighting for screen time in that movie. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. But in this, obviously, a lot of it is really focused on him, and he absolutely shines, dude.
Yeah, but
the performance that he gives is so. I love it when someone who can. I mean, look at the dude's in phenomenal shape. He's
massive.
He's a certified. This is probably the best physically that he's ever looked, even than when he was in WWE. Because he's got that more functional. Sort of like.
Well, he's got to be able to work it, and see now this is the thing. everybody's obviously really happy with Peacemaker, and I'm really excited about it and can't wait to watch it. But like with any new TV series, it's got to get to at least season 2 or season 3 before I go, now it's a success. See, one season's all right, you know, and if everybody's watching that one season, we get a season 2. But the season 2's got to be able to carry it, or you're just going to flummox on the third season.
I don't know. I think it's hard these days because obviously you could argue that he's already had that first outing in Suicide Squad, and they did. Hey, this is a sequel.
Yeah. And
Peacemaker is a sequel to Suicide Squad.
But they can make more films with him in, and with what happened in the last episode, they can take DC in a whole completely different angle. I've been a fan of John Cena ever since. Obviously, I've been watching him and doing the wrestling for fucking 20 odd years. And I was saying to the guys, like, I watched a Vengeance match with his first match in there. And I turned to Linda and I was like, John Cena. I wonder whatever happened to that guy. Knowing full well, like, we've got Suicide Squad down there.
He's going to become invisible.
The guy's got a fucking mobile. Like, even when you see him just as a bit part in movies, he's usually the best bit. Like, you know, like, what was the movie that he was in where the people, they turned their front room into like Las Vegas, and they just start.
The house or something. When their kid goes away to college or something, and they can't afford it.
And I'm pretty sure like John Cena plays like a drug dealer that they call to sell drugs, and he turns up and he's fucking massive, tattoos. But it's John Cena. You're like, you know, he's not swearing. He's
all I've ever heard of John Cena is the amazing like goodwill and the good heart that he has, and the fact that he goes to children's hospices. You know, he does all of those benefits and charities and Make-A-Wish stuff.
China as well was amazing.
He is a walking, talking, living Captain America. You know.
Yeah.
And of course, the Peacemaker is just that awesome inverted nature of that character where. He's been brought up wrong, and so it's an awesome contrast.
Robert Patrick is on form in this series as well. He's fantastic
because he's so good. You can believe that Peacemaker is the way that he is as the father-son relationship.
I really like seasons where you see people, they just appear to be having a lot of fun.
Yes, that's what I said to Gary.
Everyone seems to be having.
Looks like they're having fun.
Yeah, man.
Enjoying it.
And as much as, like I said, like in this, I think it's great that John Cena does so well because he hasn't got to fight for screen time. It is clearly the focus is on him, but dude, they really dish out like the killer lines to everyone. There's no like dead characters in this where you're like, why are you even there? Like, no, dude, fucking that guy says something funny like 3 times an episode or something, and his sidekick Vigilante. I don't know the actor at all. I don't know what else he's been in.
I don't recognize
young
him,
dude and everything, but oh my god, his mannerisms and stuff.
I know he is a character that is established in the DC universe, and I believe he's appeared in the DC
I haven't read
teamverse of superhero stuff.
But I think
he's funny as all fuck, though.
If DC can establish Peacemaker as their Deadpool, they'll do really, really well because they need to. Just
have him cameo in every movie.
Oh, fucking hell yeah, man!
Batman's cuffing a guy. You're going to prison. No, he's not, motherfucker!
Peacemaker! You're a pussy, Batman!
Yeah.
He's running away.
Stop arresting the clown, you bitch! And like runs away. God, that'd be great. Yeah. Let James Gunn do everything.
Well, over to you, Ian. Is there anything that's caught your eye recently?
Yeah, well, I mean, I obviously after the last podcast, everyone moaned and whinged that all I do is watch wrestling, so I actually went out my way to watch some stuff. And
wrestling, mostly.
Yeah, mostly wrestling. Like, that's why I haven't watched Peacemaker yet, because I know John Cena's so good, and I know he's going to win at the end of each episode, because he never kicks out. So, so what's the point?
Can't pin John Cena clean.
So, like, obviously, like we said, Book of Boba Fett, it was really, really good, and broadening the Star Wars universe is just a really, really great idea. I think that's the best way to go. Even if they do dip in with the Skywalkers every now and again, you have to because of their connection to the Force. But with the way they're going with Grogu, we can just fucking forget about that.
Can't wait for his series.
Yes.
Hit Monkey. I did actually watch the very first episode of Hit Monkey. I haven't watched the complete series, but that first episode just had me in stitches, and I was like, I could watch this. I'm going to watch this.
What is this?
It's on Disney
It's a Marvel
Plus,
series.
and it's a Marvel
Animated. series
about a hitman. In the first episode, this hitman is injured after a battle, and he ends up getting with this group of, you know, those special type of monkeys. They live out in the cold mountains. They kind of warm themselves up in hot baths.
Yeah.
White monkeys.
So he finds those, and they take care of him. And one of them realizes that this guy is evil and sees him practicing killing people. Well, when the evil people turn up and wipe out the monkeys, this one monkey who's trained with the guns decides to then get revenge. Puts on a suit, jumps through the window, and just fucking chops people up with samurai swords. So yeah,
That actually sounds pretty cool.
The Hitman is voiced by is it Jason Sudeikis? He's what's that American football coach thing that everyone loves? He's in that. Sorry, he's an American that coaches a soccer team.
Yeah,
you know, Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
The guy's in, is it Jason Sudeikis or something? It'll be in the chat in about 2 minutes. Yeah. But he's so good. Like vocally, he just sounds amazing, doesn't he?
He sounded really great, and the way his relationship is with the monkey, and then the fact that the monkey's just like, I'm going to seek revenge now and kill everybody. It's like, yeah, I need to, and it's gory as fuck.
Awesome. Okay, I definitely need to see this now.
Have you only seen the first episode?
I only watched the first episode.
It reminds me in a way tonally of like Final Space, where some episodes you're laughing your ass off, and then suddenly you're like,
it gets emotional.
Oh my god! Like, how did you do that?
Okay then. Yeah. And what was the show called again?
Hit Monkey.
Hit Monkey. Gotcha.
It's on Disney Plus.
Gotcha. So, I also watched All of Us Are Dead on Netflix. I completed that season. I was in the mood for Korean zombie kind of. I know a lot of people. You even said this to me, Gary. You were just like, I'm not even bothered about the fast-running zombies, which I'm not. You know, like I'm an OG fucking George A. Romero classics Shambler fan, but
Agreed.
I like the way that they integrated the running with the explanation of how the science worked. You know, you did have the crazy audio with the fact that every time these people moved, you heard their bones rubbing together and things like that, which, like...
we could write such a pro and cons list.
I have no issues.
I have watched it. I've watched it all as well. So yeah.
Man, I almost didn't.
No, I almost didn't
like 6 times.
Yeah, but again, fucking long episodes, man.
Long episodes and long scenes of nothing happening.
Yeah, and if you think about it as well, it's 10 episodes or 12?
Is it 12?
So somewhere between there.
12 hours? And it's about a 12-hour fuck. It's like 24.
Well,
it's almost sort of like, this is like all happening in real fucking time.
It should have just been a film, but I think they had too much going on that they couldn't keep it contained in one film, so they spread it into a TV series. But then they had so much going on, you lost in like one moment you're trying to follow the attitudes and relationships of the kids in the school, so you're trying to imagine or put yourself in the mind space of a 15-16-year-old teen, you know, and the next minute you're following some commander and all of his soldiers who are dealing with like the quarantine and all the people they're dealing with. So now you're having to put yourself in the mindset of a fucking 55-year-old veteran who's having to deal with a virus he's never fucking come across before. The series did not finish certain storylines, which I think was a bad idea, because if they do not get a season 2,
they abandoned a couple of interesting characters, didn't they? Like the cop who was just like, oh, so there is a good guy in this, you know?
Right. Yeah.
The fireman. By the way, I'm saying because I don't know their fucking names. Like I can't remember any of their names. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm a fucking I'm an idiot Englishman. I can't pronounce nor remember half their names except for was it Namra, because I kept hearing it as Mumra.
Namra was the girl who got kind of infected,
and fucking Chosen or whatever, because matey yelled it about 1,000 fucking times. She started going
weird, like she had the power over the infection,
she had the lazy eye.
So then she could actually fight and use it, and then that went with a whole storyline of evolution.
I've never seen a zombie virus mutate so fucking quickly. Like you're watching the fucking tapes
28 days later, it's a rage virus.
No, but what I mean is, like, you know, first of all, there's zombies. It's like, okay, we get it, they're bitten and they turn into fucking zombies, and they're that type of zombies. Okay, that's cool. And then, like, in the 2 seconds that, like, as you're getting it interspersed with the explanations from the dumbest fucking guy who's ever dropped a zombie virus on anyone.
Right.
Sorry, but what a prick. He beats fucking 28 days later for dumbass reasons that there's a zombie plague. But when he's talking sort of like, eventually it will mutate. Oh, no, not eventually, mate. It'll mutate now.
Right.
Like, but this is the thing.
It's only been out there for about 9 minutes, but
it wasn't even
and all of a sudden the school bully is a fucking zombie god.
Like, well, no, it was a virus to give them a confidence boost.
That's it.
So they wouldn't get walked over their whole life. But yeah, and it mutates. I mean, the characters in it call it zombies. It's kind of like
because they died and came back to life.
My biggest gripe with all zombie media, it doesn't matter if they're fast running, it doesn't matter if they're slow running. What bothers me the most in zombie attack scenes is when we see actors on top of whatever it is they're supposed to be eating, and all they do is go. They just gyrate on top of them and then run away after something else.
There's a lot of no-selling of it as well, isn't there? Yes. Is there a lot of like lingering moments where someone's getting eaten by 5 people and is just looking at them like, just go?
But that's where all of us are dead. All of Us Are Dead opened my eyes to certain TV shows where I was watching All of Us Are Dead, and I was kind of picking up the faults real quickly, and I think I watched it all the way through before you guys did, and was like, look.
Well, that's because I kept turning it off.
Well, this is it. In my mind, I'm like, these guys are never gonna make it to the end of the series because like there's a sing along around a campfire up on top of the roof. There's a guy who sits up on the roof for like 3 days and he doesn't die of hypothermia.
Dude, you know, some of those moments were actually some of my favourite moments.
That was actually my favourite. One of my favourite parts.
When the kids were together, I thought some of the performances were actually. Like, probably a lot better than they deserve to be, you know.
But that's also something that people would consider a fault. And it's one of the things I heard a lot with The Walking Dead is when people go, oh, well, there was like a whole episode of nothing happening. No, there's always something happening. You're just not interested in picking up on what's happening because you're not sure of how this is going to push the story. And you have to wait for it to push the story because 2 or 3 episodes later on, something's going to happen. You'll go, oh, I remember now. That's what you brought up like 4 episodes ago. With All of Us Are Dead, it was I reckon it was mainly being sold to young teens, 15, 16, 17-year-olds as a Grange Hill cross with zombies.
Dude, it was an 18. They couldn't
I
watch
don't know. It was pretty violent,
I've
very
say,
gory.
I thought it looked great. As a show, I thought it looked amazing, and I thought they were very smart with the small amount of locations that they used.
Yes, it was
because it meant they could really put a lot into each location.
The cinematography and the stunts as well were all really, really good. Really well captured. The tense moment, the chase scenes, were really good. Students hiding on top of the shelves in the library was really good. So it's very effective. But it was the melodrama of, oh my god, like a whole hundreds of people have just died, and it's like, oh well, I don't want to live anymore because the boy I fancied's dead now. I'm just like, what is this? And then there's a moment where something serious happens, and then we cut to the town, and we have 2 characters running away from zombies with sped up footage and silly music played over the top, and I'm like...
Do you know what? There was one point that I couldn't stop laughing. Honestly, there and I was like, that was really funny, but I was like, it was almost just too funny. It was almost too much levity. Is when they're trying to make a fire. Yeah. And everyone is having a go at making this fire, and then fucking Namra after about 10 minutes pulls a lighter out.
Yeah.
Does anyone want this lighter? I had to pause it. I was in pieces laughing so hard.
Man.
Yeah.
And they kind of undersold it in the show, like it wasn't meant to be that funny. But I was pissing myself.
There was one bit I almost just turned the series off because I got so pissed off. They made this whole they made this whole thing about the zombies following sound. Right, which I totally got.
Yeah, that was good.
You know, they lose their eyesight. They're following things by sound and movement, so they're off on rate. So they use the speakers in the school to move the zombies to one side of the school so that they can run up the stairway up the other. Totally get it. Then they sneak all the way up. There's some really tense moment. I mean, it was so pink by numbers, tick the boxes of where they were going. And then they get into another room. And one of the students goes, what's that? Oh, it's a locked door. Oh, let's see what's behind it. I'm going to bash the shit out of it as loudly as I can over like 5 minutes. And everybody in the room's going to be like, what are you doing? And I'm screaming at my TV like, what the fuck are you doing? You literally just told me the zombies are attracted by sound. You're going to kick the fucking door in.
They do tell him that, though. They do instantly, like, dude, stop kicking the door. I was saying he doesn't listen to them. He just keeps doing it because that character is kind of funny.
He was the singer.
When they've got the chocolate bar to share, and it's sort of like you can see every time someone's taking a bite. Hey, I've been the fat kid in the room, and every time someone takes a bite, he's like, oh,
that's less for me.
That was too big. That's less for me. And then the poor guy next to him, he scarfs it, and he's like, what?
As soon as his buddy was sat there like. As soon as his buddy was like, oh, I don't get any, I was like, you're dead, mate. You got no job.
That escape plan when they came out and surrounded themselves with all the things. Yeah. As soon as they did it, I kind of went, oh, I see what you're doing. And then straight away I was like, I can tell you right now why that's not about to work. And then it gets flooded by zombies. And I'm like, you weak little kids are not going to be able to move that fucking thing.
That's what I mean.
Fucking 10 of me would struggle against that many bodies, but whatever. But
despite having so many stop-starts with that show, I'm glad I saw it to the end.
Same.
But then I did also say I went and watched some other things, which I then also turned off. I exalted everything else that I wanted to not watch it and just came straight back to it.
It kind of felt ambitious as well. They did well with it.
I would still recommend it, but it took me a long time to like it.
Yeah.
It could. Do you know what? If it was like if they were going to have hour-long episodes, if it was 6 episodes,
I'd
have been so happy.
Yes, for sure.
And probably watched it twice.
My last bit of thing before I finish, obviously I've got to chuck in my wrestling corner. I'm going to call it my wrestling corner now. The top of the turnbuckle. I'll come up with
I was going to just about to say Ian's tag rope.
So like the Royal Rumble obviously happened in January, and really surprised obviously because Lesnar lost his title, Reigns kept his. At the moment, no spoilers in the chat, please. Obviously, we don't want to know any of the Elimination Chamber results at the moment. But Lesnar is obviously title-less, and he's gone into Elimination Chamber now. It's building up for WrestleMania. I'm thinking it's going to be him and Reigns, no titles against each other.
No, it's going to be both of them with a title against each other.
Both of them with the title.
And I'll tell you, I'm going to be right because I went to watch the Rumble with some friends of ours live.
Yeah.
And I won £50 by calling the entire pay-per-view.
Nice.
Basically, it was like literally went. It's like, does anyone want to bet on the winner? I said, yeah, it's gonna be Lesnar. No, he's not even in the Rumble. I said he's gonna lose his title to Bobby Lashley. He's gonna enter himself at number 30 and he's gonna win. And they're like, shut the fuck up. And it became,
then he fucking
wow.
I was like, bet money.
Then he fucking came
bet
out.
money.
I mean,
£50 done. Brilliant.
One of the other things though, because I can do it now, because with AEW was the MJF versus CM Punk match. They built up this story for MJF, who is now like this loudmouth, cocky, egotistical.
Is he still the only undefeated one?
Who?
MJF, is he undefeated still?
Oh
no, wait, Jericho beat him, didn't he?
Yeah, Jericho beat him.
Okay, sorry.
He's
No, but it's I don't watch AEW, but I understand it's a thing. They do keep track of like wins and losses a lot more.
Things, and it literally means to nothing. So CM Punk lost the match.
Basically means there's a lot of false finishes.
It was a good match, but then like 2 days later, I watched Ricky the Dragon Steamboat versus Randy Savage at
WrestleMania 3.
I think it was WrestleMania 3, and I was like, this match is just 10 times better than what I've just watched.
You just watched one of the greatest matches of all fucking time, dude.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that MJF and CM Punk have got so much to work with, where Ricky Dragon and Randy Savage, they're literally just throwing together this match, yeah? And
it sounded like Santino Marella then, like Ricky the Dragon.
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. The problem I've got is that I think that they should have let the match go for a little while, give Punk some time off, and let MJF build up the fact that he's won and he's cocky. But now, all of a sudden, they're coming back for a rematch, and it's a dog collar match.
Okay, well, I mean, look, that's rare, man.
Man, the best in the world in a dog collar match. I mean, seriously.
Well, I mean, if anyone's going to be able to pull it off,
I think honestly, I think it's way too soon. But we'll have to see because everything changes in the world of wrestling. So.
Indeed. Well, we'll have to see, won't we? Yeah.
Well, Andy, before we get into the news section, is there any shows that you'd like to bring up, or did we go through them already?
I think we did most of them, to be fair. Or what I would say, I did start watching Bel Air.
Excellent.
The Fresh Prince reimagining. It's
dramatic.
It's very dramatic. Have you watched it? Sorry, I know you said you hadn't.
I'm not interested.
Like, he's not.
Do you know what?
He's not broken the song once.
I wanted. You say that. It's a really interesting reimagining. As in, basically, if you like that type of show, you'll enjoy it. As
what kind of show?
Well, like a gritty drama, but it's a very, I mean, like it's, I guess, like Power or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but then what they do is, I think.
Power looks a hell of a lot better than Bel Air. Because for me, Bel Air is like he's moving out of his rundown life and getting a better life.
Yeah, but
it's just better.
Well, I guess you got to watch it really. If you imagine, like you know the story of fucking Fresh Prince of Bel Air. I mean, it was all written. You know, he gives you.
It was in his intro song.
That's it. So Will Smith tells me that he just does everything better than everybody else.
It's basically everything is there in those first, especially in that first episode. Everything is there, but it's just kind of like. Oh wow, you managed to take something that was kind of tongue-in-cheek and fun and hit every beat of it, but in a dramatic way that's made it really gritty, because obviously it's a lot more about sort of like urban violence and stuff like that, and then not only the class divides that you then have, like, you know, in Bel Air and stuff, but also just, you know, the nature of the politics of the place as well.
Sure.
I don't really say too much about it. I've read about also. Do you know what I would say? No, I've watched 2 episodes in a minute. What I'd say is the guy playing Will. He's got these wonderful mannerisms of Will Smith. This kind of like the stare and the movements. His head movements are like spot on. The lady that's playing his Aunt Vivian. I swear, if you close your eyes when she talks, you're like, that is the original actress that played Viv. I swear. She sounds exactly like her.
The one that Will Smith got rid of, or the one...
The first one.
Right,
yeah. So I'd recommend it. It's interesting for a little, you know, sort of, you know, if you like the original, or even if, you know, you just like a dramatic series. Other than that, I don't know if there's anything else that we haven't covered that I've watched really, but I mean, I do you know what? I played through the first Mass Effect on the Legendary Edition.
Nice.
Because I learned one of my new favourite things playing through it was to put like a sci-fi soundtrack on Spotify and just sit there and play Mass Effect, because I know what's going to happen. I know all the story.
For sure, yeah.
I played all the first time, but now I get to play it in like, you know, a bit of an upgrade to graphics and stuff. And then I did manage to get hold of a PS5 and started playing Miles Morales.
Nice.
And that is brilliant in that way that, yeah, it's Insomniac Spider-Man. It's more of the same.
It's one of those games I would like to play myself, yeah.
It's phenomenal. It looks great. The loading time is just like, every time you load it in like less than 10 seconds, you're like, yeah, I love living in the future. So that's been pretty much everything that I've been doing with it, yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, sorry, real quick. They obviously released the director's cut of Rocky 4.
Yes.
Now, I haven't had a chance to watch the whole movie. I have, however, watched the last fight with Drago.
Yeah.
Where obviously it was like a lot more... You know, they changed the tone of it.
Yes, it's back and forth.
Have you watched it? Have you watched the fight?
I've seen the fight, yeah.
Okay. One thing that I just had me in bits was when they land punches, it sounds like lightning is hitting the ground. Doesn't it? It's like, so Stallone was like, I want a better sound effect for the fucking
it's
punches
literally
landing.
Like Titans.
And someone's like, I got this thing that Zeus throws a thunderbolt. He's like, that'll do. Put that in. And honestly, you're like, someone takes a jab and you're like, you should be dead.
Yep.
But again, the shots of it are great. There's like a Rocky... I think like maybe he re-recorded that. There's like a moment like Rocky's in the corner and he's giving himself the get up speech and stuff, you know, to himself. It's straight out of Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wonder if I'm trying to listen to his voice, like, is that his voice now? Is that grabbing?
Did he re-record
yeah,
it?
has he re-recorded that? Maybe he did. It works.
So he's sat in the corner and he's hearing himself talking.
Yeah, you know, he gets knocked down and he's giving him the self-motivating.
So we take out that audio and we just put in King Shark is a shark.
Yeah.
Shark is a shark.
But he basically gets up and he's like, hand,
face,
goes on.
bird.
Yeah, so that was. I'm looking forward to watching the re-edit,
the full cut.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, we're moving through this first hour pretty quickly, so we'll ramble through some of these news segments here. There's some that I'm really quite excited to talk about, but as always, we do usually talk about or give honour to those in the film industry that's helped shape the films that we love when they do pass away. One of those was a pioneer. It was Douglas Trumbull, passed away at the age of 79, and he was a real pioneer in the field of visual effects in movies. He contributed to films such as Star Wars, The Wizard of Oz, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Trek the Motion Picture, Blade Runner, and he was also the director for Silent Running.
Love that movie.
Which is exactly so. He also created the Back to the Future ride simulator in Universal Studios, which was absolutely fantastic as well. So, so all of those films that I've mentioned, he had his hand in creating that stuff. So a true legend. And of course, one that's very near and dear to me and my love of Ghostbusters particularly. You know, I only saw interviews with this man a few months ago talking about how it was amazing to work with his son, how amazing it was to be working back on Ghostbusters. It's Ivan Reitman, passed away at the age of 75, a writer, a director, a producer, and created some of the most well-known films of the 70s, 80s, and 90s with Animal House, Meatballs, Stripes, Ghostbusters 1 and 2, Twins, Heavy Metal, Evolution, Kindergarten Cop, Junior, you know, and it was amazing to watch him help oversee the passing of the torch to his son with the Ghostbusters property.
I bought Afterlife in honor of that man. I would not have bought that movie, but on the day that the news broke that he passed, I bought the fucking movie.
I'd watched it the night before. I couldn't believe it. I'd watched it the night before. I woke up in the morning and I saw that was the first thing. And I've just realised that actually, like, I'm a little bit worried now because when we got together for our first podcast of the year, Meatloaf had died the day before. And now we've got him right. So I hope we're not starting some kind of snowball effect.
Oh, no, dude, we've been doing this for years. We've been killing people off.
We reviewed Multiplicity and then the day after Harold Ramis passed away, I was just like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, we keep doing it, so we just go over it. We can't do Hardware anymore because that director is fucking, bad.
Okay, so this is a controversial politics talk. We're going to go over this very quickly.
Not a politics talk? Oh my god!
But David Fincher has had to come out and say something about Fight Club being re-edited for its release in China. Now, David Fincher had this to say. I'll just let you know what happened here. But the ending of the film was cut, so before the buildings explode, spoilers for the ending of Fight Club, before the buildings explode at the end and the awesome song by Pixies comes on, it cuts to a title card saying, actually, Tyler Durden tipped off the police and they turned up, deactivated the bombs and arrested everybody.
Yeah.
The end.
And
so
the protagonist is in a fucking
in an asylum. Yeah. Right. So David Fincher has come out and he said that it's funny to him that the people that wrote the Band-Aid ending for the film in China must have read the book, because actually that character ends up in an asylum at the end. So he was like, bravo, you did a better ending. But he said a company licensed the film from New Regency to show it in China with the contract that the studio needs to understand that cuts will be made for the film for censorship purposes. But no one said, if we don't like the ending, can we change it? So there's now a discussion being held as to what the word trims means when editing a film for another country. And he also said, if you don't like the story, why would you license this movie in the first place? It makes no sense to me when people go, I think this would be great for our service if we had Fight Club on it, only then for it to be a different movie. Like, the movie's 20 years old if it's not had a reputation for being super cuddly. So why sell it to...
I'd love it if they edited it so you never found out that Tyler Durden was a figment of his imagination.
Right, yeah.
Fuck it. We're going to mess with the movie.
Man, it's been happening for years, though. I mean, the gaming industry has been doing it for years. You look at what they did with Doom when they had to release it over in Germany. It's like, we've got to cut out everything that's even remotely related to, Nazism or things like that.
Yeah, but it's like... I understand. It's that thing, like you're saying, about... If you're gonna do that, then why do you even want it?
Because you have to appear to the people like you're giving them free will. This is China we're talking about, and like we've got the politics section which goes up and down with how many one people believe that it's one thing, one people believe it's the other. What I kind of believe
Taiwan's a country. Take me on.
like what I kind of believe is that the Chinese government like to control the information that goes in and out of their country, and so they have to appear like they're doing something freedom, like, hey, we're going to let you watch Fight Club even though it's against everything that we believe in, and we're going to completely just trim the ending, but where it's going to be completely ironic because actually we're doing the one thing that the film actually tells us that we're supposed to be fighting against.
Yeah, it's kind of wonderful in its irony, isn't it?
That's it. That's what I love about it, is that David Fincher should actually just be sitting there going, hey, you paid me for it, fuck you, do what you want.
Well, pretty much, yeah. He doesn't care, he's just bemused by the whole thing, really.
Here, have Alien 3 at the same time. Nobody gives a shit about that movie either.
Well, in even more shocking news, 'cause nobody saw this coming, there's more Star Trek in the works. Starfleet Academy is now yet another Star Trek TV show that is now rumoured to being in development.
Another TV show?
Despite all the rumours that Alex Kurtzman was kind of out the door, like, this man has now got his face plastered on all of Star Trek. And so, yeah, there's a new IP in the Star Trek, and it's going to be a show that's based in Starfleet Academy, showing the early years of a brand new generation of Starfleet cadets.
Is it the next generation?
I've heard that 3 episodes, The Mandalorian's in it.
Excellent!
And they're fucking excellent.
Nothing happens. It's
just another rogue Mandalorian show.
Literally, it's just one recruit just looking out the window for 30 minutes.
I hope that Mandalorian. I hope Mandalorian now becomes the Stan Lee cameo in the Marvel movies.
Yes. But that's not all there is in Star Trek news. Zachary Quinto, Chris Pine, and the entire cast of the Kelvin timeline of Star Trek movies are back for Star Trek number 4.
Yes! Everybody knows Star Trek 4 is the best one.
What?
That's the 2.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Paramount and Jar Jar Abrams have announced filming will begin towards the end of this year, featuring the original cast and new characters, and promises to take Star Trek where it's never been before.
Where?
Yeah, I don't know.
I was just about to say underwater.
No, didn't they do it with the whales already? It was number 4.
Yeah, that was the best one.
Yeah.
Best one. Time travel.
Time travel.
Fucking.
I like the cast of the Kelvin timeline. They have encapsulated the essence of those characters. They do it really well, but the writing needs to be better. The story needs to be compelling.
Bullshit! You guys are gonna fucking pull this one? We've sat through fucking Dark Fate, Halloween fucking Kills, and fucking Ghostbusters Afterlife, and now you're gonna say Star Trek needs good writing?
Yes, it does. It really does.
They could make a 2-hour. They could make a 2-hour fucking Star Trek movie, and they could all be blue skinned, and people will go and pay them money.
That's Avatar.
Don't find it,
man. I honestly have failed 4 times to watch was Star Trek Beyond, third one?
Yes.
4 fails.
Really?
Can't get through that piece of shit.
It's bad. Like the story makes absolutely no sense. And you know what? It only really occurred to me. I watched the original Star Trek where his dad comes back through time. Well, no, fucking Eric Bana comes back through time. Yeah. And Kirk's dad dies.
Oh wait, is that the 09?
That's the very first
right,
one.
okay, right on. Yeah,
one, right?
Fuck, I was like...
And then it cuts to him being a kid when he's on Earth and he's driving around in that car that he's just stolen off his stepdad.
Beastie Boys is
and he's playing Beastie Boys. I'm like, oh, that's why they brought it up in the third movie. I just thought they just had no other song in the 24th fucking century other than Beastie Boys. But I hope that turns out to be true. More Star Trek because fuck it, give me more. I don't care after a while. Just...
Clearly.
Man, fuck you. I watched Halloween Kills, motherfucker. When are we getting to that? I need to fucking rip Halloween Kills. I need to rip that shit an asshole. Fucking bullshit.
More Bob Odenkirk. Everybody's currently waiting for the final season of Better Call Saul. But in that time, we had a film come out called Nobody. Now, Nobody 2 looks like it will be a sure thing. Universal Studios really wants to make it happen. The script is currently being developed with the story, according to Bob Odenkirk, being prioritized. After almost dying last year on the set of Better Call Saul, he thanked his co-stars for helping to save his life, and now he says he's ready to fight on. Let's make Nobody 2, he says. I'm going to kick more ass than I ever have.
How did he nearly die? With fucking Alec Baldwin on the fucking set or something?
No, he had a heart attack.
Oh, shit, really?
But he also said that he was thankful that it happened because he felt a bit unwell and he almost went to go in his trailer and he was like, if I'd gone into my trailer, I would have died. Nobody would have come to see me.
Right.
So he's really thankful that he literally had the heart attack in front of everybody so that he was rushed straight to hospital.
Fuck, that is lucky. Good for him.
You know, I didn't want to watch Nobody.
Everyone has gone, it is John Wick with a nobody person,
you know? Do you know, I literally was about to say, because I haven't watched it either, I was like, is it just John Wick, but he's like a dad?
Yes. That, but I, like...
It's really good. It's actually really good.
It's on Netflix, right?
You know,
I think it is now, yeah.
The people say, like, Better Call Saul is really good. No, but watched it, not seen...
He's fantastic in everything he's in, though. Even as a voice actor.
Like, I like the idea of what he did, and obviously I did wiki it. But the issue I have with like a film like that is, so we had John Wick, we had The Equalizer with Denzel Washington.
That's a good film.
You know,
we got Taken.
We got Taken. We got fucking Hummingbird with Jennifer Garner. She's going around Atomic Blonde doing all that shit. So like for me, when I looked at Odenkirk's, I'm like, what is actually new and original with this?
It's got Christopher Lloyd with a shotgun in it.
Dude, he had a shotgun in fucking Piranha.
He shoots people with it, not piranhas.
He shot piranhas.
Now he's shooting people.
Alright, okay. Gary's got it. It's got Christopher Lloyd and then he's got a shotgun. Fucking watch it. Right.
Fucking watch it.
Calm down.
Next on my news now. This was a shock to see it pop up in the news.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday.
This was popped up many years ago, and it's the BioShock movie adaptation. Many directors have picked this up as a working project and eventually walked away from the studio, mainly because they wanted to make BioShock an 18-rated movie, and the studio went, we need to sell it to kids. And the directors and the writers are like, have you seen the content of BioShock? This is not for kids. So they always walked away, and so it just
there's kids in it.
Yeah,
don't let them watch it.
My kid played all 3 games when he shouldn't have.
Right. So now Universal Studios have apparently sold the rights to the BioShock property in movie form to Netflix. And Netflix are now going to be making the movie adaptation, so it will be a Netflix movie. Nothing else is known about the project yet, except that Universal know, without a doubt, that Netflix will actually make something happen. And I'm sure whatever director they get or writers they get, we're probably going to get a faithful adaptation that will be, for adults.
Would you prefer an animated series that was able to do as much as it can, or a live action series that is limited with what it's able to do?
I want
how limited are we now?
I want I want a movie, or I want 3 hours.
Yeah, but
you know?
you like what we said about All of Us Are Dead. That was like 12 episodes, an hour long, and even we were able to look through the special effects and go, that's not really good. We're talking BioShock here, people. Even if they do manage to get a cosplay Big Daddy suit, we're still gonna look at it and go, man, I could see the silver spray. It just wasn't tight enough. Why'd that character do that for? Or,
I mean, those are criticisms that you can give, but I'm there for the atmosphere, the characters, the story, the world, you know, and the philosophies that's explored in BioShock.
That original BioShock, I mean, it still holds up as one of the fucking smartest.
I always praise that game for that.
Wonderful storylines. Like, mate, just fucking Would You Kindly still holds up as.
It does. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. But would you also, and I know I'm going off tangent, would you like a BioShock story that isn't connected to the actual games but goes off on its own, kind of like the games?
Hey, look, if it's good, then yeah. Like if you can come up with one that feels like a BioShock story in the same way that Infinite. Like, don't get me wrong,
BioShock
I didn't as a
was
game.
Good.
What's funny is I didn't really get on with it that much. I like the story, but it's like as a game, I just didn't really the whole skyhooking thing. It didn't really intrigue me. I think I just missed Rapture too much. But
that's what I
think if they can package something that fits within that kind of theme.
There's so many stories you can explore in that world.
Great. If you've got the idea and someone's like, look, I'd love to fucking take it. And there's this other crazy billionaire who fucking built this place
if they did the
on
universe,
the moon.
If they did the parallel universe jumping like they were bringing in BioShock Infinite, mixing
I think
you've
got to save that for season 2 at least. But,
or sequel movies, because they have said it's going to be a movie.
Yes.
It's a movie.
But
and live action.
Mate, why not do like half the movies like a prequel where it's like, let's see what Rapture was when it was supposed to be this utopia. Let's start it like that, and then let's have
watch the descent,
and then fucking jump 20 years into the future when Big Daddy's rolling around. Or something.
That would be pretty sweet.
I just want to see Rapture brought to life.
Yes.
Either in like with graphics we got now, or just give us a next gen version of BioShock.
Sure.
I mean, I remember at the time. I mean, there was a 360 game or whatever you want to call it, that generation of consoles.
Yeah.
That was the best looking thing.
It really was. Just
seen,
the moment when you're in the ocean and the plane's burning and you see the lighthouse. Great intro. Okay, next up in film news, A Quiet Place 3 is in the works, but not expected to see it until 2025. That's because there is a standalone Quiet Place movie being made within the Quiet Place universe, coming out in September 2023. And the spin-off film is moving forward with Michael Sarnowski, who was the director of Pig, the Nicolas Cage movie that came out last year, which has been doing really, really well. Positive word of mouth, great reception at film festivals. And so he's making a Quiet Place movie. I hope it's better than Quiet Place 2, because I didn't really think that was a very good film. But yeah, I guess the property still has legs at the moment.
Did that do well? Because I loved the first one.
It got its money
the
back,
second one,
but I don't know how
everyone has panned the fuck out of it.
I haven't seen
I was
the
kind
first
of
one.
I think it's dropped on like. I've got it on some fucking streaming service, so I'm kind of like, I've got to watch it. Like,
but watch it at least for the first 10 minutes, which are really good.
Really?
Yeah, that's it. Then turn it off.
Turn it off.
Cool. Well, that's enough of that.
Yeah.
Back to Peacemaker news. Peacemaker has now been greenlit for season 2.
Fucking right.
But also, John Cena has now also been cast in a CGI / live action comedy film called Coyote vs. Acme. And it's basically the story of Wile E. Coyote, tired of failing in his pursuit of the Roadrunner using Acme products, so he decides to sue them in court.
That sounds fucking hilarious.
And John Cena is playing the Coyote.
I'm not sure. I think he might be the lawyer, and Coyote will be animated.
Oh, that's great.
Now, this is a James Gunn project.
Take all my money. Take all my money. So the music's going to be phenomenal.
He's producing it. They start production next month, filming the live action stuff. But James Gunn said he is very busy right now on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. He's also got another spin-off show based in the Suicide Squad universe with another protagonist that he wants to do. He's
playing that one close to the chest, isn't he?
But he's not saying anything. But more John Cena, more James Gunn, great characters.
What if this is like Liar Liar, but like with Coyote in it? That'd be amazing.
But it's a project I'm very, very excited to see come to fruition. Maybe not so much this one. I hope it's better. My next news story is Mortal Kombat 2 has now actually been greenlit by HBO Max and Warner Brothers.
Is this going to... What, with fucking the guy from the first one in it?
Yes, so far...
Sub-Zero, yes.
Yeah, the script has been completed by Jeremy Slater, so it's a different script, different writer than the previous film. The guy who's wrote or writing Mortal Kombat 2 is probably known for the Umbrella Academy TV series, and he's also currently the writer for Marvel's Moon Knight, which is yet to come out. He's got some big projects behind him. Hopefully he can write a more interesting Mortal Kombat 2. There's no casting news yet. It's expected that most actors will return. Lewis Tan,
because what else are they doing?
Who played young Cole, or Cole Young, sorry, is his name. He said that the writing for the new script, it's really smart. He's excited to see where it develops. But he said it's tricky with Mortal Kombat.
Is it though?
Of course he's going to say it's smart if he's the main character and he's got most of the lines. They made...
The character who shouldn't even been in the fucking thing.
Fucking...
Yeah.
No.
Mate, that movie was a kick in the dick.
I haven't even watched it.
I just hope there's a Mortal Kombat tournament in it.
Who the fuck's Cole?
Yeah, right?
Like 11 fucking games, fucking almost 30 years of gaming, and here's Cole that I'm supposed to get behind.
I was shouting at the TV so much watching it when like Scorpion's fighting Sub-Zero at the end, spoilers, and every time he goes to talk he has to pull his mask off. So it's like constantly like, okay, listen, motherfucker, hang on, no, don't make me come over there. Like, and I was just like, dude, leave your fucking mask on. It's COVID anyway. What the fuck?
Of course, I was watching the Mortal Kombat, and I was like, I don't know who Cole Young is. But then again, every time I play a new Mortal Kombat game, there's a new character on the selection screen that I've never heard of. So watching a movie with a character I've never heard of, I'm like, maybe he's in one of the games. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
He probably will be now.
Didn't bother me.
Probably will be now.
It was so. No. But what bothered me was the fact that there was everything that I saw emphasised.
I thought you hadn't watched it.
Trailers and fucking shit. I wiki did and shit like that.
Oh, but sorry, that's the same.
That I purposely didn't watch it mainly because the focus was on Scorpion, the focus was on Sub-Zero, the whole history, their backstory. That's what.
I don't know. I remember it for Kano and Sonya more than anything. They were great.
Kano was the shining light of that movie.
He was. Yeah, he really was.
That movie. Yeah. You've got the background relationship between Sonya and Kano. You've got the background relationship between fucking Scorpion and Sub-Zero. You've got the background relationship between Kung Lao and fucking Liu Kang. And then along comes Cole and everyone goes, oh yeah, don't forget, he's the fucking chosen of Earth. Is he the chosen of Earth Realm?
I think it's because you've got... I guess...
Is he?
He's one of.
Yeah, of course he is. No, but it's because the whole point of that is he's... From a filmmaking perspective, he's you. They've got to put a character in.
Somebody who doesn't know
they've got to put a character in that's sort of like, that's you. Like, oh, imagine if you were fucking hanging out with all your best friends from a fighting game. No, they don't. I agree, but they fucking did.
They wrote a really bad plotline and they went, hey, ask that guy from Ghost vs. Half-Life if he's got any spare fucking ideas. Oh yeah, that's right. We'll throw that character in. Fucking move on.
Next up in the news.
Fucking trailer.
Speaking of probably late sequels that may not actually happen, it's kind of a non-news story, really.
Yeah.
But Kill Bill 3 is back in the news because Uma Thurman's been talking about it.
Oh?
And she said, I can't really tell you anything about it. It's like, oh, great, thanks, Uma. So
thanks, Uma.
We'll ask you again next year, see if it's the same thing. But she said, no, honestly, there has been talk. Her and Quentin have talked about it. There is script ideas for it, but... people also want it to happen, but Tarantino's gone, I don't think I might go and do Star Trek, and then not done that either. And so he's also said Tarantino's only going to make one more movie, and does he want to make it Kill Bill 3? And if that's the case, there will not be a Kill Bill 3 by Tarantino. But because the talks of Kill Bill 3 keep going on, it might be without Tarantino. But that is all there is on that news story at the moment.
What is Tarantino going to do after he's made it?
He said he wants to retire and watch movies and chill out, produce stuff.
Help. I was about to say, I mean, he'd have the most freedom of anyone in the business to just walk onto sets and go, can I just mess around with this for a bit?
Yeah, I'd love that.
Literally, wouldn't he?
Man, we need somebody to give us an idea. Hey, is that Quentin Tarantino over there doing nothing?
He's just from the meme where it's him in his house just looking around and he's like, oh, he's over there just casually watching a movie. He's like, yeah, what can I do?
Okay, so the last set of news is going to be quick fire news. I'm just going to blast through these very, very quickly.
Get ready to share
Zombieland 3 could be a possibility. Alien TV series confirmed to be set very near future on Earth before Ellen Ripley's timeline.
Do you just leave that in the news every week? Do you just copy news about an Alien TV series every fucking month? And he's like, that's fine.
I just forgot to delete it.
Not taking that out.
Life is Strange and Disco Elysium are now being adapted into TV shows for Amazon Film Studios.
Life is Strange could easily work.
And Disco Elysium, two big game projects. Love to see a live action adaptation.
Life is Strange is amazing.
Stranger Things Season 4 will be coming to Netflix on May 27th, and Volume 2 of Season 4 will be arriving on July 1st.
I should probably watch the first season at some point.
You probably should, Ian. And they have also confirmed Stranger Things Season 5 will in fact be the last season of Stranger Things.
Till they finish and then go back.
Which will probably also be split into 2 parts.
Yeah.
Halo Season 2 already greenlit by Paramount Studios ahead of Season 1. I don't think it's out yet, is it?
Did you see the trailer?
I've seen the trailer.
Yeah.
Man, when he backhands that fucking elite with the butt of his rifle, I was like, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. We'll watch.
Unto Dawn again, though. That's what it made me think of. Forward Unto Dawn again.
Yeah, but the trailer looked good, so it was a bit different.
So did Forward Unto Dawn.
Well, the trailer did at least. Yeah. Dead by Daylight creators have gone out and publicly said that their next pursuit that they want for their game are Stephen King properties for the monsters and for the survivors.
Dolores Claiborne, woo!
Which is the Dead by Daylight one? Is that the first
It's
person?
the one killer, 4 survivors trying to fix
Right,
areas and escape.
No, I got you, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Freddy, they got Pinhead, they got the Ring Girl, they got Leatherface, you know?
Dying Light is the one that I was thinking of.
That's right.
If you get the Christine Carr skin, that would be amazing.
They want Pennywise the Clown. I mean, they've already got their own.
Roger Rabbit.
But
that could work though. That'd be good.
Blade Runner 2099 is now a live-action series being developed by Amazon Film Studios with oversight by Ridley Scott.
Amazon are really trying to get in the biggest names they can.
They
dropped the Lord of the Rings trailer as well.
Disney and Netflix,
which everyone went Star Wars about. And was like, fuck this!
Disney and Netflix
all right,
fuck. Putting Amazon to shame, so Amazon's trying to grab as much as they can.
But I think Amazon seems to want.
Is that on?
That's HBO Max.
HBO, yeah.
I think Amazon are trying to go with we can't compete with the stuff they're putting out, but everything we get needs to be a big name.
Yeah.
You know.
Aye, and last bit of quickfire news is the film Dark Glasses is being streamed on Shudder, and that is the return to horror from acclaimed filmmaker Dario Argento, who's been absent for some time.
Yeah, but damn, Dario Argento going on to Shudder?
Shudder
Mate,
is the place for all of your horror content. It really, really is. If you're a horror fan.
Yeah, I really need to get a subscription to it.
I've
got to that point where I've got so many that I'm like, I really should not be getting another streaming service.
When I subscribe to Shudder, I binge what I want, and then I unsubscribe again and go back.
I need to do a free trial.
I haven't seen anything on Shudder that's made me go,
Mate, do you know what? A lot of the Alter shorts are fucking great, and you can just sit there
and Facebook,
binge 30 of them and stuff. No, but they've got more on there. Obviously, there's a bigger
more selection.
Catalog. And they don't always put the whole thing on Facebook as well, but you can just binge 30 of them in a night or something.
Man, you know me, I don't watch anything but wrestling.
Okay, well, before we take a break and finish this first segment, there's a couple of film trailers that we'd like to talk about. One of them being Nope. That's Jordan Peele's new horror thriller, which is due to arrive on the 22nd of July. I looked at the trailer and straight away I was like, the marketing for this film, it reminds me of Jar Jar Abrams' I keep forgetting the name. Cloverfield. You know, it's the sweeping shadows. It's that Independence Day trailer. You know, where it's the shadows moving across the town. Everybody looking up and going, and us watching the trailer going, what are they looking at? Best go see the movie because I want to know what they're looking at because the music's epic.
I do like the fact that each one of his stories has been really unique. And I know a lot of people will have issues because a lot of his cast are, primarily black actors. But at the same time, this is one of the things that we're always complaining about is that most Hollywood shit won't do that. So luckily to have somebody like Jordan Peele who comes up with a unique idea and then says, this is my cast and lineup, you're not changing that.
Dude, he's only doing what loads of other directors do, which is I'm working with the people I want to work with.
It's
Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
I want to make movies with my friends. That's all he's doing, really.
The guy in the Nope trailer, I really like him because he was the guy from Black Panther, who was the one character.
He was in Get Out, and I can never remember his name.
But he's the one. He's the one character in Black Panther I always laugh because he's the guy who turns to Michonne.
Oh, he's a dick, isn't he? Yeah.
And he's the dick, and I'm like, and the first thing I do is like, oh, you fucked up. That's your wife, man. You fucked up.
Is it me or is it Wakanda or me? And you better get stabbed with that spear.
You better get stabbed, mate.
You better get on that fucking rhino fast.
Get the fuck out.
Either which way, the trailer told me alien invasion movie. I'm going to watch it. I'm there.
Yeah,
Jordan Peele hasn't. You know, he's been made some very interesting movies.
Maybe they are the aliens, and the aliens are coming home.
It's going to be more. It's going to be a lot smarter than Moonfall, you know. So. The next trailer we're going to talk about, and I don't know if anyone's sick of hearing about it yet, but I love dinosaurs. Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, Jurassic Dominion, the sixth movie.
The sixth movie.
You know, is the trailer's dropped, and they're tugging on those member berries. Because
hard.
Squeeze my member berries.
Squeezing your member berries hard.
Here's Sam Neill. Here's Ian Malcolm. Here's Ellie Sattler. You remember these from the first movie.
If you don't remember, we'll even play you a little clip of them in this trailer. Wow. You're going in hard on the paint on this one.
I love me some dinosaurs. Now I know it's not a trauma movie we're going to watch. It's going to be PG dinosaurs eating people, but I'm still okay with that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Have we ever actually seen a dinosaur eat a fucking person in any of these movies?
Well,
I don't think we've actually seen it.
The lawyer in the first movie when he gets eaten off the toilet.
Fucking good shout. Yeah, straight away. Shut my mouth. Yeah.
But it's the fact.
I still wanted the compies to eat that little girl though. I'm just saying.
The compies did eat that guy in Lost World.
No, the little girl. You didn't see that, did you?
No, we didn't see the little girl die, but we heard the guy.
But I mean, the second. I think the Lost World probably has. I think the goriest, not goriest, the most intense and violent death in the entire series is when the two T-Rexes get the one guy who was trying to help all of the idiots in the carriage, and they rip him in half. Yeah, and I was like, my God, he was the smartest, the best man in the entire film, and he got the worst, most painful, horrific death in the series.
Because I'm not being funny, I wouldn't have left that tree.
No. But he had to do it to help those idiots.
I'd have yelled a lot, be like, move. No, move.
They were all idiots except for him, and he was the one who got killed. I was like, no, it's not right.
The trailer with Dominion, it made me think that, with a lot of our films, it's the nostalgia that they try to hit you with, and then when you paid your ticket and you sat down, you realise
to hit you with
the nostalgia is like
Jizz it in
worth
your face,
like 5 minutes, and
it's like this just venom spitting dinosaur.
This is it. Even in the trailer, there's a Dilophosaurus that pops up, and I'm like, that thing still looks rubber skinned.
Ooh, I remember.
Yeah, I remember. So.
And the next trailer, the final trailer that I'd like to talk about, is Crabs.
This is great.
I cannot wait to go and see Crabs. It's being described as Zombievers meets Godzilla. It is a low-budget, Roger Corman-inspired monster movie about giant crabs terrorizing a California coastal town, eating, the teens that are drinking when they shouldn't be, having sex when they shouldn't be. And so the crabs have had enough, and these giant mutated crabs are going to go across the town and eat everything in sight. And the trailer shows intestines, severed limbs, and giant kaiju crabs.
Big motherfuckers. Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't wait.
Oh my God! You know what? I can't wait.
Monkey, what the fuck's that? It's fucking thinking crabs.
When that huge fucking crab comes out of the ocean, I can't wait for the US military to deploy the enormous cracker that you eat the crabs with to fucking take it out. Yeah.
No, we need to take it back alive.
If there's not a scene where someone is eating crab and the crabs are outside the restaurant ooh,
how are you guys missing the most obvious thing? You know that there's going to be a moment where they're going to have to take out the crabs with a pincer movement. Oh!
I thought you were going to say penicillin.
And one of them's going to be shell-shocked after it.
Okay, well, that's going to bring us to the end of the first part of the podcast. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you for part 2.
Peace.
Boom.
And welcome back, everybody, to part 2 of the podcast, where we are going to be looking back at 2021 and recounting our mostly top 10s of all things media from that year.
Mostly top 10s. Right. Someone didn't do their fucking homework.
Okay. So I was going to do a top 10, and then I had a real issue trying to remember really good shit that not only came out, but I played and had time with. And 2021 was pretty fucking shit. Just had to go with what I got. So I had a top 5, which is technically a top 6 because some of them are double boosted.
Is this Undertaker matches again?
No.
All right.
There's no wrestling in there, but you know,
This is
I
where
got
you
5.
get
Yes, I got 5.
Got
so
5. Awesome.
You guys go with that.
Well, Andy and myself have our top 10, and we do also have a long list of runners-up and honourable mentions. Right, so because we've got our 10, I'm just going to quickly, just very, very quickly, just blast through all of my honourable mentions, so that you know they won't be in my top 10. My 10 included TV shows, video games, and movies, and so they are in mostly an order in the top 10 as well. But my runners-up are Last Night in Soho, Pig, Nobody, Finch, Godzilla vs. Kong, Free Guy, No Time to Die, The Father, Spider-Man No Way Home, Psycho Gorman, Silent Night, Heels, the TV show. Again, those were all movies, TV shows now. Heels, What If, Arcane, WandaVision, Incredible,
Invincible,
Resident Alien, Invincible, Squid Game, brand new Cherry Flavor, The Witcher Season 2, Cobra Kai Season 4, What We Do in the Shadow Season 3, and Snowpiercer Season 2.
This is What We Do in the Shadow Season 3 this year. 2021, was it?
2021,
Yes.
Oh shit! If I'd have known that would have gone that might have been 1
1
or 2 for mine, dude. Fuck, I love that series.
It's really good. But the thing I found with some of the Cobra Kai, we've talked about it extensively on the podcast.
Well, the last podcast was Cobra Kai.
Exactly, yeah. So I was like, it was great, but the ones I think in my top 10 are the ones that I could easily watch again, play again, I'm in love with, and I'm riding the high of enjoying those things
right on.
At the moment. So,
I think I'm the same, really. Yeah.
So, Andy, would you like to go through your honourable mentions?
Yeah, sure. So, again, I'm the same as you, Matt, and I did, because I know when we've done these before, and I know that you've done a similar thing to what I did before, where you've kind of picked stuff that you did in that year. Yeah. So, I've actually tried to do it properly for myself this year, where this is stuff that only came out in 2021. So rather than me going I've only got around to playing Miles Morales and stuff like that. So my honourable mentions are, and I'm instantly going to shit all over that and cheat straight away, with an honourable mention and just say Audible, as in the service from Amazon, so the audio books. I finally discovered it and I fucking love it. So it's I got to walk my dog all the time, long ass fucking walks. I get to throw a book on.
I got a question for you then, because I like Audible too. Now, do you prefer just narration, or do you prefer sound effects, voice actors, those that set the scene and atmosphere behind it?
I kind of like it depends.
No, I love it too.
Fuck you.
I'm interested.
If you could get Wikipedia on it, you'd fucking use it.
Did you see Linda's Valentine's present to me for Valentine's Day?
No, obviously.
Make Love the Bruce Campbell Way. It was fucking excellent.
What, the book?
Yeah,
oh, amazing.
It was fucking awesome.
So I tend to go, I'll get 2 or 3 a month, because I'm just smashing through them.
Yeah.
And I tend to go with, I like to get an autobiography because I love biographies.
Nice.
So that I like to be a lot more sort of straight, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But then I re-listened to all the Silence of the Lambs trilogy.
Ah,
because
great.
They're my favorite books. And I love when they're all read by a different reader and they all put their own inflections and things like that. Sound effects, I haven't listened to something that I think really needed it, but I love the fact that they've tried to capture a character. They're voice acting, doing it rather than just.
They're
reading
not just reading a book. Yeah.
Rather than the autobiographies. I'm listening to The Dirt at the minute, the Motley Crue one.
Nice.
They've got a different actor for each member of the band, but it's very much they're just reading it. Which is fine. So I go either way, but fucking, it's a great service. And if I haven't got the time to read, but I do have an hour or so on a 3-mile walk every night with my dog, where I can listen to a book, and that's how I'm getting my reading in now. So it's definitely worth it.
Very nice.
A couple of games on there. Outriders, it was fun. It was fucked from day one, but servers and stuff, and it was pretty repetitive. But co-op, 3 of you.
Poor man's destiny.
Kind of, I guess. It was fun. It was a looter shooter that did for a free game on Games Pass. Thanks.
Yep.
The Mass Effect Legendary Edition, like I mentioned, I've just finished Mass Effect 1. That's going to be my next 3 Xbox games as I intersperse it with so I did Mass Effect 1. Now I'm playing Spider-Man, and then I'll go back to Mass Effect 2. I remember playing the original 3 as a complete bastard, so I'm playing as a Paragon in this one and actually making it like I give a shit about my crew. Whereas by the end of it, I think in the last one, in the third one, they were like, "Who's gonna die?" And the rest of the crew were like, "As long as it's fucking you, we don't care." We don't care. I'm like, "Sorry, I wanted the achievement." That's pretty much it gaming wise, other than what's on my top 10.
Can I just ask who's in your team in Mass Effect?
I will run Kaiden and the human biotic.
Yeah.
And then I'll throw normally like Garrus in.
Yeah.
How can you
We're
not,
friends now.
How can you not take Garrus all the fucking time?
Like, who would not like Garrus?
Yeah, man, it's fucking awesome. A lot of the time, if I want to just go in like, you know, all guns blazing, it's like Garrus and Rex. Just like, come on, boys, it's time we're gonna fuck this shit up. But I quite like Kaiden. As in, like, I knew starting this one, when you have to make the choice, I was like, Ashley's gonna die.
Decision already made.
As soon as she rocked up, I was like, oh, that bitch dead. Like,
no point talking to you.
Yeah, skipped all the dialogue. I was like, I already know you're gonna die. Don't worry about it. So movies. Actually, I don't think I've put them in that order, same as you. So I'm just gonna go for it. Free Guy, loved it. Popcorn movie, fucking great. Not like the. It's worth your money alone for Chris Evans calling a what the fuck to the Captain America show come out. Genius. Marvel wise, Shang-Chi, Black Widow, Loki, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, What If, Hawkeye, they're all great.
So all the Marvel stuff that they released last year.
Didn't even say Eternals, did you?
I didn't hear you say Eternals.
It's not in my top 10.
No,
spoilers. But yeah, for the most part, they're all great, and they've all given us, you know, they've all been building towards what looks like the new phase of Marvel and everything. Yeah. So can't really go wrong with it. Willy's Wonderland.
Yes!
Man, that was fucking great.
I know, I literally, because there was 3 Nicolas Cage movies last year, and I was like, Willy's Wonderland is probably, you know what, it should have been on there, but I think Pig was a better movie.
Yeah, I haven't watched Pig yet.
I was like, I was battling myself, like, whether it objectively is better or subjectively what I like more, and
Yeah. Antlers?
I haven't seen it yet, no.
Man, I love a Wendigo movie. I'm all for that. That's great. Lamb, because
Lamb,
it's a fucking lamb baby.
Oh god, yes, I was just my brain just went, no, you need to forget about this film. You can't keep thinking about this.
It's a human lamb baby.
Yes.
Fucking watch it. It's brilliant.
Don't watch it.
Titan.
Oh god, Titan. Yeah,
the weird.
The guy who did Raw.
Yeah.
Because the same fucking characters in it, as in the same actors, they use our same name.
Right,
I swear.
yeah.
But that's a fucking movie.
I've not finished it yet. I've not finished it.
I can't believe I got through it in one sitting.
Okay, yeah.
There was a lot of this all the way through. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but you sat through Lamb, so you were probably up for anything by then.
Yeah, but in a way, it's kind of like, I don't know. Like Titan is like, I'm almost like, is this a movie?
Wait,
it's absolutely a movie.
You sat through Titan and Lamb, and you're gonna fucking judge me on Be Kind Rewind?
Yeah.
Fuck you, motherfucker. And the Titan? Fuck you.
Okay, wait, but have you sat through those two?
No.
Right, so shut up. Suicide Squad the remake. It's a fucking fun movie, man. It's a great movie. I really enjoyed it. I don't know if it was like, well, it can't possibly be worse than the fucking first one. So there is that.
Or Aquaman,
yeah. The King's Man.
With Ralph Fiennes.
I haven't had a chance to see it yet.
It's
World War One Kingsman.
Yeah, the trailer is misleading. If you watch that trailer, you're like, it's nothing to do with the movie at all, like really, the way it all plays out. But it's good performances. There's some great callbacks. It's probably the weakest of the 3, but it's still enjoyable because it's a good action movie. There is a fight scene with Rasputin where he's, and again, not to fucking.
Who's the actor playing him? Is it John
Reese?
Yes, yeah.
And he breaks out. I mean, I don't know. It's him. It's probably a stunt double because he breaks out this like Russian ballet fighting with Rasputin, the song playing in the background. It's fucking stellar. It's like top 3 of all of the fucking action sequences of the entire thing.
No way.
Okay.
See, the first one is so good.
That church scene.
I didn't say it was better than the church scene.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but it's up there.
It's on par.
And it's really, really great. And there's a lovely sequel setup for this movie in
for the prequel series.
Yeah.
There was a couple of things I really wanted to try. I tried to watch because I knew that it might get onto my list, and along with Antlers. I had the choice between that and something else, and the something else is actually on my top 10. So
man.
It's hard to watch everything.
The only thing that sort of brought it down for me a little bit, Kingsman, was the ending, I was kind of like the big reveal, and I don't want to spoil it because it's still a fairly new movie. I was kind of like, yeah, of course it is fucking this, you know. I was a bit like, oh, I saw that fucking coming from literally the first scene of the movie, unfortunately. But other than that, it's still good.
Yeah.
In the same way that, like, I like Golden Circle. Everyone fucking kicked off about it. It's like, what's wrong with that movie? Fuck you. When Merlin on the thing, take me on country roads. Don't start me off.
No.
You know. But yeah. And then the last couple of bits. Masters of the Universe season 2. Fuck you, Internet. I enjoyed it. Whatever. And then a couple of documentaries. Seaspiracy. Which,
that was amazing.
It was amazing.
That was great. And horrifying.
I'm never going to eat fish again, apparently, now. I liked eating fish. Fuck. Yeah. That's gone out the window. And the Beatles Get Back.
I need to see
mostly for just what it isn't very. It's just the Beatles in a room playing.
Yeah,
making the album happen.
It's not hard to do, but it's like it's an incredible visual and
a piece of history.
Yeah, it
exactly.
really is.
An insight
I highly
into their
recommend
minds.
it. And it's one of those, like, how many times have you said, like, when you're listening to an album, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble if it ever gets out that I said it, because I was watching this with my wife. So this is just between me, you, and everyone else listening.
Right, okay. Like thousands of people on the internet, okay. Yeah, okay.
So we're watching it, and obviously, there's all these, we've been making all these things for years where we like de-age actors or do whatever and make, we've had Bohemian Rhapsody and we've had the Town Edgerton.
I'm cringing already.
Oh, wait. Okay, now we were drinking, but we hadn't had that much to drink.
Right.
So we're sat there watching it, and at one point she goes, "This is amazing." I was like, "It fucking is, right?" And she's, "Who did they get to play them?" I was quiet for about 3 minutes.
See,
I was like,
you just let
babe, this is a fucking documentary. And she straight away she's like, shut your fucking mouth.
Oh no.
And she's like, never tell anyone that story. And I was like, I won't.
Oh, that's so
and he
bad.
just has told everybody, so.
Linda, keep your mouth shut. Alright.
Alrighty, so let's quickly move on.
You have to cut that from the podcast.
No, it's highlighted, played at the beginning of the episode.
I'll tell you what, do you want me to do my 10th first? Because we're just going to, it's
go
going to
for
be
it.
like a
Andy, what's your number 10?
Boba Fett. So
All right, the thing we talked about
We
for an
mentioned
hour.
it, didn't we? So, yeah.
Okay, well, guess what? My number 10 is Dexter New Blood, and I talked about that a lot last month too.
Yeah.
Set 10 years after Dexter Morgan went missing in the eye of Hurricane Laura. Now living under an assumed name in upstate New York, Iron Lake, far from his original home in Miami. Michael C. Hall, Jennifer Carpenter, Clancy Brown. I loved it from beginning, middle, and end. It had the
Clancy Brown's in it.
Clancy Brown.
Now I might watch it.
Oh, he is also so good in it, and he has a good range that he goes through. And every episode, you felt it building up to something, then it ends, and you're like, God damn it! Next episode. What time is it? It's 3 a.m. Can I do another one? That's what that show was like for me.
Awesome.
Nail biting all the way to the end, and I know the ending again is split. We've talked about it quite a bit, but I landed on the side of that's where I wanted this show to go. Very
redemption.
Very happy. I don't want to say anything, but
No, I mean just as a fan who's sort of like, because I'm only assuming you didn't like the way it ended originally.
The thing is, I was indifferent. I wasn't annoyed as much as everybody else was. I was fine with the way it ended. But I guess I'm happier with the way it's ended now.
Right on. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Cool. So, Andy, you're number 9.
My number 9 is Venom, Let There Be Carnage.
Oh,
because
it's on your list.
Fucking right it is, man. That is a fun movie.
I watched it too because you said it was actually
man.
really good. I was like, I kind of enjoyed Venom 1. I'm gonna watch Venom 2.
Yeah, right.
And I liked it too.
Yeah,
It's enjoy Venom 1.
No,
because
objectively bad
movie.
Wait.
Yeah, of course.
But I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah, but how hard is it? It's not a difficult movie. It's just an easy movie. It's like
no.
So wait a minute. You can chime in when we hit five.
I'll chime in.
But okay, first of all, I mean, I know that they've already confirmed that Venom 2 is in Spider-Man. Venom is in Spider-Man 2, the Insomniac game. Can we please have a Venom game? Just pure,
yes.
like on the planet of the symbiotes, it would be incredible. But Yeah, I just think it's a great example of something. Whenever they've done the movie, they're like, look, this doesn't have to be hard. It's a buddy movie.
Yeah.
It's just the buddy happens to be in the dude's head. He happens to turn him in. It's
and
not
he wants
fucking...
to eat people's brains.
Exactly, and it's like, and he's like, I want to eat the brains, and the other guy's like, oh no, we won't.
We're going to be good people.
Yeah, and we're going to argue about it.
You can only eat criminals.
Venom going off to a rave was pretty fucking stupid. I'm not going to lie. That was, I was like, okay. But I watched this with Jessica, my 11-year-old, because I'm a great parent. And she loves the first one because she thinks it's funny as all hell, which is a great example of the first Venom movie. Because I'm like, this is for kids, really, isn't it?
I can understand that. Yeah. If
so
you look at the film from that.
Hey, it's a tight 90 minutes.
That was part of my problem is that its pace was it didn't give enough time for characters to breathe, especially Carnage and his relationship with the girl.
Why don't think they needed it though?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, for what the film is, it definitely doesn't. Yeah. It's an action movie. It's not a drama.
Yeah.
And so, I also didn't really know who Carnage was. I'm sorry, I'll hand in my geek badge. I didn't really know who that character was. So the film couldn't depict it in any other way it was going to be new to me.
I
but
think
the Venom and Brock relationship carries the whole movie. I was there for Venom and Brock. Like,
it could have been them in the apartment.
Yeah, the entire time just talking to each other. That would have been amazing.
They used that one F-bomb they got so well as well.
They did. They really did. That was
like, my kids did a spit take on that one. He's like, fuck this guy! And just biting. Like, that's so funny. And the fucking banter between like Venom and Dan, the doctor, like, I think you're cool, Dan.
Yes.
Like, fucking shit. I was like, well, there's no reason for this at all. I thought I thought this one benefited greatly from the not having the fake shit Osborn with a crap villain in the first one did, because that was my biggest problem with the first one. I did have some problems with fucking nitpicking, like Carnage's voice. I wanted that high, from the cartoon, really fucking strung out Carnage voice. Yeah. But still, it was fun. And I'm like, it's good CGI of Carnage and Venom fighting. Like I said, how hard is this?
Yeah,
Not very.
It's hard when you have all of the really good Marvel movies you've got, and then Sony goes, hey, guess what? We've made a superhero movie too. And you realise that it's fucking... But in a universe where you're comparing it to something like Aquaman, yeah, I'm sure Venom 2 is...
It's fun,
man. Oh, Venom 2 was so much more fun than Aquaman.
Yeah.
and you could watch Venom 2 twice before Aquaman finishes.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true, yeah.
So my number 9 is Chucky Season 1.
Yeah.
After a vintage Chucky doll turns up in a suburban yard sale, an idyllic American town is thrown into chaos as a series of horrifying murders begin to expose the town's hypocrisies and secrets. Created, of course, by Don Mancini, there since the original Child's Play, been there through all of the movies, and now keeping the legacy and story going in TV season form. They've been picked up for season 2. They're really excited to get back to work on it. It's a passion project for everyone involved, and it really does feel like once Chucky's series reaches its inevitable end, will be the de facto entire thing from beginning to end told. There are some horrifying moments in it. Yeah. There are some bad acting in it, but like, they're kid actors. Sometimes they annoy me, but then Chucky kills them, so I'm like, And the show did get very meta as well, which is also fine, because the show has straddled horror, comedy, slapstick, and then back around again. And this show encompasses almost everything that all the movies did in several episodes, and there will be some twists, and there will be some shock deaths, and there will be some amazing puppeteering going on with the Chucky doll, and Brad Dourif is a legend. If you guys haven't seen Chucky yet and you're a fan of the horror character, it's absolutely one of the best things to come out of last year.
Yeah, I mean, we started watching the series together because you wanted to show me the first episode.
Yeah.
And then I watched like 3 or 4 of them, realised I hadn't watched Cult of Chucky, so went back and watched Cult of Chucky to finish off that series. Still haven't seen the remake with Mark Hamill, but it doesn't matter because it's not incorporated.
It's a studio-made moneymaker. And
then finished the entire series and was like, I know we talk about all these different TV programs and stuff that we watch, but seriously, I didn't need to watch anything after watching Brad Dourif do a countdown of all the people he killed.
Yes.
It sounds very, like I said, I haven't watched it, but it sounds very much almost in the vein of Cobra Kai in the way that it's got the backing of
Yes.
people that love
Yes.
the fucking lore and everything.
Yes.
So it's like
the fact that it's the same people making it.
Exactly. So it's a passion project. So it's like it's automatically going to at least be treated seriously, which is, you know.
One of the things that I love the most about Chucky is the fact that Fiona Dorroff, Brad Dorroff's actual daughter, is in the film series and she's in the Chucky series. And the Chucky series does flashbacks to a young Charles Lee Ray when he was alive. The actor playing young Charles Lee Ray is Fiona Dorroff. So she's actually playing her dad as the young version, and she carries it so well that you'll be looking at it going, yeah, that dude they got to play that part is doing an amazing job. It's like, it's actually Fiona.
He's got that. He's a feminine looking dude, though, isn't he? So that works perfectly. That's awesome, man.
Yep.
Love it.
Okay, so you're number 8, Andy.
My number 8, this was the game that I had the most fun with last year, so I wanted it to go on the list, and I always caveat this, because it's an Xbox game within brackets also just Game Pass for just continuing to be really fucking awesome. Because it is, as Microsoft continue to buy the entirety of the gaming industry. But it's Halo Infinite. And a lot of it is because compared to fucking Guardians, it's quite the redemption story. I loved the original Halo, sort of like 1 to 3, like we were talking about it earlier. Loved those games. You know, I think they really were absolute, I hate to say trailblazers, but they fucking were. They changed the game, man. Then things got a bit shit for a while, for a couple of games. They weren't that fun. 343 took over, 343 Industry. Bungie went off to make Destiny. Thanks. For PlayStation now, I think, right?
Yeah.
So it's a shift now as well, this game, into an open world setting, into a sandbox game, which has obviously never been done before. It starts off linear in that classic kind of, you know, the first couple of missions you're playing, it starts off as your classic Halo in your, you know, corridors and stuff like that. And the environment itself is still kind of fairly one-dimensional in the way that you're basically playing a big version of the Silent Cartographer. Like, there's no snow level in this. There's no, you know, no desert or anything. It's like you're in this one sort of place. Do you know what I mean? But that's fine. You know, it's a decent-sized map. And I guess for someone like me as well, who's sort of like, I really have to put time aside to play between like work and family and everything like that. It was one where I was like, oh shit. Oh, is this the size? Okay, that's decent, and I can do this. I can wrap this up. Okay. Like I said to you, it's called Halo Infinite. It fucking ain't. I was done with it in about 20 hours. So less than probably more like 15 actually. Just the single player I'm talking now as well. I haven't had a chance to play the multiplayer, but it's great. They've gone around and incorporated stolen, whatever. They got the grapple shot from fucking Titanfall.
Yes,
and
great addition.
Great, and it's from Doom Eternal. So that's brilliant. You know, they've incorporated that. It's smooth like butter to play. What was great is I started playing it on my Xbox One X, and then got the Series X as I was playing it. Seeing the jump, obviously everything transfers over from the cloud. Seeing the jump in graphics and load time and everything like that really did as well make me feel like, oh shit, I have just jumped a generation. This is amazing. Because I'm always a bit skeptical of those games that come out cross generation. I'm like, you're not really true next gen, then are you? I guess, you know, and. But yeah, so that was wonderful to see that jump. It's like any kind of open world game that you played, in the sense of, like, you know, it's going to dot you around a couple of missions that you can do. It's going to bring up all these little extra activities. There's enough there after you finish the main story to keep you going. So, I'm going to go around and get all these collectibles or finish all these things and stuff. It's actually quite a good progression system as well, where you unlock further vehicles and things like that, forward operating. Basically, you can fast travel around. You've got probably the best mini bosses of any Halo game, I would say. The mini bosses that you encounter.
That's the thing. I mean, this for me is the first Halo game to actually have bosses in, you know, like with
other than an end boss.
Strategies.
I would say so. I mean, like you had like moments in like Halo 2 with the Scarab and stuff could be considered almost like a sort of mini boss. Couldn't it? Like an event. Yeah. But this one, you definitely come across like 3 or 4 mini bosses that do test you, you know.
Backstories, you know.
Yeah, and there's like assassination missions where each sort of Covenant general you take out, you get like a custom weapon, and you can just cycle through and change the weapon. Because I tell you what, one of the biggest issues I had with Guardians is they introduced some great new weapons. Now, in the Halo series, I've never been a huge fan of the Covenant weapons. But the UNSC ones are like Oh,
yeah,
these are
with the pistol,
the
battle rifle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in Halo 5, I never got to use the motherfuckers because you'd run out of ammo in 2 seconds, and you were on a Covenant planet, and those were the only fucking guns.
So you're just constantly cycling.
Oh,
pick
it was
up
so
drop.
annoying.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, you start off at your forward operating base, and you just cycle through your weapons. I'm going to go with this loadout, I'm going to do this. Exactly.
cool.
There's a great little upgrade system to your grapple, and you can upgrade your shield, and it's all map. I bought that Turtle Beach pad as well, where you could map your other buttons out, and nice. I was, playing with that a bit. That was fun. So yeah, man, I got to admit, it was a really nice return to a series that I loved, and then kind of went off.
And then come back to.
I'm really hoping Gear 6 does this.
Sure, yes,
so I come back to that series as well.
For sure.
So for me, it was the best game of the year.
With Halo Infinite, it was funny because they dropped the beta multiplayer first, didn't they? Before they dropped the game.
Well, they've done that before. They did that with Guardians, I think.
But I hadn't heard anything about Halo, and then all of a sudden it's already got this free multiplayer beta. So Dylan was like, "Oh yeah, Dad, I really want to get this. I want to try it." So I was like, "Okay," so we downloaded it. So I downloaded it, and then I had an online game, and I was really surprised the beta online was so smooth. It wasn't laggy.
It was really stable.
It was literally just like, here you go. It's just like fucking Halo 2, Halo 3. Out you go with your guns. I won like 2 or 3 games in a row, and I just put the joypad down. I was like, you know what? I don't need to play this. I've still got all the skills that I used to have when I played all the other fucking
Retiring
Halo
undefeated.
I am saying this. I even helped Dylan kill a boss.
Nice.
He was having his lunch. I brought him up his noodles, and he's just like, Dad, I can't get past this guy. And so I'm just like, well, let me have a go. And no spoilers, but it was like a guy, he was invisible with a shield, and so you had to work out where he was to fight him.
It's the interesting thing about the boss in this one. They actually do fight differently as well, which is cool, man. But I mean, the story is great as well, I think, because it's very simplified. You got this, a new AI, and then it pulls in like the common thing. But you basically, you get to see Master Chief's sort of this portrayal as a broken man, kind of blaming himself for the downfall of humanity, and that's different, really.
It's a bit much. He didn't really do it on his own.
No, but that is the point. No, but that kind of is the point where he's kind of like, I failed. It's all on me.
Yeah.
And you see that through, and then because of the new AI, you get to see that develop. It's got the ending is not necessarily what I would say satisfying. In fact, there's anyone who's played any of the others will shout the last line before he does. So you can probably guess what he says, but still, it's a great base for if this is where we're going to take Halo now. Brilliant, and it's kind of like Assassin's Creed 1, where it was a great base of a game for an open world game, where it was like, here's your map, and we're going to give you 5 activities, but we're going to make you do it a lot. And it's like, great. And then Assassin's Creed 2, they're like, we thought of way more activities, so now we can spread it out a bit. Yeah. So I'd just like to see them in like a new map with, varied locations, vary the activities a bit, and you've got a fucking golden game for sure. So yeah, great fun.
Nice. I was glad to hear you talk about Halo, because I played the multiplayer and then kind of fell out of the mood to want to play it. So I will give
multiplayer will do that to you of any game, I think. Yeah.
Alrighty, so on to my number 8. My number 8 is Midnight Mass, which is an isolated island community experiences miraculous events and frightening omens. After the arrival of a charismatic and mysterious young priest, that's pretty much your synopsis for it. And it's been written and directed by Mike Flanagan. It's 7 episodes long. It's on Netflix, and it's filled with mystery and suspense, and it's very Stephen King-ish. And of course, Mike Flanagan.
I thought it was.
Had already done Gerald's Game and Doctor Sleep, and so it's kind of after having adapted some Stephen King stuff, it very much feels like it was a book adapted. So yeah, and for me, it was filled with lots of ideas, conflicting thoughts and opinions. It almost felt like, the characters would discuss things and have complete polar opposite ideas, but at least they would discuss them within it. And so it was very much a character drama, and then you get reminded that there's stuff going on, which is of course leading these characters to want to talk about life and death and the afterlife and space and creation and monsters and myths. And so again, there's lots of different things to be explored in there, whilst all of this behind the scenes monster thing is building up. I don't want to go into spoilers, but yeah, it's a slow burn. But once you get invested in the world that's been created and the characters, it really will leave you with so much to think about. Once once you've watched the whole thing.
Yeah, I need to. I've only watched the first 2 episodes because it was what I was saying to her. It was like me and Donna started it. She was like, "Don't watch any more without me." I was like, "Okay," and then she never watched it again. I was like, "Fuck," no, I haven't had a chance to go back and watch it. So, but yeah, the atmosphere that they build, even in those first, like, I totally get what you're saying. It's a slow burn.
Yeah.
I really like the biblical horror stuff. Church is fucking scary. Priests are fucking scary. Let's be honest. There's always that, like, look at all the fucking examples we've got between The Omen and the fucking, Exorcist and everything. So I really like that set, and the island was great. It did feel almost in those first couple of episodes as well, not just like, oh, this is Stephen King-esque. It was like there was like a moment where there was a lot of cats on the island or something at night, and they're like, oh, those cats are fucking creepy. I was like, oh, is this like fucking sleepwalkers or something?
Right.
Like, is that reference to it and stuff like that? So I wondered if that's the way they were going with it, but yeah, it did look great. I got to admit, the only reason it's not in any of my lists, I think, is just because I haven't had a chance to fucking finish it.
Yeah. Now, when I first finished Midnight Mass, I was probably a bit more critical on it than, and it's because I've had now time to reflect on it as well and take in the whole thing. The more I think about it, the higher it will probably have moved up my top 10 list. It really was incredible. Yeah. Alrighty, so on to number 7, Andy.
My number 7 is actually a documentary from National Geographic called The Rescue.
Oh, was this the one about the kids trapped underground after the cave-in?
A Thai football team of 13 kids that are essentially, after a soccer game, they're playing in caves because they live around these caves. They're rural kids, so they're playing in these caves. Monsoon comes in, floods the caves out, they can't get out. So it's about the rescue attempt, obviously, of getting these kids out. And one, again, it's like an hour and a half documentary, I think. Maybe 2 hours, so it's pretty tight. Have you seen it?
I've watched it, yeah.
They send these, they sort of like go looking for them pretty quick because it's obviously very easy to understand that they're missing. 13 kids go missing, and they see what happens pretty quick. They end up sending in sort of like Thai Navy SEALs to try and get in because they got to dive. It's a documentary in one sense about cave diving.
It's the moment when they have to call like British divers to come over there because the SEALs, the Navy SEAls couldn't do it.
There's one guy that was there in Thailand.
Yeah.
And they're like, we need a list of the world's best cave divers.
Yeah.
One of them is, these are not young, hunky men heroes, by the way. One of them is a fucking 50-year-old IT consultant.
Yeah.
And the other one is like an ex-fireman.
And these are the heroes we need.
Absolutely. And the fireman was actually married to a woman who was from that village.
Yeah.
Purely by coincidence.
Yeah.
Which was so strange. They bring them over. I mean, by the time they get there and they start diving, and it's funny when they say they dive into a cave when they're talking about it, and the footage is unbelievable because they had cameras with them. It's like when they say like about like going into the caves to get to like they're designating them as chambers. You're talking 2 hours. It's not just a quick. Oh, we'll just pop in and have a see where they are.
These are hundreds of miles of networks of caves.
They give you the fucking thing of it. It's the biggest cave system, right?
Which is why when you go like, well, the kids were playing them, I'm like, fuck you, get away from that motherfucking
But
cave.
again, man, that's it. That's where they are, isn't it? So. I mean, they go in, and the first time they go in, they locate like 3 workers from the Water and Power Division that no one knew was missing.
Yes.
And what they do is they manage to get them out by literally like, I'm going to put a mask on you, and I'm going to grab you, and I'm going to drag you out, literally. And it's a night, and it's only
claustrophobic
like it's a
nightmare.
few minutes,
Yeah.
and they nearly don't get them out because they're like. They're not experienced divers. They're panicking and they're trying to get them out. Yeah. And then they're like, straight away, they're like, we got to do that with kids who we haven't found yet. And by the way, this is day 6.
Yeah.
So from the jump, you're like, the fucking chances of them being alive is slim. And so it's all about. It's
very emotional.
It really is. It's crazy, but it's an amazing profile of the mindset of a cave diver.
Yeah.
As well, they do talk because obviously they profile all these guys and they talk about like their upbringings and stuff like that. I love the fact that two like middle-aged Brits turned up and started yelling at Thai Navy SEALs what's fucking blue and stuff. But I mean, there's like a volunteer Navy SEAL comes in, he dies.
Yeah,
trying to save them. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, say it's spoilers. This was
a real story,
national and international news. So they do end up finding the kids, and it's purely by luck that they find them. These kids are incredible. The fact that if that was me, I'd be like, fucking take me back. Like, you know, I don't think I would have lasted the 6 days or 10 days by the time they find them, you know. And they manage to, you know, they can't just take the kids out. They're consulting doctors to ask, can we sedate the children to take them out? Because they're like, we just took 3 grown men out for like 3 minutes and we nearly didn't get them out, you know. It's an incredible story of desperation, you know, heroism, blind luck. Because as well, at any point, they're like, if that monsoon comes in again, that's it. It's done. The kids are running out of oxygen as well because there's like a toxicity level in the air, obviously, and they're like, you know, once it drops to this, that's it. They can't sustain life, you know. It's on Disney Plus. It's on National Geographic. Take the time to watch it because it really is it's an incredible privilege seeing this first-hand account of this rescue attempt from guys that are like, at no point really, I think, do these guys kind of realize quite how amazing they are at what they're doing. You know, they're very humble about it, and they're very much like, I can't believe that these things aligned for us to even find them in the first place. You know what I mean? So
despite how harrowing it is actually kind of a feel-good feeling at the end as well.
So I'd highly rate it. It's called The Rescue. Check it out.
Nice. Alrighty, my number 7 is Dune. Now, I was umming and ahhing all of last year as to whether I would actually watch it.
Yeah, sorry. Have you seen this?
What? Dune?
Yeah.
The original and I wiki this one.
Okay, so no. So I haven't seen this one either.
Okay.
But you are talking about the new one.
Yes.
It's just like the original.
So Dune Part 1, which is the feature adaptation of Frank Herbert's science fiction novel about the son of a noble family entrusted with the protection of the most valuable asset and the most vital element in the galaxy.
And of course, World.
It's Spice World. No. I can never pronounce this director's name properly. Denis Villeneuve, I think it is.
He did pretty well there.
And it's Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah.
Rebecca Ferguson and Zendaya. And Oscar Isaacs is in there as well. There's a lot of recognizable faces.
Batista's there, right?
Thanos
is in it.
Thanos is in it. There's a lot of
Aquaman's in it.
Jason Momoa. Yes, Jason Momoa. I absolutely loved it. I mean, it's made it to my number 7. I think it's a film that if I watch more, again, it probably could have creeped up the list. I was holding off on watching it. I should have seen this in the theater. I should have seen this on the big screen. The spectacle of it all, you know. It's what's his face's Hans Zimmer's music score.
Yeah.
You know, the cinematography was outstanding. The costumes, the characterization, the scenes, the drama, the emotional beats, the families. It is complex and it is a lot to take in. And it's disappointing that it's only part 1. And that's the reason why I held off last year, because I was like, man, I really want like all the Dunes, and I just want to watch the lot in one go.
See, now that's why I've not seen it now, because point 1 is I missed it in the cinema, and everyone was like, you should have watched it in IMAX. And I was like, okay, I can take it. But 2, I'm like, it's part 1 of 3.
Or more.
And I'm kind of like, do you know what? Maybe I'm just going to watch this when it's 9 hours long and I just sit down there one day and just smash it all out on Blu-ray or something.
But the problem with it is that Dune is so big. If you really wanted to, you could go read the books and then use your imagination to fill in all the blanks. Or you could watch the movie from the 80s, which is just as good as this one.
No.
It is. It is, because it's taking in this grand scale of Dune the books, which the movies are not even going to be able to properly incorporate, and put it inside this film with only the limitations of the special effects that they had at the time. This new Dune movie, I have no intention of watching until all of them are out, and then like Andy's saying, sitting there and doing a massive 9-hour sci-fi binge. But Dune is sci-fi on a level that makes Star Wars and Star Trek look mediocre. It makes Star Trek and Star
It's
Wars...
for completely different audiences.
It's fucking filmed in the same place. It's in fucking
like
Tatooine,
Star Wars
isn't
and
it?
Star Trek movies are popcorn movies.
Dune is the universe that we wish Star Wars was. But we get hand-fed the Star Wars stuff easy with the Skywalkers. Dune doesn't do that with the...
No, man, would you not argue maybe the reason that we even got a Dune remake is because of the success of like films like Star Wars, is that they're like, oh, okay, so we can...
That's what I'm saying,
because
somebody said we need better sci-fi out there, so they've taken a risk by taking the most difficult sci-fi to put to screen and put it to screen. But like Gary said, he loved it, he loved part one. The only thing is he needs more.
I need more.
So they're going to go with Dune 2
because
and Dune 3.
It is such high
quality. But their scale is going to get so much more bigger, and it might possibly... I'm not going to say it will or won't, because it is down to the viewer, the audience member. It's down to that person going, can I take all this in? Because there's going to be a hell of a lot more to come in, which might push it over.
I don't know, you're kind of... The argument to not watch the movie is almost like because it's too epic. That's not an argument to not watch a movie. That's like... That's why we should be watching these things.
If you're wanting that epicness, there's
of course. I mean, what, from a film like Doom, where, like I said, I've seen the trailers and stuff like that, at least, where I'm like, yeah, this looks like it could be just incredible
and if you've got 3 hours to sit down and take it in and immerse yourself in that universe, you will absolutely love it, because that's what they're doing. I did the same thing with the 80s version. I just wanted more from the 80s version to expand more in that universe. That's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, Dude's fucking great.
It is. It's awesome.
It's great. And I haven't even seen it. Wiki did.
So you really got the visual...
Yeah, man, because the
visual effects of it.
Andy, you're number 6, please.
Do you want to move on?
Yes.
So my number 6 is... this is another long one. This is all like long shit. Is the Snyder Cut of Justice League.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
Very good.
That was very good. That was very good.
I fucking loved it. It's another little story of redemption, really, isn't it? You know. So yeah, obviously we got the Justice League.
Stupid chin at the beginning. Hope.
They removed the scene of Superman with a fake beard.
Just had him with a fucking beard in it. It would have been
weird, right? Almost like in the comics, he had one. Anyway,
I enjoyed it too.
I did. I really enjoyed it, and I mean, like, you know. Granted, there was a lot of like, it's 4 fucking hours. It's like, it's so well broken down. He even gives you scene cards. Just watch it when you can. Yeah. But yeah, it's fine. It's 4 hours. Fuck it. It could have been 6. I still watched it. It was one. Okay, first of all, we fucking did this. There was a movement and it worked.
Yeah. It took a while. It took a while.
Off. You know, if you don't know the story, which I'm sure everyone does, obviously, is he filmed a 4-hour movie. There was a lot of a lot of this was going to be spread over like 3 movies. I know that he storyboarded out 3 movies. Yeah. And then tragically, you know, his daughter passes away. He's like, and then I know that there was more stuff where he was already fired before this. Whatever. He walked away from the movie or left the movie. They brought in Joss Whedon, who then cut it to fucking 2 hours, put in a bunch of reaction shots, reshot a load of it, and it sucked. You know, it looked like a couple of movies taped together. You can go shot for shot with that was a Snyder one, that was a Joss Whedon one, that was a, you know what I mean. So hashtag release the Snyder Cut starts, and you know, we get the ball rolling, and eventually someone finally you know, we finally got it out. Thanks, Warner Brothers, for fucking doing
they're still
good.
now released the Ayer cut, is it, of Suicide Squad?
And
there's released the other cut of the other Batman film.
Batman Forever.
Yeah.
Released the Kilmer cut. So I think he used the 4 hours well, to be honest. And again, you can break it down into sort of like sections, but the fact, you know, we get Flash and Cyborg were the real winners of this. Were great. You know, because I didn't fucking like Barry Allen in that original movie. Sure. I didn't like...
he was the comic relief then.
Who's the guy playing him again? Help me out.
Who played
from Harry Potter? Yeah. God. I've forgotten his name. Anyway, see?
Daniel Radcliffe.
No, yeah. So Daniel Radcliffe is Flash. You know, he's charming in this version. You know, his amazing, that opening scene where he's, you know, getting the job with the puppies, and then that's Iris that he obviously saves, literally runs out of his shoes, which was one of the best visual treats, I think, in the entire movie. You know, Cyborg is so complicated, and again, this really is kind of his movie. the relationship between him and his dad is so much more like three-dimensional, and it's kind of like referenced in the original, but this is the difference between like realized development and insinuation, really, in comparisons to it's fucking night and day, you know. There's more purpose for the characters to actually be there, whereas before it was just like, look, we just want that shot of them all walking off the fucking thing to set, you know.
For sure.
The CGI is a lot better. It's not fantastic still, which maybe was why he put it in 4:3 ratio, but you know, Steppenwolf looks fucking better.
Yeah. Because
he couldn't look no worse.
Right from the offset, the film has a completely different tone.
Oh,
so
God,
every time you get into a battle sequence or a conversation sequence and details about, like we said, about Cyborg's life, there's a bit of darkness, you know, and you actually feel quite bad. Unlike in a Marvel movie where everything's quite chirpy even when somebody dies. You're like, oh, they died, oh, I'm quite sad.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, the tone is definitely, it's a Zack Snyder tone, isn't it? You know, let's be honest. I mean, Steppenwolf's got that, like, fall from grace that is so much more evident, you know. The fact that they actually bother to be like, I mean, in that original, you're forgiven to be like, who the fuck is he trying to impress? Because you don't see or reference Darkseid in that original, whereas in this one, we go to Acropolis, you know, and it
shows the backstory.
Oh my god, it's so fucking good, you know? Martian fucking Manhunter, dude. Like, you know, we get that part of the story, which is incredible. You know, the 4:3 ratio, even I'm kind of, I know, like, the whole point is like, but it shows, you know, it cuts off the sides, but it shows more of the top and bottom.
For me, it was. I don't think it was a creative or artistic decision. I think it was a studio decision to go, we need to make this film look different to the other films, so people will know it's the different version.
I know that there was things like, you know, apparently he said, like, I've always loved that. He referenced a couple of movies that he likes in. I'm kind of like, I'd rather see
I don't know if I believe him.
I'm like, I've got a big TV. I'd like to watch it on all of it. That's just me being a Philistine, I guess.
Exactly.
But, it was, it absolutely was, you know, a wonderful redemption again for so many characters. Fucking Jared Leto. Fair play.
Yeah.
Bury that fucking Suicide Squad Joker in that desert he's in, please. Because that short altercation between him and Ben Affleck's Batman, when Batman is like, make no mistake, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm like, I'm in for this. Let's do this, please. You know.
Yeah. But that's the end of that DC cinematic.
I mean, at the minute we've got the Flash with the same actor whose name has left my fucking. I've smoked his name away.
Barry Allen. No.
So yeah, Barry Allen. Barry Allen's. I'm sure you watched trailer because there's more than them. Yeah, Snape or something. But so we've got that going for us, and I mean, they are. Yeah, there is an Aquaman 2. So as much as like I don't give a shit about an Aquaman 2, but I'm kind of like, so okay, we're continuing this universe, but it's on a fucking string. Let's be honest. I mean, I assume James Wan is doing Aquaman 2 again.
Probably.
So I can't see that being tonally in line with any of the Snyderverse or anything like that. So it was good. Zack needed a win, especially after Army of the Dead.
Ezra Miller.
Thank you. Did someone drop that?
Yeah.
Just did. Thank you, Ezra Miller. Jesus Christ, that was causing me fucking pain. That was.
Alrighty, so I'm aware of the time, so I'm just going to quickly rush through my number 6 here. It's the Suicide Squad.
Oh, yeah.
We're just talking about it.
Yeah.
You know, James Gunn. You know, need I say more? John Cena was fantastic. Idris Elba was great.
Yeah.
Margot Robbie. You know, I think her scene with the handsome dude who kidnaps her and tries to seduce her, and they have the dancing moment, and then the whole scene where she breaks free was a bit overdone. But the payoff of them turning up to rescue her when she's already rescued herself was great. But I absolutely adore
the way
Suicide
she was like,
Squad.
"Oh, that's so sweet."
Yeah, I can go back in and you can rescue me for real.
You could tell the studio were very much like, we want a lot of screen time for her.
Yes,
which is
of course, which is fine. But everyone in that involved was great. All the
Fucking
characters were memorable.
Man,
the action scenes were beautifully done.
Yeah.
It's
Small
one of
Team
those
was
films I
amazing.
could just watch again and again.
Yeah, definitely.
Alrighty, so
You got
number
five?
5.
Right,
Bring you into
I'll
this,
bring in my
tag
number
you in,
5.
bro.
See, I like I said, I had my list, and it was just stuff that I was thinking of like last year, or things that I've done, you know. And I'll go with my number 5, Val, the Val Kilmer.
I wondered if anyone was going to mention this because I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
It's awesome. Really great.
Yeah, like I saw the trailer and I was just like, oh my god, this looks just absolutely brilliant. And then Gary got me a version of it, and I was just like, I got ready. It was a Friday night. Me and Linda, we sat down, we put it on. And I get emotional just thinking about it now, just trying to remember parts of the documentary.
This is his footage as well, right? Like he's carried the fucking camera
recorded
around.
it. He's recorded it
on set of every film.
So this is it. So the start of the documentary is literally him now telling us about him then and what he was going through. Like, I never knew the woman from Willow, the redhead woman that he gets with, that's his wife. That's the woman he's met before in his life and has loved her ever since and will never love probably anybody else ever again. I'm like, holy shit, this is fucking Val Kilmer, you know? He's watching all the stuff through his different productions, you know, of all the films that have flopped. Then, like, while I was watching it, thinking about how I've experienced his career and thinking, shit, why didn't I watch that film? Because if he's so good in it, and why didn't he get that role? Why was he overlooked and why has he disappeared and things like that? It was, man, the bit when he realizes his mum passed away, I broke down.
I really do need to watch
the
it.
Music,
yeah, he's an iconic.
It's
actor.
just that's a rare type of documentary to watch, isn't it? Where you've got
a
that
very
kind of
personal one, especially on a character who's played so many beloved characters in some of our favourite films.
Absolutely,
it's absolutely worth a watch. Yeah. Andy, you're number 5.
My number 5. This is gonna be a quick one because we have talked about it a lot. Was Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Nice.
You know, I think we talked about it a little while ago. I really did enjoy it. I thought the villains got their shit in. Yeah, I get it. We benched a couple like Sandman and Lizard just for the trailer at the end. But if you were gonna bench anyone, I'm glad it was fucking Sandman and Lizard. Let's be honest. Electro got a great mulligan to do that over. Well played, sir. Well played. You know.
Django got his dick out.
Yeah, I really liked this one again. I love all the Marvel stuff, but since Endgame, there is always that question of that little stagnant of like, we haven't got like the clear phases. Where are we going?
Yeah.
This one has picked up a lot of the series that we've seen and has just has now handed the ball off to Doctor Strange to be really like, here we go.
Yeah.
I was in a cinema on the week of release. The other two Spider-Man turned up. Spoilers. The other two Spider-Men turned up, and we all applauded.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
And Daredevil was in it too.
When Daredevil turned up, I damn near broke my buddy's leg because I did the fucking like this and slapped him and stuff.
So excited.
That was absolutely fantastic. Get Willem Dafoe. I love it when someone comes back to play a fucking character and goes, I'm not fucking around, I'm going to put all the effort in. And they made Green Goblin look like a fucking badass when he's beating the shit out of Tom Holland on that balcony. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. So I love it. I think it was Tom Holland's rite of passage as Spider-Man, especially with this is the first time he's had his I've lost the person. I've had my great power speech. So this really felt like his rite of passage. Fucking 3 Spider-Man on the screen at once. I was so choked up. It was wonderful. So yeah, Spider-Man.
Nice shout. Alrighty, my number 5. It's a film. It's Nightmare Alley.
Ooh,
and this is about an ambitious carny from a carnival. And he has a talent for manipulating people with a few well-chosen words. And he hooks up with a female psychiatrist who's even more dangerous than he is. Might not sound that interesting until I tell you that it's from director Guillermo del Toro. You know, and it stars Bradley Cooper, Cate Blanchett, Toni Collette, and amongst others, William Dafoe. It is just masterful in every way. And it is also a remake. No less as well. Now, Del Toro for me is just one of the most imaginative directors working today, from sets to performances, music, lighting, pacing, characters. You know, this is one of those films that's going to go under the radar that a lot of people didn't get a chance to go and see in the cinema. The same thing happened with Shape of Water. Most of Del Toro movies do terrible in the box office, and it stops him getting to make work. But yet somehow studios still do keep investing in him.
Kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of indestructible.
Yes.
In a fucking weird way.
But Nightmare Alley was an absolute visual tour de force. The performances, the story, the characters, like I said, it is just one of those things that you have to experience. I don't want to go into any of the actual story. It's one of those, if you're not aware of it, do it. Nightmare Alley. Really good.
I had the choice of watching that or Antlers.
That was my choice. It was Nightmare Alley
was it?
Ramblers. And I chose
weird,
Nightmare
right?
Alley.
It's funny that they both ended up
on our list.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Ian, you're number 4.
Number 4. Like last year was really lucky in our cinema, in our local View cinema. You know, there was a load of film releases, but I just, with everything going on with COVID, I just was not bothered about going to see a new film on the big screen, knowing that I could just get it at home on DVD. But then when they decided to drop a bunch of classics in the cinema, just to get people to come back.
Please come to our cinema.
Holy shit. And we were incredibly lucky. Gary and I last year went and saw Evil Dead 1 and 2 back to back in the cinema. And then I went and watched Alien and Aliens back to back. And like people remember what you were saying about Dune. You're like, oh, people say you have to go watch Dune on the big screen. I'd rather watch the original Dune on the big screen, because that for me is just
because you didn't get to.
Because I didn't get to.
Yeah, right
the
on.
newest one, I can probably see whenever I want. The idea of going and watching Evil Dead, watching the camera come down in the back of the cabin on the big screen, fucking hit Ash, send him flying off, credits going up, looking at Gary and going, right, let's go outside. We've got 5 minutes.
Yeah,
right. Having a quick cigarette, getting our composure, then walking back in, sitting down, watching the trailers, and then just watching that bit come right back again on the big screen. Yeah, it's just amazing. Just loved it.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, there's some films that pop up on. I mean, I think I went to see like Ghostbusters on the 30th anniversary or something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is fucking sweet.
Awesome. Andy, you're number 4.
My number 4. It's a wrestling match.
There was a good wrestling match last year?
Yeah.
One. Literally.
One.
So yeah, it was a weird fucking year for wrestling with a pandemic, wasn't it? So my number 4 is TakeOver 36 UK title.
Okay.
UK heavyweight title.
Right.
Ilya Dragunov versus Volter.
Oh man, that was a sick match actually.
Yeah, so the first match, and again, so first of all, this is for the title for the UK brand, which has managed to build itself up to the point where they're now on the US brand fighting for their title, you know? So the first match, Volter versus Ilya Dragunov, and again, UK title with a Russian and an Austrian fighting for it.
Yeah.
Thanks, America. The first match was in front of nobody, and it was the match of the year in 2020 anyway. So these two guys beat all the fucks out of each other. Like, literally just like, is that a fuck? Slap.
Yeah.
If it goes.
Yeah.
Just real hard-hitting, nasty, strong style match. The type of wrestling I really like when two guys are just brutalizing each other, you know? It's not a lot of high spots. It's just right up, how are you still standing?
Yeah.
And it was a classic. Volter, the champion, retained going into that match. So the rematch, 10 months in the making, and finally they get to do it in front of a crowd, you know, because and that's the thing, they deserved it. They deserved it in front of a crowd, you know, and this crowd was baying for it. You tell from the start. Dragunov is smaller than Volter. If you don't know, you know, Volter's like a big guy. It's like, he's not built like a brick house. He's like, how do you describe that guy? Big. He's a big fucking dude.
Big man.
Dragunov is incredibly well built as well, don't get me wrong, but he's definitely smaller, you know. He starts off trying to use his speed and out wrestle him, and Volter just overpowers him over and over again, and they just like slap the fuck out of each other. And now it's like, obviously we know wrestling's the reason that wrestling goes on the list. Like, we don't put things like sport, I guess, on this. Like, I could put I could put like Tyson Fury versus Wilder from last year, because it was probably the best heavyweight fight I've ever seen. But this is entertainment. I know it's scripted, but what you can't script is blood blisters on someone's chest and back from being slapped by another dude so much, you know? They just beat the living shit, you know. The power moves are all horrific. There's like power bombs on the apron of the ring, which we know is the hardest part of the ring. Michael Cole tells us every fucking time. You know, they're both beat red by the end of it. Every hit just sounds horrific. Like, they're using the actual sound effects that Rocky
the lightning bolts.
The lightning bolts, but they're real, you know. And it's like, you know, Dragunov's down, tries to come for a comeback. Volter cuts him off. It's over and over and over again. And the first match ended by Volter putting him in a sleeper and choking him out. And matches don't finish like that anymore. That's an old thing. We don't do that anymore. You can't just choke a guy out, even though we see it happen every day in like actual fighting. And this one ends by Dragunov choking Volter out, and he taps. And it wasn't a pass out. It wasn't a he can continue. He chapped. Walter had been champion for over 800 fucking days at this point. That's how prestigious they built this title. It also happens to be the only title belt that actually looks like a fucking title belt in WWE. It's not just a.
It doesn't look like
it's
a
not
toy.
just a brand toy logo.
Yes.
It's a gorgeous belt. When they handed Dragunov the belt, man, it was so amazing to see him win. He was talking about how his little son was like being allowed to stay up to watch so he could see his dad win. Fight for the title.
Yeah.
And he still got the title, it's like, that's the good thing about the UK belt. They let people run with these belts. When it changes hands, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely phenomenal. I was in my front room giving him a standing ovation. It was that good.
Nice.
Yeah, crazy good.
Alrighty, my number 4, it's another movie. It's Don't Look Up. This was almost my number 1, actually. But it was only when I thought about the other ones that are higher on my list that Don't Look Up went down. If you don't know what Don't Look Up is, it's about 2 low-level astronomers that go on a giant media tour to warn all of mankind that there is a comet that will destroy planet Earth. And this was my biggest shock, was when the film finished and it popped up saying directed by Adam McKay. And I was like, no fucking way. That's the asshole that directed Step Brothers, which is somehow worse than some of Adam Sandler's dreck.
Wait, the greatest comedy of all time, Gary?
I'm talking here. He did Anchorman.
You gotta call me Dragon.
He did Talladega Nights.
Nighthawk.
Just some of the worst movies ever made. I know I'm hot take here, but I do not like Adam McKay movies in the slightest, and so I was tricked because it was Leonardo DiCaprio and
Jennifer Lawrence,
and Meryl Streep and so many other Ron Perlman. But it was delightfully satirical, witty. It had the emotion, the actors that were involved in it really, really brought these parts to life. And it is a mirror on reality being shown, the state of the media in the world. It really was an eye-opener, but at the same time kept things light, despite the impending apocalypse. I highly, highly recommend Don't Look Up.
Yeah. Fat Leonardo DiCaprio, woohoo!
They said they tried to uglyify Leonardo DiCaprio.
They did, and he still looked good.
He still looked good.
You can't fuck that up.
They tried. They really
can't
tried.
fuck that up.
Ian, you're number 3.
My number 3. Oh, sorry, I gotta get my list back up. My number 3 is kind of controversial because it happened this year, but it didn't really matter because I was in lockdown, wasn't I? I had COVID at the start of this year, so I had 10 days where I was in lockdown, and
so it still felt like 2021 to you.
Yeah, the year hadn't really ended. I didn't know what to do with myself. It's just stuck inside looking at 4 walls. But luckily, I'm so lazy. If I just have a computer or some films, I just go, and I decided because I'd missed it in our, like I said, with the cinema, they were showing all these old films. They did a series of Quentin Tarantino movies, and I totally missed it. So while I was in lockdown, I watched all 9 Quentin Tarantino movies back to back in chronological order.
Always a good decision, mate.
And they were just fucking amazing. He is so good. When I put Reservoir Dogs in, I was just like, man, I haven't seen Reservoir Dogs in ages. I can't remember how controversial this was when it first came out. The music. By the time I got to, I hit that, and then Pulp Fiction was just so fucking easy to go through. Jackie Brown, I was a bit unsure about, but once I finished Jackie Brown, I realised that was the last of his realistic movies.
Yeah. That's a movie when you rewatch. The first time I watched it, I was a bit like, huh.
Yeah, but Samuel
Rewatch,
Jackson,
man. Yeah.
I'm looking at him with that little ponytail on his chin. I'm like,
Pam
that's
Grier is
Nick
fucking
Fury,
great in that
motherfucker.
movie, right?
Once I got to Hateful Eight, Once Upon a Time, Inglourious Bastards, Kill Bill 1 and 2. Now that was a real fucking sweetheart to sit back through again. I could have just watched them for the whole week.
Yeah.
But once I'd finished, I was like, man, I can't wait to get to Hateful Eight. And then I hit Hateful Eight, language Tarantino, Django Unchained. Oh man, I had this little story for Django Unchained. I was like I said, I was in lockdown. I was watching Gary doing his Twitch stream. I was watching all these movies back to back. I fell asleep during Django Unchained, just after Dr. Schultz had been killed. And so he shot up all those people, and he gets captured, and he almost gets his balls chopped off, and then he escapes with the prisoners, right? So I've fallen asleep just as he started the shootout. I've woken up, and the first image I see is Quentin Tarantino exploding. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? And I remember I'm watching Django Chain, and he's just blown up the dynamite, and I watched the whole end sequence. Oh yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, what was your favourite one after a recent rewatch? Because I got to admit, I still think Hateful Eight is my favourite.
Hateful Eight's my favourite too.
Because the fucking dialogue is just like
refined, perfected.
Oh, it is. It's sort of like, you just know what at this point.
Hateful Eight
fish in a barrel.
So good.
Yeah.
It's so good, and it's got Kurt Russell in it. But Once Upon a Time in Hollywood tops it for me. Just because Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's so real. Like Timothy Olyphant in it. Like I watched him in that, and then you go and watch him in Boba Fett, and you're like, oh, it's the Western thing. Oh yeah. It's fucking the whole song and dance at the end when he's smashing that woman's face into the fireplace. Yeah, love Once Upon a Time.
Nice.
They're all good. Let's be honest.
Andy, your number 3?
My number 3 is WandaVision.
Oh wow, yes, it's probably my favourite of all the Marvel shows.
I would say that of the last year, I would say it was, of everything they did.
Yeah,
it was my favourite thing. It's kind of similar to what you were just saying. Is that it's something that I watched in lockdown.
Yeah, it
was coming out every week episode. I think they dropped the first 2, which was a great idea because those first 2 is what a lot of people struggled with. Do you know what I mean? And then I watched it every week, and it was an event in our house. It was like, we've got our food ready, fucking WandaVision's on. Let's find out what the fuck is going on. Yeah. The kid loved it, my wife loved it.
I loved the decade jumps from American sitcoms.
That was, it homages every generation of television. You know me, I'm a big music guy. The change in tone of music, there's a Malcolm in the Middle version when they get to the 90s and everything. The look, the filming, the cameras they've used are obviously of the time as well, you know. Yeah. And then it takes until I think it's episode 4, which is the one where when you're talking to people that are like, oh, I can't get on with WandaVision. If you've got to episode 4, you're like, fuck, mate, get to 4, and suddenly you'll be like, I see. This is what we're doing.
Man, the first episode, I was like, right, I reckon this is gonna happen, and then we binge watch them all.
Yeah, it's like you watch that first episode, I reckon it's gonna be this, and this, and then by the end you're like, wow, I was really wrong. So it's great how it drip feeds you. This is the beauty of the Marvel series, I guess, is they know where they're gonna go after this. They know exactly where they want to get to, and they know exactly what information they want to give you in this chunk of it.
Yes.
So there's some series, like we talked about, you were saying about it earlier, where you get a series, you don't know if there's going to be a series 2. So some storylines just go away or don't get resolved, and they might never get resolved. Yeah. In the Marvel series, they're like, we know exactly what we're going to resolve because we know exactly where we're going. Even if it's not these characters, they're going to pick that up.
Here,
exactly.
And then it's gonna happen in the future.
So for that, it was like a really wonderfully contained series. Paul Bettany finally gets to do some actual acting in the Marvel universe that isn't just him being a fucking robot, which is great. Yeah, because he's had 2 roles in the Marvel series, and both times he's been a fucking robot. And that was great. You know, the supporting cast is one of the best of any that I've seen because they literally have to change characters in every single episode. Yeah, bring in Monica Rambeau in. Maria's daughter from Captain Marvel. So obviously, Monica is going to be. She's going to be Captain Marvel in the end, but I think it's Photon or Spectrum first. Those both might be right, actually, now I think about it. I'm trying to remember House of M and stuff, but that's her in the fucking Doctor Strange trailer, by the way, where it was Captain Marvel's fighting so-and-so. I'm like, that's Monica Rambeau.
Yeah. But is it alternate dimension, reality,
exactly,
time?
Maybe. No, maybe so. But the consequences of the snap that you see with Monica were probably the hardest hitting at that point.
Yeah.
In Hawkeye, Yolanda gets a really good one as well when she goes into the bathroom and comes out after she snapped away and brought back.
Yeah.
But Monica's waking up in the chair where she was watching her mother die. It again, when you've been watching a kind of 50s, isn't this jolly sort of series, and then you get hit with that in the first 10 seconds of an episode, you're like, what is going on here? You know, so it's really amazing that it just keeps up with that. You know, they bring Sword in. We'd never seen Sword before as well, which is brilliant. The climax is amazing. I'd love to see more Agatha Harkness because it's Catherine Hahn, and I want her babies because I fucking love her. Have you ever seen Bad Moms? And Bad Moms, the Christmas special.
Ain't she the bitch in Step Brothers who gets on with her?
Yes.
I love you.
Again, no one tells Donna, but I fucking love that woman. So and again, it's it started the drip feed of the next phase of where we were going, where we were going to end up. I mean, the trailer literally she's in that orchard at the end, isn't she? You know, she's being normal, and then in the other room she's all Scarlet Witched up, like fucking reading 12 books. So fucking love WandaVision. Best thing of lockdown for me.
Awesome. My number 3, the last movie on my list, and it is Ghostbusters Afterlife. My movie of 2021. It was the spectacle of seeing a good Ghostbusters movie, which I never thought would happen. I got to see everything that I wanted to see in that movie. Thank you, Ian, for keeping quiet right now. You can pull lots of faces.
I'm going to say, by the way, as well, this is my number 1. So I agree with you. This is my number 1 pick of the year. So again.
So do we want to do this now?
No, do it now. Do it now. That's fine.
I mean, I've talked about Ghostbusters Afterlife. I gave an hour and a half long review on Twitch talking about it. I loved everything they did, and now I understand the criticisms about the film, and I understand that story. You know, you can put holes in it. But for me, Ghostbusters Afterlife was not about those holes of history. It was about what was going on here now. And everything that happened in the film there and now, I enjoyed 95% of it.
Oh, man.
It was some of the kid stuff was a little bit filler, but the whole build up, the extra ghosts, the baby Stay Puffed marshmallow stuff.
The member berries were just...
my member berries were well and truly depleted by the time that film was finished. And so yes, again, I've seen the film twice now.
Music.
Yeah.
They don't even deviate from the original music at any point.
No.
It's fucking great. I agree with you. I only watched this recently. Again, it goes on the list because it did come out in 2021. I loved the performances of the kids. I thought they were great. I'm not saying it's perfect. In a way, I'm almost like with is it Finn? Whatever his name is, the kid from
Finn Wolfhard. Yeah.
In a way, you're like, was he just in it because they referenced it in Stranger Things? Really? Because they didn't give him a lot to do. And anything,
he didn't.
You know?
He had the least to do.
He did have the least.
He was
to
the
do
one that I
kids.
felt was wasted. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was there. His girlfriend was there. To have a little romance, and also so they had 4 kids in Ghostbusters outfits by the end.
Exactly.
Podcast was a way better character. I thought he was funny as hell. That kid. I think he did really well.
He's definitely the Ray substitute.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, the fucking ending when it comes together.
Man, the final 10 minutes is just...
Again, I watched it. It was me, it was my wife, it was my kid. Jessica likes Ghostbusters, but for me and Donna, this was like all the way through. We were just jumping. Again, most of it with me and Donna was like the music. I was like, oh my god, the music's so powerful the way they did this. But yeah, we were like literally cuddled up, fucking rolling tears with what they did with, you know, Harold's ghost. The little Harold marker was wonderful as well. There's a moment where, like, when Winston turns and he says, I should have called. I love the fact that they didn't let him speak.
Yeah.
You know, because...
Yeah, and any voice work they would have done for the ghost would have
I think that would have taken away. It would have almost been possibly disrespectful, but...
yes, yeah.
Oh, man, when they have the Harry Potter moment, where the beans meet, and then it pans back, and that's when you see him, he's holding the...
steadying her hand. That's it.
My God.
Now maybe it's because I have such that emotional attachment to Harold Ramis and Ivan Reitman, you know, and these films were my childhood. So yeah, of course, the nostalgia overload, the emotional senses.
Yeah.
But I think it really works.
I was talking about to someone about the visual effects as well, because I love like the demon dogs and stuff like that when they're like fucking bounding around the place, and like I swear they literally. Like there's a point in the first one where it's like he comes out of Matey's apartment, he slides and hits the wall.
Yeah.
They have that exact same moment in the street. And I was like, oh dude, go back to Ghostbusters 1 and redo the CGI.
Yes, just
like do a fucking George Lucas and just redo, don't change anything, but just redo the CGI. That'd be fucking great, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Top movie.
Ian, did you enjoy Ghostbusters Afterlife? No, okay.
Hey, look, bear in mind. I am just going to say, like, of all your stuff, if you didn't like the movie, that's fine. But the whole thing that you had about the whole, he's got genetically modified.
No bullshit.
Grandkids.
That's fucking bullshit, dude.
That
you just pointed out you just pointed out some of the fucking problems with that movie.
I'm not saying about that.
They had to have 4 kids. They had to have 4 kids at the end.
I'm just saying that they weren't genetically modified.
The brother and the sister were so fucking irreplaceable. Like you said, the older brother didn't even have to be there. I reckon in the original script, it was an older sister and a younger brother, and he was going to be connected to Egon. But as time changed and people went, oh no, that's far too obvious. The girl being a really good mechanic and falling in love with the local town boy, we're going to change it. And do you know who's good right now? That fucking asshole from Stranger Things. We'll slap that guy in there, and then we'll have the girl in there. The brother and the sister look so fucking the same. The reason why he holds her wand at the end to save the fucking town, this shitty ass little town that changes fucking shape all the way fucking through. The only reason why he saves her at the end is because they're a fucking clown. God. Oh, the movie! Who are you gonna call? The fucking camera zooms in with
best
the
bit of
shelter.
writing.
No,
best bit of writing in the movie.
No.
Do you know what's funnier?
No.
You went and bought it.
No. I did, because I own 2016 as well, and people say that's absolutely terrible movie, and I go, well, if I own that, I might as well own this other movie as well. Dude, honestly, we fucking talked about this. Why carve 2020 into the wall after 1984 when you're hoping 1984 is
Dude,
the
there was like 8 numbers on there.
He's just saying this is when they're going to rock up.
Yeah.
If you know the world is going to end in 1984, which is the only actual spiritual event because it's connected to Ghostbusters, why would you carve 2020?
Because he's just predicting the comings of Gozer.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
I know what you're about to say is that he knows.
Gozer's going to come in 1984 just in case.
So what you're saying is, no, it's not just in case. He knows that that's the coming Gozer, but also, what you're saying is,
that's when the astrological time is right for the portal to open.
She won't win there. Maybe this one. So why not just use the last one? I guess is what you're saying, yeah? Because if you're going to predict all of them, but it's like, yeah, he's a fucking fanatical cultist, mate. He's not exactly in his right mind, is he?
No, it was bullshit writing, mate. Don't try to explain. I tried to explain it. I tried to explain
it.
It was bullshit writing. It was bullshit writing.
Not Ian. Not in this case.
They wanted to go to the wall and
go, look,
they've carved all these moments in time. One of them's going to be 1984. We're not even going to mention the fact that fucking 1990,
tell you what,
fucking 5 years later, fucking somebody else.
So you can calm down because I'm worried about that vein in your head.
Ian, you're number 2.
No, I was going to really quickly say though. Do you know one really good thing that they did is if you take this movie as we need to do a Ghostbusters movie where we're going to get all the nostalgia and we're going to fucking get that out of the way.
And that's
what
it is.
Now, with that post-credit scene, with Winston, I love the way they were like, I just throw away. Oh, Winston's fucking minted, by the way.
Yeah.
And then at the end, you see he's bought the station back.
Yes.
So, but now we've got the opportunity to do the next generation Ghostbusters project where they are mentoring.
Right,
the new guys,
which is great, but
which doesn't even have to be those kids.
They could have done good writing in this one. I've said it before. They didn't have to have her being biologically connected to Egon. They could have all just been random people who just turned up at the house and found his shit and still fucking completed the same objective that these people had to do.
No.
J.K. Simmons was so wasted in that fucking movie.
He did it as a favour to the director because he's his friend.
Shandor didn't even need to be in the movie. He literally wakes up and gets ripped in half. That was 5 minutes of my time wasted.
That's not wasted time.
It's good writing, dude.
Bullshit. Was it good fucking writing? Bullshit. Was it fucking good writing? My number 2 from last year. I did. And it goes right there next to Alien Covenant, fucking The Predator, and Sucker Punch.
Ian, please stop buying shit movies.
Can't help
please,
it. They keep fucking
because these studios go, look, they're selling. People keep buying them.
I know.
We don't need to care anymore.
It's just illegally download them all. Anyway, my number 2 from last year was a combination, actually. I decided to throw these two together because I can, because it's our show, we can do what the fuck we want. It was the combination of the Blood Fist series watch-along from last year in the Discord and Shellfest 2021. Basically, just a quick rundown. Blood Fist is a series of movies starring Don the Dragon Wilson, who's an 11-time kickboxing world champion, And these movies are free on YouTube. That's how great they are. You can just watch them. They are absolutely
That's how high
free.
profile these motherfuckers are.
The first two movies revolve around Don Wilson's character entering an underground tournament of some kind and obviously having to fight his way through. And then the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and seventh movie, they all just follow other stories that Don Wilson is. He's like in a prison in one and beats the crap out of a bunch of people. He's part of like the CIA, and he's trying to find secret Russian codes that are lost in a car. He's in one, an army base gets taken over by terrorists, and he has to Steven Seagal the shit out of everybody. It was absolutely brilliant watching it.
Steven Seagal the shit out of everyone.
Watching it along with everybody, like it was our first major big watch along where we all kind of just sat there writing in the text, but having the idea that everybody was watching these movies all at the same time, it was great. And like I said, Shellfest 2021 where we all went bowling. And I got like Jay to bowl for me. Mr. Will's bowling poses after. I thought he was going to split his trousers. Every time he bowled, I was just like, whoa, he's trying to do a backflip off the thing. It was great. These guys, like me and Linda dragged me home. She was like, look, we should go home. It's 12 o'clock. You know you can't stay up. You got work tomorrow. And I'm like, okay. These guys stayed up until 3 and got
I'll come to the next one.
Nice.
Because I'll use it as an excuse to go and get shit faced. So one of you fuckers is carrying me home, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll absolutely plan a shelf for a gathering. Shelf Fest, Shelf Con, don't know what it's called yet, but it will happen at some point this year. We'll keep
crabs.
you updated.
We're calling it crabs.
Crabs! We're on the coast, damn it. Alrighty, that was
number two.
That was my number 3. So yeah, number 2's Andy.
My number 2, again, this will be a quick one because we've discussed it at nauseum, is Cobra Kai season 4.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what there's left to say about it really.
Quickly,
other than can we have
sell it to anybody who doesn't
really
even know what
quickly,
it is.
Yeah.
Tory.
No, I'm
Tory,
not, because
just...
she's technically a teenager. I'm not selling that. So.
No, just...
Cobra Kai season 4. How do you sell it? It still shouldn't work, and it still works.
Yep.
Simple as that. Terry Silver comes back in a big fucking way. His character arc is fantastic as he, his slow descent into like villainy. Coupled by the brilliant violin music that comes along and him
he
tying
ties his hair back.
It's fucking on, bitches.
Yes.
It's ready to go. I think that this season they really sort of managed to give everyone... It's amazing to me how, as a series progresses and they introduce more characters and they get better at giving each of them enough screen time, to be honest. Yeah. Especially when they're trying to hit the nostalgia button with like returning characters and stuff like that. That's really good, The ending of season 3 was great with Daniel, Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do coming back together, and then this one, it's kind of predictable when they're sort of like, will they get along? No, they fucking won't. We get a montage. I'm a big fan of montages in my movies. Yes. I love that.
We've got to have a training montage.
You know what I mean? The Crease, again, just more layers. The motherfucker's an onion, as we just like keep going through that. Robbie again comes into his own. The new characters that come in, like Kenny, the small kid who gets to kind of replay the plot from the first one.
For sure,
in some way, and then like Daniel's son. Daniel's son, not Daniel's son.
Who else has got a good storyline?
Who?
Tori.
Yeah, she really does.
She does.
And you've sent me multiple texts about her storyline and how much you enjoy watching it. And I'm just like...
He's not sending you pictures.
And I'm
yet,
always
right?
like, not yet. I'm like, bro, come on now. So like I said, we've spoken about it.
Cobra Kai, one of the best comebacks of all time.
We loved it, absolutely.
Alrighty, my number 2, and my number 2 is a video game, my only video game on the list. There was very few video games that came out last year that got my attention or kept me wanting to play them. So there was only one game that really did that for me, and that was Resident Evil Village, the 8th one in the main series. And
that's why it's called Village. Smart marketing.
Oh, of course,
yeah.
Of course.
We need something with a V and two lines in.
Yay! Resident Evil Village was so damn good. It blew my expectations out of the water. I had high hopes for it after 7, and 7 being the game that got me back into Resident Evil, but it wasn't the Resident Evil that I wanted. Resident Evil Village gave me a lot more of what 7 was, but bigger. And I still see it as a departure from what I love about Resident Evil, but in terms of survival horror, in terms of bringing in, we actually get to continue a story with one of the legacy characters, Chris Redfield, dealing with bioterrorism around the world. And the way that it is a full sequel to Resident Evil 7, following the Winters family, Ethan tracking down his daughter. I don't know what it is about a dad chasing after their daughter in video games, but goddamn, they make for great games. And you really do root for him. He's completely out of his element. You feel it as a player that you're out of your element, exploring this abandoned village.
It looks like 4 as well, which helps.
It does, yeah. The village, yes, yeah. The Dimitrescu's castle, Moreau's swamp. The dollhouse. I didn't like the factory too much, but it's also fine. It's a complete change of scenery.
Because I haven't played it as well, which is probably the reason it's not on my list, because I love what they did with 7 as well, and I've loved Resident Evil since the first one. But is the factory that you're not too fond of by any chance like the third or last act?
It is the last area,
I don't know why, but they just cannot fucking bring these games home. Really, I mean,
I don't know.
It's not bad.
I love the underground labs that are going to self-destruct in 10 minutes.
Yeah. But they do tend to, like most of them, if you get right to the end, basically they always start phenomenally. The start is always the best.
The thing is, Resident Evil Village does hit a crescendo where it gets into being a little bit silly. It really does. Like, there's a giant mechanoid. Well, there's a guy who can control metal, and he's just like a giant junk pile that's animated, and you're driving a tank with a chainsaw and rocket launcher.
I mean, is it any more though than what Jack becomes at the end of 7?
Well, exactly,
Like, what the fuck?
But the thing is, like, it's always like that thing where you're so invested and immersed in the game world that as things escalate, you're kind of along that ride with it. So as it's happening, you're like, this is fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, totally.
And the ending was incredibly satisfying. The post-credit scenes set things up for Resident Evil 9. And the way I see it is Resident Evil 1, 2, 3 is a trilogy. 4, 5, and 6 is a trilogy. 7, 8, and 9 will be another trilogy, which means I'm excited for 9, and then I'm excited for the inevitable Resident Evil X. In space. And so not only did I play through Village countless times, doing challenge runs, speed runs, achievement hunting. I spent almost all of last year watching streamers play Resident Evil Village to do speed runs, no damage runs, boss runs. And I'm missing that game, and there's DLC probably going to be coming out this year, which means I'll be returning to Village again this year, which I'm very, very excited about.
I think they talked about it because like that, the demo that they dropped was obviously like a prequel with a different character, the female.
That's right.
Because you find, I know, again, I've not played it, but I know that you do come across like the necklace that ties it to her.
That's
and
right.
I think that there's more of that kind of thing coming in the same way like for 7 that they did the lost tapes with. Yeah, like the son who was like fucking pretending he was Jigsaw or something and stuff like that. So yeah. They fucking turned that franchise around after 6.
Yes.
Because after 6, I was a bit like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm fucking done.
Same. They almost lost it after fucking Gun Survivor.
Well, yeah, you might be right then. Yeah.
Alrighty, I guess we're moving on to number ones.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Iain, you're number 1.
My top number 1 from last year was a really special moment for me. Like, I don't want to dwell on it too much because obviously, like, we've been talking for absolute ages. But, so my son has gotten to an age now where he started secondary school, which is a big fucking deal for me because, like, hey, I've got a kid in secondary school.
It's frightening, right?
It's frightening, before I know it, he's going to be some kind of adult and he's going to be obviously, starting a family and doing his own thing. And you are always picking up on those moments. You're always trying to have those little moments. You can have as much money as you want and as much time on your hands, but you need those moments to make the memories, to obviously remember. And last year, they had in the cinema all 3 Christopher Nolan Batman movies back to back. And I was so desperate to see them. I wanted to see The Dark Knight so badly again on the big screen. But the fact to be able to see all 3 of them was just like an opportunity I couldn't miss. Even though I don't like The Dark Knight Rises, I'm like, it's there. It's an opportunity. I fucking have to see it. Like,
and you bought it on DVD, didn't you?
Not as bad. I got it on
Yeah,
DVD,
of course.
it's obviously not as bad as fucking Justice League, which I bought on DVD, or fucking Aquaman, which I've got on DVD. So I had the chance to go see all 3 movies. And I had the chance to take Dylan with me as well. And it was such a great feeling to think, like, 1989, Michael Keaton came out with Batman, and I was a big Batman fan then anyway, because I'd already grown up watching the 60s TV series. You know, the animated TV series hadn't come yet, but I was already playing video games and all that kind of stuff. And here's Batman, Michael Keaton, big fucking deal. I'm taking my son to see the Christian Bale trilogy, which I don't think, is there any better Batman movies out there than those 3?
I'll tell you on March 4th
Well, that's
midnight.
it. That's it.
Got my ticket booked.
Robert
Nice.
Pattinson's newest one looks
No, mate.
really
Hey, look.
good.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, like, I love that trilogy.
Yeah.
You know, all 3 of them. I haven't got any problems with any of those movies.
Well,
to be
that's it.
honest.
When I went
Like
to see
that,
the
you know.
third
I mean,
one-
don't get me wrong. Like, even fucking plot holes, but
Yeah.
as a trilogy, I love them.
You know me, I can't stand certain plot holes, but with Dark Knight Rises, it just got so really good that I just sat through the first 2 movies, and then I've got this third one, and here's Batman coming to the end. Yeah, he's going to jump into his flying thing, and he's just going to go off, and he's going to save the day, which is what I desperately want. It's amazing, yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
Brilliant. What was that the first time Dylan had seen them?
That's the first time Dylan has seen
And
all
an
3 of them.
awesome way to experience them all in one go.
Did you watch?
All in one go.
He was all good.
We watched the first 2 on the
Because
Saturday.
that's a long fucking time.
Yeah, the first 2 we watched on the Saturday, and then the Sunday we came back and
Oh,
watched
yeah,
the
okay.
Dark
Oh,
Knight.
okay.
Nice,
Because
yeah.
you know what?
So-
I know that when Dark Knight Rises came out, me and Tom,
Yeah.
the night before, went to watch Begins and Dark Knight, and I what was it? Literally, as Joker was fucking. Joker goes, "Here we go," and I fucking fell asleep because I was done.
This was it.
So I couldn't have made it
I
through all
split
3
it
of
over
them.
2 days on that purpose because I just knew there was no way the 2 of us could make
Yeah,
it.
no.
I'd be able to do it easy, but after the first 2 movies, my ass was like, "Yep, I'm glad we're doing Coming Back Tomorrow."
Yeah,
Nice.
that's awesome, man.
Yeah, that's
good.
great.
So my number 1 was Ghostbusters Afterlife. We're going to talk about it again.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Still got some things to say about that.
Pass the ball. Dude.
Nice. Alrighty, well, my number 1, my favourite piece of media or entertainment from last year
Yeah.
is For All Mankind Season 2. Now, I had not heard about this show last year until somebody had recommended it to me, and so by then Season 1 had already been out. I'd not caught up on it. This was an Apple TV show, so I don't usually
This is
get
why you don't
much
know about it.
This is why most people have not heard of this show, because it's on a much smaller streaming company, not as big as Netflix or HBO, etc. But For All Mankind, the very thing that made me go, I know I'm going to like this, is that it's the show has been created by Ronald D. Moore. Now, Ronald D. Moore has been responsible for in my opinion, some of the best Trek stuff, the Next Generation era, Deep Space Nine era. He was on Voyager until he got tired of the studio handicapping his creativity. So then he was like, I'm going to go and do my own show. I'm going to go and do Voyager, but I'm going to remake Battlestar Galactica and do it there instead.
Yeah.
And so after that, I mean, I also enjoyed his work on Carnival as well, the short-lived series. And so the setup For All Mankind is this. It's an alternate reality where during the space race, sorry to get all political here, but this is what the show is about. What if the Russians landed on the moon before the Americans? Boom, that's it. That's where the show goes. So the thing is like, it's very close to our reality to begin with, but as the years go by, you see where our reality was and where this show's going. And so because each series goes through the years. Yeah. So you're watching presidents change in the background. You're watching these different things happen. And because the Russians landed on the moon first, it puts America in this, we lost this. Now let's put all of our focus and energy on technology and go and get ourselves a moon base. So we follow the astronauts, we follow the political characters, we follow civilians. So it's very much a drama, but it has the budget to show space technology, space shuttles traveling through space, to the point where we get the US government going, can we get an army on the base? Can we get men on the base with guns? Can we send them to go watch the Russian base on the moon? And so it's like, well, if they have a war on the moon, it doesn't mean we have to have a war on Earth, because they're different treaties. So it goes into all the political stuff, but it's also got some actors in there that you'll get so invested in. And then when, you know, it's not just the war in space, which it's brewing. It's the accidents, it's the radiation, it's the temperamental suits, it's the rush of technology. It's the how expendable are these people? Do we risk spending millions to save a life? You know, all of those things get explored, and the cast in there is really great. The one that surprised me the most is Joel Kinnaman. Now, I didn't think he would have a career after the RoboCop remake. You know, he was the RoboCop in that remake, and he was so bland and forgettable. He was Flag in Suicide Squad, absolutely. And so, after seeing him in For All Mankind, I was like, oh man, I really, really like Joel Kinnaman now. And watching his character change over the years, man, it will hit you in the feels, because you will fall in love with characters, and then the show will yank them out from under you, and they ain't coming back. It deals with space dementia. It's grounded, real sci-fi in this alternate universe. So I will keep talking about this show. It is one that absolutely I cannot wait for season 3 to start. The reason why I almost forgot about the show was that season 2 came out in January of 2021. Yeah, right. So the whole year is pretty much passed, and now I'm waiting for season 3 to drop this year, and I'm pretty damn sure it's going to be on my list again next year as well.
Fast forward a year and we're going to be saying the same about Peacemaker.
Yes, yes.
Oh no, we nearly forgot about Peacemaker, and it's our entire 1 to 10.
Yeah. Andy, would you like to just very quickly recap your entire top 10 for everybody?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to turn my phone back on. So
I'll quickly drop mine. So mine was Dexter: New Blood. Number 9 was Chucky Season 1. Number 8 was Midnight Mass. Number 7 was Dune. Number 6, Suicide Squad. Number 5, Nightmare Alley. Number 4, Don't Look Up. Number 3, Ghostbusters Afterlife. Number 2, Resident Evil Village. And number 1 was For All Mankind.
Nice. So my 10 was Boba Fett. 9 was Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Don't care. 8 was Halo Infinite. 7, The Rescue. 6 was Justice League Snyder Cut. 5 was Spider-Man Far From Home. 4 was Volta vs. Dragunov 2 at TakeOver 36. 3 was WandaVision. 2 was Cobra Kai. And number 1, who are you going to call?
Hell yeah.
Best man Ryan ever.
Ian, would you like to very quickly recap your 5?
Yes, and none of it includes fucking Ghostbusters Afterlife, and you'll know why. It was Val, Evil Dead 1 and 2, Alien Aliens. I know everyone's always seen them, but if you see them on the big screen, it's fucking amazing. The Blood Fist series, they're all on YouTube. Check them out. The Nolan trilogy of Batman movies. I mean, like Andy says, with Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson's looks like it's going to be close.
I'm really looking forward to it.
That's going to be good.
I've been fooled before.
Yeah, the Tarantino series of movies back to back, and just playing bowling with chauffeurs.
Awesome. Well, that's going to conclude part 2 of the podcast. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back for part 3 to answer your questions. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, to the third part of the podcast where we're going to be answering your questions. First question has come in from Havard Ryan.
Hey, Havard!
Who says, if the world had to lose 2 of these franchises, which would it be and why? So, I guess the choice is you have to remove either Terminator, Rambo, Predator, RoboCop, or Alien. Ooh. You have to lose 2 of them.
It's a very random number and selection.
It is indeed. So for me, I'm going to say let's drop Rambo.
Yeah.
And let's take out RoboCop. It's sad, but you're not taking out Alien or Terminator, and Predator 1 and 2.
I was going to say.
Combined beats RoboCop 1.
You can take out Rambo and we still have Rocky.
Yes. So
fuck RoboCop in general. But we'll still have the RoboCop remake.
Oh, yeah.
Which was better. No. The internet one, where everyone remade a scene.
Yes.
So we'll still have a superior version of RoboCop anyway.
So you're taking out Rambo and RoboCop, are you?
Yeah, I am as well.
Me too.
I would get rid of...
I can't imagine losing the
I
others.
love Terminator 2, but as we established last night in the watch-along, we can't watch Terminator 2 without thinking of drapes anymore. So Terminator's dropped. And I think I would drop the Rambo series as well.
Dark Fate will cause you to erase Terminator 2.
Man, seriously,
shit, here he goes
what's
again.
fucking Terminator 2? Knowing full well that at the end of Terminator 2 it means fucking nothing and John Connor's just gonna get fucking shot on a beach.
No, he's not if you don't watch it anymore after 2.
Dude, I have a fucking DVD at home that tells me it fucking exists.
I don't have a DVD here, so it doesn't.
Sorry, man. Right.
Next question. Thank you for that one, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, just make it all kick off, you fucking shit stirrer.
Jesus. Next question's from David Allen Evans.
Hey, David.
Yo, guys, a bit of a two-pronged, strange question, but I'll give it a go. Have your attitude towards violence in films changed as you get older? I'm at a place where things I used to be okay with leaving me cold. Example, any death in Cliffhanger. I think it has something to do with tone because while I hate some things now, I'm fine with something like Colour Out of Space, which is really nasty. And second part of the question, do you find it a little strange that most modern movies aimed at large audiences are more comfortable with violence and vengeance than sexuality and love? I've had a huge problem, missed my answer, I've had a huge problem with the film industry glorifying violence and vengeance and going, nudity. It's totally baffling to me. I'm like, just accept it. It's like we're all naked underneath our clothes, right? We've all seen naked people. Why is it such a taboo thing on film? It does baffle me. But in terms of violence in films, I grew up loving trauma movies, gory movies, Brain Dead, Bad Taste, Alien, Predator, Hellraiser, and after seeing stuff like Punisher, Peacemaker, the gore levels, it depends. Your tastes may change, but the content is still there. You just have to look for it. It's in different places now.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I'd probably echo your sentiments about the sex thing because I'm kind of like, with what we see now, especially on like TV, I suppose it's kind of like, I don't see really what the big deal is now in combined to the way he's talking about it, like, with it being more comfortable with violence and vengeance. But the interesting thing is, I'm completely desensitized to most violence in film now for the most part. The only thing that's changed about my attitude, or not even changed, it's just got more so like enhanced, for lack of a better phrase, is I can't stick a film where I have to watch and I actually have to physically watch any kind of sexual violence in any way. To be honest, I don't mind it being used as a plot device. I just don't need to see it.
Sure.
I think I always go back to the best example being Gran Torino is a great example of someone using sexual violence in a plot without you having to see. You see the consequences of it.
Yeah.
You know it's happened. That's what we're using. We're going to move on at that point. If I have to watch it, I'm just done. I'm done with your fucking movie, for the most part.
Fair, yeah.
If it a good example is sort of like where I'm like, you're about to cross the line. When I was watching it, Walking Dead, where they get hold of the group that Daryl ends up becoming a part of, gets hold of Carl.
Yeah.
And like someone shouts like, "Take the boy's pants off." I'm like, I'm about to be gone. And when it says about what do you think about violence, I'm like, I'm glad Rick bit that motherfucker's throat out, because I got a wife and a daughter. I can't, so I can't. I can't reconcile that kind of stuff as it pertains to entertainment.
Like for me, like I always say, it goes back to the idea of 12 Monkeys that like in 12 Monkeys film, every time you watch the film never changes, but you change over time. And it's, as I've gotten older, like I could watch gore and violence back in the day, like we say that shit has got worse back now, but back in the day it was really controversial.
Yeah, I mean, we went through the video nasties phase, right?
Yeah, so. And like I always, I know it always
which made you want to watch it more.
But it's like if you bring up like something like Brookside. You remember Brookside, where you had the guy sleeping with his children and he gets murdered, he gets buried underneath the fucking patio. That was big fucking talking point before obviously the internet came back in and we decided to have Game of Thrones and brothers and sisters having sex all the time. But as I've gotten older,
chopping dicks left and right.
I'm like, I can stomach it and watch it if it's done well and you've done it well. If you're slapping it in there just to get a rise out of me to see how I react, I'm going to react and get annoyed.
You just talk about general violence.
It's all about the tone and context of the thing that it's in.
Isn't it funny, like with something like Peacemaker as another good example where it's sort of like, okay, if you're going into a show knowing that the theme is ridiculous over the top violence, you're like, Oh, okay, cool. Because in the same way of like people that complain like censorship of like, oh, I turned on this movie and it was nothing but blood and guts. It's like, you can turn it on, you fucking turn it off, you idiot. Just turn it the fuck off. But don't go into a show when you've been told this contains strong violence. Fucking Pam and Tommy has got.
Yeah. You can't.
There's
watch
tobacco
something.
use in this.
That's it. You can't.
But
watch
if you don't
something
like that, then don't watch
and
it.
then complain at the end that it had something in there that you knew at the start was going to be a problem. But one thing I like with you, like what you said, one thing I can't stand is any kind of sexual violence against men or women, like any kind of rape situation. If I have to watch that for long periods for it to hammer home the way of feeling, I'm going to feel annoyed and want to put my fist through the TV. Any violence against children on top of that, like that shit will give me nightmares.
Absolutely.
And I'll just be like, look,
you can walk a line. There is a line that you can walk, but it's very difficult.
It's like if it's done really well, I enjoy it. If it's there just to get a rise out of the audience, it's for people that aren't me.
Totally. Good question.
Sorry, I was just doing some moddy things.
Just resetting, Gary, don't worry.
Next question is from Craig Hall.
Hey, Greg.
Have you seen the Red Band trailer for Studio 666?
Yeah.
And if so, what are your thoughts? Also, have you seen Viva La Dirt League's fan-funded special Balin's Route? If you're familiar with Viva La Dirt, then then it's their love letter to RPGs. I do follow Viva La Dirt League's videos on YouTube. Okay. If you're not aware of them, they do fantastic parodies of Red Dead Redemption, first-person shooters, RPGs, Dark Souls. It's live action. Yeah. They've got costumes. They've got they're filmed on locations. But they do parodies about like the guy from Red Dead who's been bitten by a snake and he shoots them and somebody goes, murder, I've seen you murder, and he runs off, and the player character's just like,
I've seen that one.
Yeah, they do really good skits.
They did a lot of player Battlegrounds.
Yes, Battlegrounds. Player Unknown. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So, I remember those.
They're really funny. I
brought in my cousin. He plays Fortnite. What are we doing, guys?
That's but no, funny. I had no idea they had a special. I don't know what Balin's Route is, Craig Hall, but thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna.
Have you seen the Studio 666?
I haven't. I know. I'm aware of it.
Foo Fighters movie with Dave.
It's A24 Studios, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah.
It looks fun. They're all really cool, like charismatic guys. Dave Grohl's charming as all fuck. So
awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. I saw a great performance from him the other day. Did you see the whole thing about him not signing something?
Oh yeah, and
what
then
he
says to the guy like, 2 seconds, and he just runs off.
Yeah, he's like in. It looks like he's in New York. He's outside, and some guys are sort of like. He's basically saying like, and he's so calm and collected where he's like, I'm just gonna say this again. I don't sign stuff anymore unless it's for charity because it all just ends up on eBay. Yeah. And then people's like, yeah, but what about this? And he goes, okay, one more thing. And he just runs off. It's just fucking brilliant. But they go into a fucking haunted house to make a studio album, and they open a Necronomicon book or something, and that happens. And
this sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I'm
sat there watching the trailer like, yes. And it looks great. Dave Grohl takes on like a killer persona and stuff because he gets possessed. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give this a go too for sure.
I mean, it's another movie because he had his debut in Bill and Ted 3, right?
No, Bill and
Ted 3. Oh, Pick a Destiny.
Pick a Destiny. Of course he was.
I didn't cool badge, man.
I know, right? Fuck. God, I love Bill and Ted 3.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Craig. Next question is from George Smith.
Hey, George.
Great to see the podcast make a comeback. The previous episodes were crucial during lockdown. Triple fist bump. Yeah. Thank you so much, George. With your podcast making a comeback, are there any directors you'd also like to see make a comeback? I'm going with Wolfgang Peterson or Joe Johnson, neither of whom have made anything in the last decade. It's a great question, George. So, because it might be new to you guys, I'm going to give you a chance to think while I have my pre-made answers already. And for me, it's Terry Gilliam.
Oh, that's a good one.
The last film that he released was the Zero Theorem in 2013. But then again, he did also release The Man Who Killed Don Quixote in 2018. Yeah. But that was a film that he started 21 years ago, and of course had all kinds of disasters involved. But Gilliam is still working as a script consultant on the Time Bandits TV series right now. He's still doing stuff, but I'd love to see another
sentence.
Terry Gilliam movie.
What, Time Bandits TV series?
Gilliam is working as a consultant on the Time Bandits TV series. What a glorious sentence.
And another one that I'd like to see come out of maybe retirement for a film is David Lynch. He's still giving us the weather reports that we all need.
I want him to reboot Fight Club's ending.
But yeah, I'd love to see him come back and make a film that he's written and to direct it as well. Another one would be Peter Jackson. He's been fairly quiet since the Hobbit films, which finished in 2014. He's mostly now been doing restoration projects like the Beatles one. Thing, he also did the World War One in colour as well. So last time I saw an interview with him, he was talking about doing restorations for Meet the Feebles and Bad Taste.
Yeah.
But I'd love for him to come out of retirement, or not come out of retirement, but come back and do a Bad Taste 2. I need a follow up. And another one for me, you mentioned this director earlier, Richard Stanley.
Yeah.
Now, Richard Stanley got bad press, obviously, after the Colour Out of Space came out. The allegations came out that he had savagely beaten his wife and partner.
Really? I didn't know this.
And so Spectrevision fired him from making any more Lovecraft movies with them. The Elijah Wood studio went, we're cutting all ties. Any money now that the Colour Out of Space makes, all that money's going to charities for victims of domestic abuse. And once again, Richard Stanley's name is mud in the industry. Now, Richard Stanley took a little while to make any kind of talk about anything that was going on, but he has recently said that everything that's come out about him is lies, damnable lies, and I have the witnesses and the evidence to fully discredit this story as a dark fairy tale that bears no relationship to the truth. So he said, wait until the truth comes out. We're going to court. This is where it's going to be. So I'm like, man,
it's refreshing to see someone actually go like, I'll defend myself in court.
Yeah.
Oh, that was worth a 12 million joke.
Sorry.
So I mean,
I'm not going into it.
I can't make any judgments now because all I have is what she said and what he said. Like, I'm sure, if there's going to be testimonies and evidence and everything, we'll see what happens. But I would love to see this man's name get cleared if that is where it should be, the truth. Yeah. And then I want to see him making movies again because I really do like his work.
Yeah.
I don't think he's made anything for a while. I'm going to say Michael Mann. Heat? Did Heat?
Well, he's working on the book.
He's working on
the
book. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, was Collateral like his last?
Yeah, well, with
Tom
Cruise,
and Jamie Foxx. So yeah, that's I'd like to see him come back and do some fucking
good show.
So I don't have to see action movies that are all fucking made by what's his name, Michael Bay. It'd be nice to see some fucking action movies with some substance. Yeah.
I would obviously love John Carpenter to come back and make another movie.
Hell yes.
Halloween 3.
Just anything.
Man,
I want him to make Dead Space. God damn it!
Yeah, he could easily come back and make Halloween 3 fucking blindfolded and make Halloween Kills look like a fucking somebody's written it on the back of a fucking postcard. Fuck that fucking movie. It's worse than Ghostbusters Afterlife. That fucking shit.
You got it on DVD, haven't you?
Of course I put it on DVD. Fuck's sake, that's how I put it. Watch the unrated version. Watch longer version of Big John, Little John. Right, before we go on then, no, actually, do more questions because I was going to rant.
No, go, Dan, you go. You've opened that
door.
Okay,
right. So in the movie, right, you got the dad and the fucking.
Changed my mind.
You got the dad and the son and the girl all sat in the car, and the dad says to them, "Look, we're outside.
Evil dies tonight.
We're outside Michael Myers' house. We're going to go in there, but I don't want you to come in with me because there's a scary fucking psychopathic killer in there, and I'm afraid something bad's going to happen to you. So instead of fucking calling the cops, I'm going to go in on my own, right? So the dad goes into the house on his own. Big John and Little John have already been killed at this point, right? And
it's a dumb fucking horror movie, dude.
Yeah, and the dad
he's doing dumb shit.
The dad walks in, right? Yeah. But then the boyfriend and the girlfriend go into the house, right? And the girl's cocking that fucking shotgun like she's fucking Sarah Connor, and he's got the Desert Eagle. And she walks up the stairs, and she finds Big John and Little John in that fucking room. And she puts the shotgun down, and she goes, "Oh my god, 2 dead people! Like I haven't seen dead bodies before." Right? The boyfriend walks around the corner. He gets blood dripped on his hand from up above him, and he looks up and he realizes his dad. His dad's head crushed in that ladder thing, right?
Uh-huh.
So The dad has walked into
You don't have to convince me that their decisions are fucking
The dad
stupid,
has walked into the motherfucking house, right? The dad has walked into the house, walked upstairs, not seen the 2 dead bodies that are in that room because Michael's obviously hidden them. Gone up into the attic because Michael's lured him up there, and while he's up there, Michael's grabbed him, stuck his head between the ladder bit and the fucking hatch of the attic, and slammed the fucking ladder constantly, numerous times on the dad's head, without making a single noise or scream or wood whacking noise for the people outside to go, hey, something's going on in there.
So anyway, Ghost did a really good song for the soundtrack, if anyone heard.
Fucking amazing.
The soundtrack to Halloween Kills was the best part about it.
Next question, please.
Next question is from Aaron Gardner.
Hey, so, Aaron.
Glad you're back, boys. I just want to say, after seeing your Total Recall review, I gave it another watch and it finally clicked. And I really enjoyed it. Has there ever been movies that you didn't get in terms of its popularity that you came around to? I've always said this as my go-to response to this one. It's the Coen brothers, especially The Big Lebowski. First time watching that film, I thought it was like, I didn't laugh once. I was like, what is the point in this film? And now it's a film I watch every year without fail. It's
never fucking knew that. If you'd ever told me at one point, if you watched The Big Lebowski, what the fuck is this? I'd be like, he's a pod person. That's not Gary. Like, fuck, dude.
But I honestly have almost had that reaction to every Coen brothers movie. The first time I watch it, like No Country for Old Men. First time watching that, I was like, man, what was the point of that?
I didn't enjoy that one first time round.
Have you watched it a second time
yet? Yeah, it's good.
Yes!
It's weird, right?
It's something I have with every one of their films. I just don't get it on the first view. And
I think it's an expectation thing, I guess, maybe. And they're always pimped out now to be like, oh, it's the new cover. It's like, it's the nuts. Yeah. And you watch it, you go,
yeah. I tell you, it's a lie. I did the Ballad of Buster Scruggs. The first time watching that one, I got it straight away.
I rewatched that one again recently, and I kind of rewatched it, going like, "Fuck, why haven't I watched this like 10 times?"
I love Buster Scruggs, but I was deep in Red Dead Redemption.
Of course, you were
it
Western
came out perfect
ready.
time, didn't it? Yeah, absolutely perfect.
Have you seen Hail Caesar?
I haven't seen that one yet.
Hail Caesar was a difficult one, but I just knew I had to see it because it was cool.
Was that Philip Seymour Hoffman?
No, it was George Clooney.
George Clooney, okay.
Do you know what's funny about just a film that I came around to? I didn't watch it and not enjoy it, but I wasn't going to watch Kingsman because I watched part of the
original one.
Yeah. I watched part of the trailer. I was like, fuck this. I was like, I'm watching this fucking chav like gonna become a secret agent. That whatever trailer I watched did not tag me, and it took Donna was staying at her parents' house. I was at home. It was midnight. I was already fucking drunk on the sofa drinking a bottle of whiskey, and she messaged me the church scene. And she was like, I'm watching Kingsman, you've got to fucking watch it. I was like, babe, I'm not going to watch it. She went, I'm going to send you a scene where you please watch this. And I was like, and she went, Lynyrd Skynyrd's playing in the background. I was like, all right, fucking, all right, tug on my heartstrings, bitch. But yeah, fine, I'll watch. Watched it, and I just sent it back to her, fucking great. She's like, what? I said, well, I've got to watch this movie now, and it's already midnight. Yeah, so that one was, I guess, a hard sell, and watched it first and fucking loved it.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. I went into it knowing nothing about it. I didn't know the source material or anything. Really, really enjoyed that. Ian, have you got one?
I'm just trying to
Have you watched Ghostbusters Afterlife twice yet? No? Okay, well, we'll come back to that. So.
Fuck you, man. You know that movie. That's one of those motherfucking movies. People are like, man, Ghostbusters Afterlife is so good. It's so fucking novelty. Fuck that. I can't come around to a fucking movie where it's just blatantly the writers have just ignored simple logic.
Answer the man's question.
Okay? I was actually trying to think of movies that like that, but most of the time my movies are like, I pick movies that other people won't watch for that reason, and then other people do that thing of like they'll either come around to the movie or they'll just absolutely hate it. Like something like Cabin Fever, absolutely love Cabin Fever, but like, look at Gary's face. He absolutely can't stand it, and there are so many people who like it. Where I was so convinced that movie was going to be so bad that I sat down to watch it. Like with Halloween Kills, sitting down thinking I want to get behind this movie because people said it was going to be good, and then just things were just so fucking bad.
Who said it was good?
So fucking bad. So, you guys were the way they framed Michael.
Yeah. But that should have told you that we were searching, where we were like, hey, Myers looks really good in it.
You were still getting off the fucking high of Afterlife. No,
I'm still on that high. I'm going to be riding that high right until the next Ghostbusters project.
Oh man, yeah. Next question.
Alrighty, we got We got just a couple of questions here from TJR.
What's up, man?
TJR.
Wondering how has the pandemic affected our work situations? I recall Gary working in a cinema, Iain working as a cleaner of some sort, and Andy had an office job. Is that still the case, or have things changed since I last remember?
I'm still working. The pandemic didn't really change much. They actually got me to work more.
We need things cleaner.
Which sucked.
There's less people around, but still things need to be cleaner.
That's it. You wouldn't. I've spent most of my life cleaning up after people, and then people are like, "Oh, I've got to wash my hands now." I'm like,
"What Jesus Christ? What were you doing, right?
For fuck's sake, No, but what has been really interesting is just watching the change. Like I remember when the first couple of masks started to come out, and I remember saying to Linda at the time, "Oh, it's really strange. You're going to see the change." And she said, "What's that?" And I said, "You're going to see a few people wearing masks, and then a shit ton of people wearing masks, and the people not wearing masks, they're going to be the strangers." I said, and then it's going to flip again. People are going to stop wearing masks, and the rarity of seeing the mask will be, "Oh, look, you remember when we used to wear masks?" Yeah, fucking humans, weirdos.
For me, obviously, when not podcast the last month's one, but the one before that, I at that point I had left the cinema. After working in the cinema during Avengers Endgame, I sure as shit wasn't staying in there sorry, I was in there for Infinity War. I wasn't staying in there for Endgame. I was like, no, you people are animals when you're in the theater, so I ain't ever going back. And so now, running off the shelf reviews, full time pretty much. I work on the show every single day except Fridays, even though I still end up doing stuff for the show on Fridays. I'm either editing, prepping, streaming, prepping to stream, prepping podcast, or all the the miscellaneous stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And of course that is just a moment for me to say thank you to everyone that's financially supporting the channel through YouTube subscriptions, Patreon pledges, and Twitch subscriptions and bit cheers. You guys are helping us have some luxuries in our lives, which is really nice and hasn't been there for some time. So thank you everyone for letting me do this as a full-time job right now.
Yeah, mine. I mean, I did work in an office before the pandemic as I'm a quality analyst for a mortgage firm, which is as interesting as I just made it sound. So
you're falling asleep thinking about it.
Literally, so what have I done with my life? So I work from home now full time. They were like, "Here's a laptop, go away," and I was like, "Right on." And it's been 2 years. So
that's it, man.
It's weird. It's weird working from home. I mean, now. It sounds great in one respect, and in a lot of respects it's great, and in other respects it's not, because you're a prisoner in your own home in certain respects. It's very strange. Coming here is so wonderful because it's nice to get out of my house. It's been incredibly financially beneficial for me because the workload changed so much in the market that I've had so much work on that it sounds really bad. We've said it before, where I don't like to say, "Oh yeah, fucking pandemic was great for me money wise." People lost their fucking jobs, so I don't want to be a dick about it. But
sure,
just matter of fact, it was beneficial. So I've spent most of the money on the house because I'm like, well, I'm in it all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's redo the kitchen. Let's do this. know. So that's pretty much how it's. My day-to-day role though hasn't really changed, and the interesting thing about it is because they're basically like, "Oh, so you can just do your job from home? You always could, apparently." Yeah, they're like, "Great, keep that laptop." So, and now they're kind of like looking to get rid of the office because they're like, "Oh, we're just fucking sending people home with laptops. Why are we fucking paying rent on this building?" And I'm sat there brushing my teeth at 11 o'clock in my boxer shorts, like, right on a meeting.
Nice. The next question from TJR is, what's the best video game to come out in the past 5 years? My vote is either XCOM 2 or Doom Eternal. Probably Doom. Best game in the last 5 years. Maybe Divinity Original Sin 2.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
God of War.
Got a good shout. Resident Evil Village.
Looks nice. It's not as good as the original trilogy.
No, it's better. It's way better. Senua's Sacrifice was pretty special.
Nice. I still have to play that
It's
one.
fucking wonderful.
I believe a second one is now in the works as well.
Oh mate, it looks incredible.
I've not had a chance to play Disco Elysium yet. I was waiting for the a kind of a director's cut, because apparently one of their like stretch goals, or one of the things the developers wanted to do, was have fully voiced characters. And in the original release, not every character was voiced. But I think that's been patched now. I think that's in the game. But it's on my to-play list for sure, Disco Elysium.
I don't know if it's in the past 5 years or not. I've played it in the last 5 years. What Remains of Edith Finch?
I have not played that one.
Brilliant little indie game that I absolutely loved.
Yeah, struggling to think.
It's hard because it's been a weird few years of gaming.
They've
like,
kind of blurred together.
Us down a little bit in some respects, you know. What was it? Not 2042, the Battlefield before. Was it Battlefield 5?
And I stopped after 2 or 3, I think.
For an online game that a bunch of us played, fucking loved it. Rinsed the living shit out of it. Do you know what I mean? So that was great.
Nice. Okay, so that was just the final questions from Facebook.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on now to the Twitch questions.
Yes.
And so the first one that we have here is from Morphine. Sorry.
Hey, Morphine.
Are cheesy movies nowadays too serious compared to the ones of the past?
Well, it depends on, I suppose, your type of cheese. I think cheese has changed over the last 40 years. That you could probably do stuff that was okay in the 1980s and the joke doesn't hit well nowadays. So you have to kind of spice the joke up a little bit, which makes it now a present day joke and not the cheesy 1980s stuff.
Well, I mean, when I think of a cheesy movie now, I'm not being funny, I kind of think of like fucking Adam Sandler movies and stuff.
Yeah,
True, yeah.
Hear me out. Like we were saying,
Step Brothers.
Peacemaker.
Swear
That's
at me.
Probably, I haven't probably seen it, but that feels cheesy.
I suppose
to me.
Peacemaker, you could,
but
if someone classifies it as cheesy, like.
But
sort
it's 2022 type of cheese, because that kind of stuff only works now in the present tone that we have of that thing.
I mean, cheesy movies in like the 80s and stuff would be like, I don't know, like Porky's and stuff. Like, shit like that was like the best.
I don't know. I think
Carry On movies were cheesy at one point.
Yeah, Carry On movies, Police Academy movies, parody movies. You know, there was a point.
Yeah, I suppose cheesy movies now would be like the scary movies.
Well, the scary movies were good for a point, but like they carried on to like Not Another Teen Movie, you know, Scary Movie 12. I don't know. There was like so many. I mean, Sharknadoes. You know, so it's
that's it. That's what I'm saying. The cheese adapts over time. That it stops becoming
matures.
It stops becoming a comedy into a horror comedy, into a sci-fi comedy, into it's still your cheesy comedy, but it's just taken on a different form with a different.
If you think about some stuff that, unfortunately, sometimes in a good way, but unfortunately, there's some stuff now that would be considered cheesy jokes in, say, the 80s that now you can't joke about.
Yeah.
So if you took Aeroplane and tried to remake that now, you'd probably be told, you can't make fun of that, you can't joke. You can't have that little girl say, I like my men now, I like my coffee.
Yeah.
And drop that. You know what I mean?
You could, but you would
but it'd be different,
you would have to have it in a certain way that when you've watched it, you've gone, oh, I get that, because it's been presented in that way.
Yeah.
Cheese. You got to be careful with that cheese, man.
I just think it's a different vintage, I guess.
Yeah. It's either that or the fact that as we get older, our sensibilities change. I think the content is still the same. Again, you know, within different things, like, you know, we have cheesy moments in mainstream films, and we have films coming out like Crabs, you know, which is just a cheese fest, you know, and it's just like, do you still enjoy that cheese? Then you'll go and find those movies. But yeah, I think it's a case of when you see the cheese in something you don't expect it's I don't know. I think it comes more down to the individuals.
Every now and again, you've just got to have the right slice of cheese.
Yeah, you just want a bit of silliness, don't you?
Well, you do, but you know, it can be grated cheese.
You know, however you like your cheese, there's a lot of variety and flavour.
Different forms of cheese, and that'll make you joke.
Alrighty, this next question is from Diddy.
What up, Diddy?
What game series would you like to see a film made from it? Or what film would you like to experience as a game?
I know that there is a game of it, but I'd like John Wick as a proper, like, Splinter Cell style. I know there was like a top-down version of it.
Was there?
Yeah, there was a John Wick game. Yeah.
Okay.
But again,
blaster shooter.
But it wasn't a fucking third-person stealth combat game. Basically, just put a skin on Path of Neo. You've already got the face.
Right.
Just make the fucking hair long.
They've just done it with that Sifu that's come out, that combat game.
Yeah, that looks great. It's like cel shaded, isn't it?
A bunch of modded skins you get it, and one of the skins was John Wick.
Oh, that's great.
So he's just being a character.
There's no way he doesn't appear in the next Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
You know, as a fucking character. And his fatality is he just fucking stabs you with a pencil. With a fucking pencil.
Give me an open world Firefly / Serenity. Universe.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Like Eve.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, but I don't know, but Mass Effect-y as well. So you've got character decisions. You know, your crew. You can build your own crew. Have the characters. I don't know. So much you could do in that universe. So we've only had a small window into it.
Game series as a film, I would like to see them attempt. Look, the caveat is always that it's good.
Right, yeah, they're not.
The caveat is like when I'm like make this into a film, I mean a good one.
Yeah,
so which Gears of War.
Yes, I mean, there's been talks of it before. I mean, Halo and Gears were both in talks at times, and Halo's the one that took off.
It's like when they were casting Gears of War, and they were like, "Who's playing Coltrane?" It's like, have you seen the guy who does the voice for Coltrane? He is fucking Coltrane. I'd like to see Gears turned into a good movie.
I would like to see Resident Evil converted into a good movie just once. Just fucking once.
You got a new movie this year, didn't you?
No, we did not. There was an abomination.
Oh, I'm sorry, Garrett. Was it bad? Was the writing not very good? What was wrong with it?
I see what you're trying to do, Ian.
Yeah, I see what
and we'll move on.
So anyway, no one explains where Albert Wesker's dad went, so we think he's a clone.
Okay. He probably is. Did he get a door?
Do you know what? I didn't watch that movie, but I did hear that was one of the worst things. Is like Wesker's just like a guy, right, or something?
Yeah.
It's the guy from Umbrella Academy.
Isn't it? Yeah. I got nothing against the actor. I think he's a fine actor. But I'm not talking about Resident fucking Evil Raccoon Town anymore. Until we review it.
As long as they didn't drop a door on him, that's alright. Next question.
Next question is from Athictor.
Hey, Athictor.
What's up?
A movie or game that you really love, but everyone else absolutely hates.
Gee, let me think.
Why'd you do this?
Duke Nukem Forever. Fucking Cabin Fever. Everybody fucking loves Ghostbusters Afterlife and Terminator Dark Fate because they
was it? Go back to the question again.
I've removed it already.
Okay.
What is it? What film or game do you love that everyone else hates?
I'm trying to think of a game that I really love that everyone does that isn't generally universally liked as a game. I don't know. I can't think. I'm serious. I can't think of a game necessarily. Not one that's really panned, you know what I mean? Most games sort of like... When you don't like a game, they're not... I don't know, it doesn't seem so egregious to me where it's sort of like, if you don't like a game, you've probably not played it in a... Like, when you don't like a movie, like, for example, like all jokes aside with Ghostbusters, you've had to sit there for like 90 minutes, 2 hours. Yeah. If you don't like a game, you're done with that game pretty quick. Unless it's something that you're like, oh, I really want this game to be good. I'm going to try and fight my way through it. But you don't tend to spend enough time with it for it to upset you that much, really.
No, but that's it. If I see a bad game,
apparently, Venom 2, everyone fucking hates that.
Exactly, I'm with you on that one. I knew we were walking into.
Oh yeah, totally. I knew when
train.
it went on my top 10, I'm like, I'm gonna get some fucking heat for this.
Yeah.
You know. Hey, do you know what the easier one is? For the most part, is fucking wrestling. You tell people you like wrestling.
Yeah.
What are you, fucking 9?
That's why I rarely tell people I like to watch BattleBots.
Fucking chop them on the
chest. I like watching robots destroy each other.
Yeah.
That's it.
Warhammer 40k.
40k is another
Tell
one.
people to play 40k. What are you, 9?
Well,
jabbing the fucking eye with Stanley Blade that you were chopping your model up with. It's good enough for Henry Cavill, motherfucker.
You try and bring up any conversation about playing board games with anybody, and they just look at you like you come from the 18th century. Like, you do realise these things called computers. It's like, yes, but there's far too many of them, and half of them are broken.
I enjoyed Boba Fett. Apparently,
yeah,
people didn't like that. So. Got a jetpack, you know.
I mean, it's very easy. I mean, people hate it. Everybody hates everything right now. We're in the age of everyone hates everything.
No, I don't hate everything. I just hate things that are
I don't know.
I just hate things that are written badly and are shit. I'm sorry, I'm just judgmental with that kind of stuff. It has to, I'm surrounded by guys like you who tell me that things have to be really good. This guy just looks at me and says, I didn't like it because it's shit, and I have to find out why it's shit. And you're so judgmental that pushes me into a corner.
I'm trying to think of like movies that you watch on like a Sunday that you like. That in a way, I'm like, I know this is a shit movie, but it's kind of like, I'm chilled on a Sunday and with the girls, and I'm just gonna watch this or something. Do you know what? And you're gonna fucking hate it, but Donna especially, she fucking loves Grown Ups. I know. And I'll sit there, but it's one of those things where it's like they will laugh at the same bits every time, and I'll kind of sit there and enjoy it because they're enjoying it and we're chilled and it's a day off and stuff. But all the way through, I'm just like, this is abortion. This is fucking hell. I just want Kevin James to die.
We felt the same when we did Here Comes the Boom.
Yeah.
Oh god, that must have been right. I haven't had to sit through that one yet. Fucking hell.
It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
But it was bad.
It was bad enough.
But it wasn't better.
Yeah. Next question's from Mongo.
What's up, bro?
Welcome on in, Mongo. In your opinion, why do video game movies not work?
Stories aren't made for movies.
Well, no, they are, but the studios behind them don't give them enough credit. This is why I'm sick and tired of Sony movies, because they're not giving the product enough attention and enough care. They're just throwing money on it and hoping that nobody notices the flaws. I'll use Assassin's Creed as an example. Assassin's Creed is a game series which shouldn't be a game series. The first, second, and third games...
There's a lot of people that would disagree with that statement.
Are not successes.
Ubisoft have left the chat.
The first three games are not successes, but they just kept churning them out.
No, they were.
They were huge successes.
They weren't. They're not huge successes in the grand comparison
they were
of games like
literal
Gears,
game changers.
Halo.
Oh no,
Red
they
Dead.
were up there with them. Absolutely, Ian.
Assassin's Creed.
Dude, I remember being when we were in Birmingham, we were sat in the press tent with for Ubisoft for Revelations. It was
how many of these game collections do you all own? No.
Well, just because I
didn't
don't,
buy
it doesn't mean they're not successful.
No, you didn't buy into the series. Thus, the series wasn't bought into. Linda's playing Valhalla at the moment. It's just Assassin's Creed.
Oh, there you
Origins,
go. So you own that series?
but set in fucking yeah, I bought it. Fucker. It's just another Assassin's Creed series played with another skin slapped on top. Then you get the film.
Sorry.
Now the film comes out and it's got fucking...
I'll do the blowing, you do the fingering.
Exactly, right? Who is supposed to be a really great actor.
He is a fantastic actor.
It's got supposedly a really good storyline that they can take from the first three movies, and yet the film bombs because...
Well, I mean,
because it's generic.
It's
soulless.
Exactly.
It's a cash grab.
Most decent franchises, right? Most decent franchises don't make a film of it, make a series, because you need to stretch that shit out, right?
They do.
But also, I think when they're making
only
a movie,
realising that now because they tried to do it with movies in the past.
Yeah.
Doom, for example, did not work as a movie. Halo worked better as a TV series.
Doom doesn't work as toilet paper. But the funny thing is I think that all they do is basically when they're going to make a comic book movie, a video game movie, is they go, right, we got 90 minutes. What elements we got to see so that people know it's this video game that we're based on. Okay, now put some filler in of script. You know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. By the way, I've just realised how to summarise like your DVD habit and collecting and stuff, and I'm afraid this is going to be an Adam Sandler reference, but I'm going back to a good one. Okay. I'm going to go. You are the gif of Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison,
right?
Where they're going to do the poop in the bag trick. Basically, you shopping for DVDs is that moment where he just sees the turtle on the floor. He goes, "Here's a nice piece of shit," and he picks it up. That's your mentality, apparently, for buying movies.
Coming from the guy who liked Ghostbusters Afterlife, I take that as a compliment. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. Here's a nice piece of shit. Just picks it up. Puts
hey,
it on
look,
the shelf.
Andy, I got another piece of shit, man.
I just don't think that they work in general, or they just change too much. Fucking Mario Brothers.
Well, yeah, I mean that's like an LSD nightmare.
What the fuck?
What were they thinking? Literally. But yeah, I don't think enough time and effort is given to fully adapt to the material. I think movies need to. The biggest thing is video games we get to experience on a much more personal, intimate level.
Yeah.
Whereas movies need to cater to much wider audiences. And they generalize everything. They water everything down to get it over in 90 minutes because they don't usually movies based on video games never tend to go much longer than that. There's no
confidence in it, so.
So when they took something like Sonic the Hedgehog a few years ago and turned that into a movie, when I watched it, I was just like, you know what? Like, I don't play any of the new Sonics. So all I have is the original Genesis Mega Drive.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And I'm like, of course you can turn that into a movie if you want, like live action. It's there's not much story there. But when they take something like Resident Evil that has a big established lore, a massive ongoing storyline, right? Characters that even the characters, the continuity in the games is varied and changed as it's gone on. But we still get to feel the identity of those characters, and when we see them in the films, they're just actors put in costumes. They have no context for what they're doing. It's almost like the directors saw a trailer for the game and turned that into a movie.
Yeah.
Everyone usually talks about Silent Hill as well. The first one, I really like that director. He very much established the feel and tone of the world of Silent Hill. But again, when you butcher the fundamentals of the story, like you as a fan of that property to begin with, you see that they don't get it, and so you find it really hard to enjoy or like it when they seem to not get what makes the game. And of course they are two massively different mediums, and so it is hard, but I don't think it's impossible. And I'm touching wood that BioShock could be one of those big game changers.
You know what, in a way as well, BioShock may benefit from there's not a lot of named characters in that, so they don't have to feel like, in a way they're like, right, what do we need to make it BioShock? It's got to be in Rapture, you got to have Big Daddies, you got to have Adam, you got to have what's his name, Fontaine or whatever. We got about 5 things here that we need to kick in. Okay, great, we can just build around that. Whereas they don't have to hit so many beats.
What worries me about the Metal Gear movie,
the general decline of the games over the years. So it's just going to carry on.
They're making the movie with fucking what's his face, Poe Dameron in it.
Yeah, Oscar Isaacs is great though. Oscar
Isaacs is playing Solid Snake.
Oscar Isaacs is playing Solid Snake, and
is Hideo Kojima got anything to do with it?
I doubt it.
Probably good then.
So.
Oh, damn.
Fuck that guy.
Oh no! Fuck you! Hideo Kojima can at least write a story better than fucking Jason Reitman. Fuck you. Next question.
Can he though?
Yeah, he can. He can, because at least he can explain how genetics fucking works in 5 games.
Yeah, and she has to be naked because she drinks through her skin.
Oh, there's a falling out brewing. Next question is from Nella Bow.
Hey Nella.
Ian, did you realise you didn't use Kurt Russell's full title earlier in the stream?
Yes.
And would you like to apologise for it?
Yes, I did not call Kurt Russell Kurt motherfucking Russell, which is his whole entire name, and I apologise because in the spur of the moment, obviously I was just talking and it just completely missed. But I did catch you obviously writing that, Nella, and obviously I'm happy that you put the question forward, so I'm sorry, Kurt motherfucking Russell.
There we go.
You sound like you're in a disciplinary, like, I'm happy to be corrected, thank you, I'd like to move on.
Well, actually, I'm talking about that because part of my brain's like, and this is fucking wrong with Ghostbusters Afterlife!
Oh, God damn it, no! Next question is from Y2 John 84.
Hey, Y2 John!
Who's each of your guys' favourite from the big 3? Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, or Jason Voorhees?
Oh, I think we might hit 3 different answers.
I'm going with Jason after.
I think we are.
I was going to go Michael Myers, but after Halloween Kills, he has to bring himself back up in my fucking eyesight. Jason Voorhees is the man.
I'm going to say Freddy.
Freddy!
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go Michael Myers.
Oh, man, Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees have got no personalities compared to Freddy Krueger.
Jason Voorhees doesn't need to.
No, he's got the breath, he's got the head tilt, but Freddy's got one-liners. Freddy's got a plethora of different ways to kill people.
I remember that one line where he looks at the girl while he's riding the broom and says, "Yes, and I'm going to get you and your little soul too," ha ha ha, because he's fucking Wizard of fucking Oz.
And Mickey Mouse, apparently. Come over here, ha!
And he fucking sells.
Fuck off, Krueger, what the
fuck? For me, that's an easy one. Freddy Krueger all the way.
Freddy Krueger, like, mate, legit meant I didn't sleep for about 6 years of my life, dude. I can't fault the guy.
This is God.
Yeah, great question. Thank you, John.
Brilliant.
We have a question here from Goki.
What up, Goki?
What's up, man?
Do you have any plans on expanding the YouTube channel, reviewing new releases for the algorithm, maybe? Goki, right now we are at. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to review movies as a reviewer on YouTube consistently. We do struggle to weekly get an episode, ready, and it's because of fair use, copyright, and blatant fraudulent claims from unknown ad revenue companies that just want to siphon money through the system, and YouTube goes, we're too big to deal with that, you guys deal with it, and we're going to make you jump through all these hoops to battle it, which take months. So I get angry messages from patrons going, where's my film review? And I'm like, I'm still waiting. I've got to wait until the very last second before the film company goes, no, actually, we're not going to take you to court, so you keep it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not an instantaneous process. It's really long. So there's absolutely no way we can produce any more content. Even if we both went full-time watching, recording, editing, we would burn out if we did more than what we already do. And also our channel would be deleted because we would have so many copyright claims come in at once that we wouldn't be able to battle them all. So branching out that way is unfortunately almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to do every single video like
without film footage.
Without any film footage.
Even then, I've seen people like Angry Joe, Angry Video Game Nerd, you know, lots of the big ones in the field have said even when they use still images or don't use images, the thumbnail, they'll claim the thumbnail.
They'll claim it.
It is ridiculous.
They will absolutely claim everything. And like we've said this many times, we'd love to change the format and do more and get higher up the algorithm and be able to do more videos and all this kind of stuff. But I've always felt like our natural growth is that one episode smaller
every
thing,
Thursday without fail.
You know, without a fail.
Near
And it's also really quite cool that nobody ever knows what the next film is going to be. Even I forget. Like, I'm fucking 3 edits ahead of what the video's going to be, and Gary goes, I'm putting this up, and I'm like, holy shit, we did that? Wait, did I edit that? Fucking hell, you know? And it goes up, and everybody is really happy they've seen it, or that it really sucks, and they wish that we'd done something better, and I'm like, well, fuck it, wait until next week. Wait until we go for you next week.
Yeah.
But the only other thing that I would love to do, but the thing is, it's because I'm, we're podcasting every month now, and I'm also Twitch streaming as well. I don't have too much free time to do much else because I need to consume films, TV shows, and other things as well, so that I have those things to talk about on those other shows, and also to contextualize and reference within our film reviews. And so I also see that as just constantly just doing research on things.
Yeah.
But there are TV shows that I'm sure I would love to do full breakdowns episode by episode, but I think I needed to get a team together to work on something like that. Otherwise, it would just burn. It would be too much to take on. And so just consistently doing the one a week is where we're at for now.
Yeah.
But thank you for the question, though.
Yeah.
Next question's from Waffles Hannibal.
What up, Waffles?
If you were to make a follow-up to the 1982 The Thing, forget the prequel, would it be a movie explaining how the thing crashed or how it takes over the world?
I did see this one pop up, and it quickly got into my head where, like, if helicopter gets there, yeah, and so the end of the movie, you've got McCready and Childs, they go off. Obviously, they're dead in their little shed. Yeah, so you get this second team, they come down, and they set up a little established camp. Yeah, to then investigate what's going on, and so then it basically retreads through that one of them's infected and starts to infect the rest of them kind of thing. But I wouldn't want to see the world get taken over.
So wait, you're suggesting that essentially you'd kind of remake the first movie in a way.
Remake the first movie.
Yeah,
maybe like John Carpenter's son could write the script for it, and
do the music.
It was announced many years ago, and I've constantly tried to get back on the internet to dig this up. But there was a Blob remake that was in development 4, 5, 6 years ago. Halle Berry was going to be in it. This was after Rob Zombie had passed on making his Blob movie, and what I like, the Blob and the Thing are kind of similar. The Blob just consumes everything, the Thing ingests everyone. But I would love to see a scientific team, actually capture the Thing, inadvertently at first, but then maybe contain it explore it, try to communicate with it. But then, but maybe but then, because it's a scientific team, I want some really smart, intelligent characters dealing with the thing. And I want to watch them also have the slow breakdown. So you have to recreate. It's a Thing movie. It's all about the paranoia of not knowing who you can trust. And so even in the most sterile of environments with the most intelligent people, what if the Thing manages to get hold of one of these intelligent human people too, consume all their information? And so, I don't want to see a stupid Thing, like the prequel Thing. I want to see a smart, calculating Thing that is aware of the intelligence of mankind and how it works from there. I'd love to go into that angle.
See, I was
similar to life. Yes,
I'm just thinking that what happens if, like, when they've captured the Thing, this Thing form that they've got knows that it's a Thing and it's retaining its form on purpose because the people that it's talking to, it's actually gaining more knowledge.
Yeah.
Because in the original book, it could psychically communicate. So if they pushed that envelope and went, "Oh, it's psychic now," people would be like, "Oh, fuck, we're fucked." Basically, we're fucking do fucking anything, can it? So.
But yeah, that unmade Blob film, the way they were selling it was that it was all about scientists trying to figure out what the Blob is.
Yeah.
So I was like, it's not just going to be an exploitation splatter film, which I'd much rather have.
Yeah.
But something more akin to 1950s sci-fi, really.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Great question, though. Thank you. We have a question here from Any Button Gaming.
Hey, Any Button.
Out of the three of you, who wins in a fight?
Me.
Well, if we're playing Tekken, I think Andy might win that one. If we're playing Street Fighter, I think Iain might win that one.
I'd win all of them.
If we're playing Dead or Alive, I think I might win that one.
It's been a while since Harang and Steve Fox have faced. Steve Fox has faced Harang again, no problem.
That's it. I'm seeing a Tekken tournament future podcast between the three of us.
What it was. I don't know if it was like we were doing something in the house and I downloaded it cause, like Jessica had some friends over or something. So we put Tekken on like the kids fight or something like that. But yeah, I did start playing with Harang again and it was like, oh my god, I got muscle memory on this motherfucker.
Don't
believe it.
Muscle memory.
I was like Wesley Snipes in Demolition Man. I'm like, I'm possessed.
Steve Fox remembers your memes, remembers your kicks, man. He'll take you down again like he used to.
I haven't done martial arts in a very, very long time, and Andy was boxing not too long ago, so
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm just tired all the time. So
see, I just run by the simple factor that if you drop them on their neck, they're not going to get up. So that's what you aim.
You've really thought about this.
This is like Tower of Babel. Like Batman's got files on how to take the rest of the Justice League out.
You take out anybody by dropping them on their neck. Yeah.
We got a question here from Phoenix Shroud.
Phoenix Shroud.
Which film, video game, TV series do you wish you could go back in time and experience again for the first time?
I would do the John Carpenter series refreshed.
Battlestar Galactica, the remake, Ronald D. Moore show. Watching that through for the first time was so good that I've shared that show with so many people so that I could watch their first time reactions to watching that show. Absolutely on the edge of my seat all the way through to its final episode.
Infinity Saga.
Nice.
Especially Infinity War and Endgame, just to reaction to that.
Yeah,
first
for
time
sure.
Out was just like chef's kiss. Amazing. Games.
Film wise for me, Aliens, and Alien 3 again.
I'm trying to think of I don't know about video games. It's hard to say. I mean, Bioshock's a good example because of the twist.
Yes,
So like getting to go through that again. I remember
the revelation of would you kindly
was really like shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
That was a really good one. For sure, yeah. Series, Peacemaker.
Nice. Yeah, it's so fresh. It's
just so that I haven't seen the intro, so I get to experience the intro for the first time.
I think it's a show that once I've seen the final episode, within a week, I'm gonna just put it on in the background and play it all the way through again.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice. Okay, we got a question here from Ashmere, 1987.
What up, Ash?
Troll question, just wasting channel points. If a fella met a fella in a field of fitches, could a fella tell a fella where his belly itches?
Yes.
No.
Maybe.
Just because we've been arguing all night.
It's no maybe.
Yeah.
Next question is from Meridian Soldier.
What up, Meridian?
What's up?
Not a question, just wanted to say to Iain, thank you for your work and the content you create with Gary. I've gotten some time getting to know Gary over the past month, but this is my first time getting to say anything to you. Keep rocking, brother.
So, man, yeah. What more do you need to say to that? The guy goes, "There's me, I'm awesome."
There you go. Thank you for the comment. Next question is from Just Tidge.
What up, Just Tidge?
I managed to watch I Saw the Devil a year or so ago, and I thought it was an absolutely astonishing piece of filmmaking and is now in my top 5 of all time. Any recommendations for similar films that aren't Old Boy or other entries in the Vengeance trilogy?
What did I see recently with the guy from On Back?
Tony Yar?
Tony Yar, yeah. He was in... it's not We Own the Night. Is it We Own the Night? Or... I can't remember, but... Basically, it was, that style of ultra violence where basically I'm gonna bug the shit out of me. I'll have to put it on the Discord, find out what it is. I'll hit it on Wikipedia, but no, that film was.
I'll say
it's pretty good.
I Was Never Really Here, the Jacqueline Phoenix.
Oh yeah,
good shout.
Yeah. He never really died. That was supposed to be really, really good as well. With fucking
Henry Rollins.
Henry Rollins, yeah.
I haven't watched that yet, which is weird because it's Henry Rollins.
He's a bit of a meathead in that one, yeah.
Yeah, so basically just a Vengeance movie. So I'm trying to think of to that level though. I mean, I Saw the Devil.
Hey, look, Vengeance movie is fucking John Wick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't fuck with a man's dog.
I mean, because that's technically the theme of those films is they were all just vengeance, revenge movies.
Jaws, the Revenge.
Are we just going with whatever? Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance.
Revengeance. That was really good.
It's getting late. Thank you for the question.
That's a great fucking movie, though. I Saw the Devil.
It is. It was one of those films that I was taken aback first time watching it.
And I'm gonna say, it's unpopular opinion, I don't like Old Boy, but I really like I Saw the Devil.
Nice.
The fuck you don't like Old Boy?
I don't know.
Just tell me there's fucking Josh Brolin fucking Old Boy you don't like, not the fucking other one.
I don't know.
Oh, the girl with the dragon tattoo might be a good one as well for you.
The Josh Brolin one. I don't think I've even watched it all.
No, because it's shit compared to the original.
You got it on DVD?
No.
Oh, must be bad. Or really good. I don't know how this works.
I don't know my
I don't understand your system.
I have good video films on
Here's
VHS,
a nice piece of
man.
shit. That's your system.
We got a question here from Matt Midgley.
Hey, Matt Midgley.
What's up, man?
Question for Andy.
Ooh.
If you're watching it, thoughts on AEW?
No.
Not watching it?
No, you're not watching it.
No, I've caught a few bits of it. I'm not watching it regularly, but saying that, I'm not watching fucking WWE regularly because it's not very good weekly television, and I've got other stuff to watch. Peacemaker's on. I like AEW from the fact of I love competition in the wrestling business. The worst thing to ever happen was WCW going under from a point of view of competition for WWE because it makes them better and it makes everyone else better as well. There's more places for the guys to work, so in that respect, AEW is brilliant, and it's given a bit more power through the contracts to the wrestlers. So I am 100% behind AEW from that point of view. The other point of view is I think they do some shit that is so fucking dangerous. And maybe it goes back to the thing like the guy who asked about violence and how it's changed as I've got older. As I've got older, I used to watch like stuff like I used to love ECW. I'd be like, bring me some fucking barbed wire.
Exploding
rings. Yeah. And now when guys fall over, maybe it's because I'm getting older, and if I fall over, I'm like, oh, don't hurt your back. You know,
like, oh, why would you?
Like, that looks like he's gonna be fucking struggling tomorrow. So yeah, they have done a few things that have been genuinely like the if you watch it when Matt Hardy fucking hit his head. I was like, end that match, man. And they didn't, and I was like, that was dumb.
Dude, CM Punk's doing a dog collar match, man. That's
yeah, but again, you know, it's sort of like it can be controlled and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Dog collar
but
match.
I think that they're even though they need to expand their women's division, I think that the matches they're putting on in AEW in the women's division are fantastic. They just need to expand that division, really. So yeah, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for AEW. More the better. And now you've got another wrestling federation which just popped up that's owned by Adam Scherr, as in Braun Strowman and EC3, called CYN, Control Your Narrative. So that's coming as well. That's apparently bankrolled. So yeah, man.
Yeah, they'll take on
the best thing for wrestling is the independence.
Yeah, because McMahon just goes, "Who's that? Here's some money. Thank you."
McMahon goes, "Who stole my egg? This is television." Get the fuck out of
We got a question here from Rio Quinn.
What up, Rio Quinn?
What up, Dave?
How fitting, Off the Shelf Reviews. Netflix has literally just released a trailer for the new Adam Sandler movie.
Ooh, let's watch it. What is it?
When will we hear your review?
So basically, I saw this trailer and I was very surprised because it's actually a serious movie.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the Cartman. So, Adam Sandler falls in love with this chick.
Basically, it's got LeBron James in it. And LeBron James is playing some guy, basketball player.
Makes sense.
Who doesn't want to, take basketball serious.
Is this Space Jam?
So Adam Sandler is basically saying to him, like, hey, you gotta love basketball. And that's the movie.
Is this like where he did like Hidden Gems, where like every other movie...
Uncut Gems.
Like, Uncut Gems, thank you.
Stop talking
I don't fucking watch it. Do you think it's like, he does a couple of...
No, you can't do this. You can't tell us we can't talk about Adam Sandler and Will Ferrell. You can only have one of them. We can either talk about Step Brothers.
Yeah, Will Ferrell did some
Adam
good
Sandler
stuff.
Movies.
Adam Sandler's not done any good stuff.
You know what's funny is
so we could talk Step Brothers then, not Adam Sandler.
Recently, on
I don't have to listen to it.
On Amazon Prime, they dropped a fucking 4th Hotel Transylvania.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, but well, okay. So the kid loves them. I like the first 2 actually, but then we watched the 3rd one in cinema. I was like, fucking hell, this is unwatchable. So she's like, I want to watch the 4th one, and we were staying in, like, Donna was out. But when I clicked onto it, I was like, oh shit, that's really funny. It's not even Adam Sandler.
It's not Adam Sandler.
And most of the original cast are missing, and it's because of his Netflix contract that he's got.
Right.
And I was like, oh, so he's got way more films to come out on Netflix. I know who'll be pleased.
I love it because it's flipped, isn't it? I hated Afterlife and now I'm reveling in it.
Next question is from Gabriel Jones.
What's up, Gabriel?
Would you rather a Resi 4 or Code Veronica remake?
Code Veronica remake.
Code Veronica remake.
I'd rather see 4.
Nah, 4 is already still looking pretty good nowadays with its fucking VR shit. CVX needs,
I think both. Like I was against Resi 4 being remade for a while because it is still of like a generational difference between 1, 2, 3 and Code Veronica.
Yeah.
But when you do play 4 now, you still feel its clunkiness with the camera movement and Leon's aiming. It's not as finessed as the modern Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes for third-person camera action. And so the game does need some polishing now. It's still great. Resi 4 is still great, but Code Veronica is the one that needs the remake treatment because it was fixed camera angles. Do it like 2 and 3 with a third-person camera work, and the only thing is Code Veronica wasn't the banger that they wanted it to be on release.
Yeah.
Fans that know the game and champion the game and love the game, like we do, clearly see that one should be the contender for it. I think, anyway.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. I don't know. I just feel like, well, we've done 2 and 3, so let's just move through this chronologically, And
well, then episode Code Veronica should be next before 4.
I suppose you're right. Yeah, you're right. You are right.
Yeah.
I think it's just like I fucking love Resi 4 so much that I'm like,
I want more of it.
I'd like now. Okay, can someone just release the fucking the fight in the in the cabin? The siege.
Oh, the siege at the beginning.
Can I just have that one bit? Just download that on the ass end of Resident Evil 3 or something. Fuck it. Resi 3 was a fucking DLC for 2 practically.
The thing I want for both Resi 4 and Code Veronica. Now, I love the cheeseball nature of those games as they are.
Yeah.
Can't take that away. But what I want for the remakes of both of those games is the tonal integrity of the most recent remakes 2 and 3. There's no cheat. I mean, there's still some dialogue in there that's kind of cheesy, but I really want it to be I really want it to have the atmosphere and tension. I don't want the silly the silly dolphin laughter that he does. I don't want in number 4 like Salazar's underground lava fortress underneath the village. It's just like what the jet ski escape is fine. But there's some attributes in that game that I would like to tone down and make it more gritty and realistic.
I can see us in say 2 years or something having the same conversation about the impending Resi 5 remake when we're all like, look, just don't let him punch that fucking rock.
Yes.
So, can we just not start punching rocks at the end of this? Fuck you, Wesker.
Alrighty, and I believe we are moving into our final question of the podcast today.
Final question.
And it's from Richie DBZ.
What's up?
Richie?
This may have been asked before, but who is your favourite male and female wrestler and why? For Richie, it's Undertaker and Chyna. Chyna, rest in peace.
Good choices.
Mine is Undertaker, and I know she's not a great wrestler, but I always love watching her. Nia Jax.
You motherfucker.
No, man,
Oh, you just ghostbusted Afterlife to me. Are you fucking serious? How can you...
Seriously, fuck you, man. You want to talk shit? We'll talk shit. Nia Jax. I could watch that woman wrestle, and Becky Lynch, all the girls, all the four horsemen. Oh, look at that face.
Of
Look
all
at his
time.
face. Yeah.
Of all time, you're going
Yeah.
to pick Nia Jax?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there was something about a big girl moving that...
Okay,
you
so
could
say
see-
Bull Meccano then, but fucking
Man,
Nia Jax?
Right. Bull Meccano was a big girl, but at least Nia could actually pull off a match. She was tag champion for a number of times. Like, people talk about the amount of injuries that she handed out. How many people did she properly cripple?
Just so I got
Bull
someone to throw
Meccano
it.
did what? 2 matches for WWE? One against fucking Alundra Blaze. Look at his
Yeah,
face!
but
It's Afterlife all over again, motherfucker!
She did have a career in Japan.
Oh, well, man, you know who else had a career in Japan? The people who make Ghostbusters laugh life.
You lost me.
Mine's Triple H and Lita. Simple.
Oh, breathe. Take a breath.
Nia Jax. Do you know what? When you started talking, something inside me went, if this motherfucker says Nia Jax, I think he's going to.
And he did. You must have seed planted it.
Triggered. He's so triggered.
Don't fucking believe you.
Man, Becky Lynch was badass as well. Becky Lynch
Lynch's
is
a great
badass.
wrestler.
Becky Lynch, Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks. See, Charlotte Flair I think is better than Sasha Banks, but Sasha Banks can move a lot better than Charlotte Flair. Can't wait for Bayley's return.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Man, the top of... I mean...
Everyone will be quiet. It might have happened.
Like
today.
You know, I'll put what I said about Nia Jax to the side because, you know, people have their own choices. But, man, Mae Young could take a table spot.
Yeah, Mae Young is amazing. You can't say Moolah anymore. So we just have to expunge her from the records.
dear.
But
Yeah.
I mean, Mayo is always the same one for me as always Shawn Michaels.
Nice, yeah. I was torn almost. My first thought was Triple H.
Greatest,
I was like, oh, but I do like Shawn Michaels.
Greatest in-ring performer of all time, just
Yeah.
in my opinion, just flat out.
Yeah, I agree with that, but then it's personal preference.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah, there's like that fucking Mount Rushmore of people.
Oh,
where
hell
you can,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
No, I'm not gonna fucking argue with the Undertaker as like one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
Female, I'm actually probably gonna say for me, it's actually Trish Stratus, because she's someone who I don't think ever gets enough credit for improving at such a fucking pace.
Yeah.
She literally was brought in as a sports fitness model. She was a pair of tits that walked to the ring.
TNA.
Yeah.
TNA.
And
yeah, she
within
paved the way for
months,
girls like Lita to
within
come in. Yeah,
months turned into this amazing main event performer. Who and also could fucking talk on the mic. She was amazing. She
wasn't even a diva. She was actually a women's champion.
She was a woman's
diva
champion.
Came out.
Exactly. It did. Yeah. I don't think she held it.
No, she didn't hold the diva champion. She lost the women's champion and retired before.
Yeah.
But that's how good that was. That she was a woman's champion in a time where all we wanted was tits and ass. All we wanted were laundry matches. And here comes her and Lita actually pulling off proper
Beating the
matches.
shit out of each other. So,
Yeah.
She was amazing. Trish Stratus. Still is. She came back recently, didn't she? I assume.
Yeah.
Was she at the last Rumble? I don't even remember.
She did come out in the Rumble. Yeah.
She's amazing. They've announced Taker for Hall of Fame this year in
I
Texas.
know,
Obviously.
man.
Has to happen.
Man, fuck. Why the fuck would you fucking say that shit? After everything we've been through fucking tonight, you're gonna drop that shit on me. I'm already feeling fucking old, and now my fucking all-time favorite fucking wrestler. Like, I could take him retiring, I could take him not having any more matches.
You had to know it was going to happen this year, though. It's in Texas. He's finally
but
retired.
the moment that they say he's in the Hall of Fame, that's it. That's it. That's your fucking whole childhood just gone in a box on a shelf. That's it.
Dude, they're putting him in the Hall of Fame. They're not killing him.
Personally, they might as well. You never.
And he'd at least go in and earn.
If you ever hear that gong go again, it will not be for a match.
Will at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
I don't know
last
who
time.
I don't think they've said who's inducting him yet, have they?
No, I think they're going for Paul Bearer.
You're a dick.
No,
do you know what's funny is I'm going to ignore you. I was thinking about who can induct him, and I was kind of like going, it could be Triple H. It could be HBK.
Could be McMahon.
I think
It could be McMahon. That's what I thought.
Could you should
It
McMahon
could be Paul
should do it.
Heyman would be good.
Paul Heyman would be good. Whoever inducts him is going to have such respect for him.
The only thing with McMahon putting him in, as much as that makes sense, is Vince is just a doddering old bastard now, and I don't think he could do the actual induction.
That's why.
And the other one as well, the kind of really obvious one, is Kane.
Yeah, I was going to say Kane is the most obvious one.
But I don't know. There's a lot of people.
The guy just comes out and inducts himself. He just comes out. He goes, "Oh no!"
The American Badass inducts the Undertaker.
that's how he gets around the loop. He goes,
that would be fucking hilarious.
You retired the Undertaker. You didn't retire Mark Calloway.
Like that stage, and he comes out on the motorbike. He's like, I'm fucking walking all the way from there.
Going all the way back.
I've got to save the time. You know how long the other Undertaker's going to take to fucking walk? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to bring us to the end of podcast number 42.
Yes.
With that, of course, I just want to say thank you to everyone for your questions. We can't have a third part of the podcast without your awesome questions giving us these talking points. And of course, big thank you, Iain and Andy, as well. Always amazing having this podcast going.
Yes, yes.
And with that, of course, we'll be back next month on the third Saturday of that month. I can't give you a date right now.
No.
Not that organised.
We'll post it in the Discord and stick on the Facebook as normal.
But of course, you can find us on YouTube every Thursday with a new film review, and you can find me streaming mostly on Mondays and Wednesdays. And with that, hope you all have an excellent month, and we'll see you on the next podcast.
Yes.
Love you faces.
Fist bumps.